Good morning, everyone. I am Matt Fruman, Ward 3 Council Member and Chairperson of the Committee on Human Services. Today is Thursday, May 29th, 2025. We are meeting in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 9:17 a.m. I'm joined by my colleague Wendell Felder, the council member from Ward 7. Is there anybody on Zoom? Any other colleagues on Zoom? No. Okay. Today we are conducting the first of two budget oversight hearings on the Department of Human Services, or DHS. We will be joined by public witnesses today and by government witnesses next Thursday, June 5th. Even before the council received the mayor's proposed budget, we knew the current environment would make this a challenging budget year filled with difficult choices. Fiscal uncertainty caused by actions at the federal level has forced acute belt tightening. Now this proposed FY26 budget for human services is one that is very hard on folks with the least, and that's a real challenge. DHS is already facing cost pressures unlike what it has seen before. For example, the district is facing federal legislation shifting at least $18 million per year in additional SNAP administrative costs to DHS. There are also strong indications that Medicaid work requirements and more stringent SNAP work requirements are coming. Additionally, federal support for pandemic-era emergency housing vouchers may end next year. 556 district households have safe, stable housing because of those vouchers, and we will need to find a way to support those neighbors. We also must support the thousands of residents already matched to local vouchers, but who have not yet moved into housing. The District of Columbia Housing Authority is concerned about its ability to continue supporting voucher applicants under the cost constraints in its current agreement with DHS. My team is in close contact with the executive, working to figure out whether the proposed FY25 supplemental and FY26 budgets include sufficient funds to allow residents who are already matched to secure housing. The committee cannot resolve every cut in the proposed budget. The whole council may not be able to do so. It is my goal in this process to be strategic and thoughtful in our analysis of the programs and services that are efficiently delivering the best outcomes for our neighbors most in need of assistance. As DHS faces these unprecedented challenges, the district must keep the promises it has made to the families it already serves and to continue to invest in the families who currently are eligible for DHS services. Keeping our promises to the residents already connected to DHS programs means creating pathways to financial independence and meaningful work. We need to focus on sustaining trusted programs and services that both spur opportunities for growth and give residents the tools they need to take advantage of it. Thankfully, we know what programs are proven to create the inclusive opportunity we need. Nothing grows participation in the economy more than access to childcare. Nothing gives our children the tools they need to thrive better than excellent neighborhood schools. Now more than ever, we need every part of the district government working together to create inclusive opportunity. With significant investments in economic growth, childcare, and education, the mayor's proposed budget accomplishes that goal in some areas, but that effort cannot be carried by the labor and education sectors alone. It must also come from human services. Today, I want to hear how we can use this budget to gear every DHS program towards providing hope for our neighbors on their path to independence. I want to hear ideas about how the budget tools we can use to optimize investments to put district residents on that path. The committee also needs to hear the priorities of residents. Given the executive's cuts, we must be honest about what are not top priorities to help identify what programs and services should be our focus. When we can only restore cuts using more cuts, our options are limited and we need to prioritize. Before we get started, I also want to thank the members of the public who, with little notice, prepared to testify today. Because of the delay in receiving the mayor's budget, the council's budget office had to put together a new hearing schedule quickly. I commend their hard work. I also appreciate how hard it is to get people organized and ready to testify 2 days after getting a budget. To the residents who did that work, I express sincere gratitude. In tough times like this, it is even more important to hear from the people most affected by the work we do here in the Wilson Building. We need to stay together as residents of the District of Columbia and navigate these challenges together as best we can. Now I'd like to offer a note on logistics. In order to hear from all members of the public, the committee will strictly apply time limits on witness testimony. All witnesses will have no more than 3 minutes to speak. First, we will call witnesses who are here in person to speak in panels of 4. When I call your name, please come to the table at the front and sit in the order you were called from your right to your left. Please press the button on your microphone before speaking to turn on your mic. The red light indicates that your mic is on. After a panel is done providing testimony, I and other council members may ask questions before calling the next panel. Council members will have 5 minutes each to ask a round of questions, and I will generally turn to my colleagues in the order they arrived. I will now turn to Councilmember Felder for opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, our Chairman Fielman. I'll keep my remarks brief because I'm very eager to hear from today's public witness, both of those who are here with us in person as well as individuals who are tuning in virtually. Thank you for hosting the first of many oversight hearings during this important budget season. It is without question that we are navigating a period of significant fiscal uncertainty in the District of Columbia. With the lower than expected revenue projections, combined with the federal interference outside of our control, our ability to fund the programs and services our residents rely on will be extremely difficult, which also means that we have some tough choices to make. As the Ward 7 council member, I remain committed to working with my council colleagues to ensure that our most vulnerable residents are not left behind in this process. We know that when our wealthy and middle-class families catch a cold, our most low-income and vulnerable residents catch the flu. And it is in that context that we must evaluate how the proposed cuts to the Department of Human Services will impact our most vulnerable residents. I look forward to hearing directly from neighbors and advocates as their testimony will help us make more informed decisions as we work through the budget process. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Felder. Now let's turn to our first panel of in-person witnesses. For our first 2 witnesses will be joined by an interpreter, so I will be calling them up in panels of 3, and the interpreter can join at the 4th seat. So first, Andres Mesa, Alejandra Martinez, and Aaron Whalen. All right, when you're ready, Andres.
Hello again. It's nice to see familiar faces. I'm happy to return, of course, but the topic is very important. But good morning, everyone. My name is Andres Mesa. I do street outreach for young adults experiencing homelessness here in the district. And I specifically serve the cohorts of migrants and LGBT youth, as my job exists as a testimony in itself that unique needs for these cohorts are not widely served. When it comes to things we care about, it is important that we are critical, just because without this criticism, growth could not occur. And by no means is the youth system perfect, but what I can attest to, and with confidence, is that the youth system is one of our best models to tackle the issues of poverty and housing instability that individuals in the district are facing. SMILE within itself is one of the highest utilized housing programs as highlighted by the Interagency of Council of Homelessness. And it remains steadily at capacity, meaning that inevitably we are going to be leaving behind countless individuals who may benefit from our services. Logically, this to me says that we are needing to match that growth and the growing trends of LGBT youth experiencing homelessness, but that is just one of the layers that I came to address. Workforce programs specifically are necessary for our clients because having to find a job as a queer, specifically a transgender youth, is one of the hardest things that we have to overcome. We effectively work alongside Damien Ministries' transgender and gender nonconforming workforce program, Project LEAP, and without programs like these, we'll leave countless good individuals without jobs that directly benefit our city's sexual health and employment rates. What I mean by that is, if you don't know, Project LEAP is a transgender and gender nonconforming workforce program for individuals 18 plus. They teach people how to do HIV testing, how to do CPR, and then they connect folks with jobs throughout the city. So imagine you're a transgender youth experiencing homelessness. You meet a program that is run by people who look like you, who have experienced what you have experienced. And that to me is a statement within itself when you see success, that we cannot put blanket solutions on individuals who need like a catered solution. So that's one of my favorite programs. And also it's one of the programs that's kind of on the line today. Because those programs are not seen really as necessary, or I hope they are, specifically to the folks in front of me. The city was also once a sanctuary city, and with recent changes, I can truly say that that feeling of living in a safe haven is kind of gone now. Workforce programs are now asking for more documentation from migrants. DHS is specifically withholding access to ID forms for countless service providers and outreach teams. And now we are fighting to stay afloat and provide thousands of individuals with basic needs like housing, stability, and safety. And this to me is more of a moral issue and a human rights issue. Also to highlight something that really supports all of the people that we work with when we're working with folks experiencing homelessness is the local cuts to, or the cuts to local Medicaid. This will not only further endanger the countless individuals who struggle to access primary care, but it will also endanger our transgender brothers and sisters who rely on local Medicaid like Caritas, AmeriHealth, to access gender-affirming care. This will create larger barriers for those already navigating the stigma of having to live with HIV as well. And then to further emphasize the cuts that we're highlighting today is the cuts to extended transitional housing and the cuts to permanent supportive housing, which will, just to put it simply, will directly result in more psychiatric crises that we see out on the street. I know that we all live in the city, we all see the negative, we all see the dark side, but that will only get worse if we're not really supporting individuals who have a need for care, specifically mental health, which goes hand in hand with folks experiencing homelessness. And then, of course, the city doesn't have capacity to see more folks in shelter. We don't have capacity to need more folks in active crisis because the crisis response teams that we already have are already at capacity. I don't know if you guys ever had to call like this crisis response team for anyone experiencing homelessness or anyone in the streets, but it takes a couple hours. I mean, it might even take 24 hours. But that's the point that I'm making today is that we're highlighting individuals with a higher level of need, but we're also highlighting that we're recognizing that these cuts might directly affect them. So I'm not really seeing a clear and a tangible solution by us proposing that these funds need to be, I guess, targeted. I also wanted to ask the council to not only preserve the vital funding necessary to keep thousands of DC residents alive, but also ask the council to include us in the framework. So include migrants when you're thinking about the budget. And just a small example, just a small tangible example, because I know I'm timed.
I have to, you can finish this up, but I do need to have you wrap up.
Okay, I'll wrap up real quick. I guess just a small tangible example. A lot of folks staying in shelter are getting picked up in the morning to go to work, to go to these jobs that are in construction that provide our city's infrastructure. And oftentimes these jobs are being poorly paid, but it is a small example of that we are kicking a dead horse while it's already down. Rather than like uplifting these individuals, we're really threatening to cut the resources that keep them afloat. But just to keep it simple, that's all I ask, to include us in the framework of the budget.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Alejandra?
Hola a todos, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Alejandra Martínez. Soy una mujer trans salvadoreña. Llevo residiendo en la ciudad de Washington, D.C. alrededor de casi 4 años. Vine a esta ciudad porque escuché que es llamada Ciudad Santuario. Es decir, es segura para nuestra comunidad LGBTI en general. Hoy estoy aquí ante ustedes porque esa seguridad y apoyo que esta ciudad antes brindaba con certeza, ahora está en riesgo de perderse. He pasado en estos años entrando y saliendo de programas, casi trabajando con todos los programas juveniles que esta ciudad tiene para ofrecer. Ahora que tengo 26 años, soy testigo de no solo cómo los servicios juveniles necesitan ser ampliados, sino también como producto de nuestro fallido sistema de adultos solteros, como personas latinas centroamericanas, además transgénero de DC.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Alejandra Martinez. I am a trans woman from El Salvador. I have been living in the city of Washington, D.C. for about 4 years. And I came to the city because I heard that it's called a sanctuary city, otherwise known as a place that is secure and safe for trans girls and LGBTQ community in general. And today I'm here before y'all because the security and this support that the city has been giving us with so much certainty is now at risk of being lost. I spent these years going in and out of programs and working with these youth programs in the city that the city has to offer. And now that I'm 26 years old, I am testifying not only how these youth services are needed and they need to be amplified or made bigger, and also that this product, this is a product of a system that is failing adults, single adults as well as Latinx people and Central American people that are transgender here in DC.
Les cuento un poco sobre mí. Salí de mi país, El Salvador, hace ya varios años, por la razón que en ese tiempo estaba lleno de pandillas y estaban asesinando a mi comunidad, por el simple hecho de ser o pensar de manera diferente. Tuve que salir de mi país para proteger mi vida. Mi meta era llegar acá a los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica para buscar un mejor futuro para mí y mi familia y poder vivir libre y seguramente como una mujer trans. Viví unos años en México, aún siendo menor de edad, trabajando en la calle y haciendo lo que fuese a cambio de dinero para poder sobrevivir y ayudar en un poco a mi familia antes de llegar a los Estados Unidos. He sido víctima de violencia y como mujer trans me considero una mujer afortunada, ya que he tenido muchas amistades y conocidas que han perdido la vida por el simple hecho de ser trans. Llegué a DC buscando Casa Ruby. Ese albergue era muy conocido en El Salvador, porque muchas chicas trans lograron recibir ayuda. Ese lugar era bastante famoso en la comunidad LGBT. Lastimosamente llegué acá y no pude conocerlo, porque lo cerraron debido a la mala administración.
So I tell you a little bit about myself. I left El Salvador a few years ago because during that time, gang violence was killing people in my community for simply being or thinking of a way that is different. So I had to leave my country to save my life. My goal here was to come to the US and be in North America to look for a better future for myself and for my family, and so that I could live freely and securely as a trans woman. I lived a couple years being a minor, a youth, in Mexico, working in the streets, doing anything that I could in exchange for money to survive and to help my family before I got to the United States. I have been victim of violence, and as a trans woman, I consider myself a very lucky person that I have had many friends and people that I know that have lost their lives for simply being trans. I came to DC looking for Casa Ruby. It was a shelter that was very well known in El Salvador, and I know a lot of trans girls that had got here and received help from that place. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see it as it was famously closed down due to a bad administration.
Toda la comunidad latina sabe que solo SMAI y LYC tienen trabajadores que hablan español. Hace algunos años atrás me ayudaron a ingresar al refugio llamado Shine, aunque nunca me atendieron en español. Cuando yo vivía ahí, ellos llamaban a Sierra, trabajadora de Smile, para traducir cuando yo necesitaba algo o para intentar comunicarme con ellos. Era siempre mi responsabilidad hacerlo usando traducción con mi teléfono. Sentí una molestia por parte de ellos cuando pedía algo, mas yo no sabía que ellos tenían una línea para traducir y poder comunicarnos mejor. Después de Shine pasé casi un año en Sasha Bruce y mi experiencia fue casi lo mismo o peor que Shine. Nunca me atendieron en español y pasé todo ese tiempo así. Ahora estoy agradecida ya que me dieron un techo, pero eso es todo. Ellos me sacaron de ahí y sinceramente ese programa no es para personas trans ni de la comunidad. Estoy pidiendo hoy que den un poco más de apoyo o más enfoque a la comunidad LGBT en general, con ayudas de vivienda y asimismo que los diversos programas deberían de tener más trabajadores que hablen español. Después de que me sacaron de Sasha Bruce, me tocó dormir algunos días en las calles. Después de eso me mantuve viviendo en hoteles. Era una batalla preocupante cuando no tenía para pagar una noche más. Gracias a Dios me reencontré con Sierra de Smile y me conectó con Andrés del mismo programa. Me ayudaron a retomar mi tratamiento de hormonas y a ponerme en tratamiento de PrEP. También me conectaron a un albergue temporal LGBT. Tener a ellos dos es como tener un programa actual, ya que ellos saben ayudar a la comunidad en general porque hablan español. Hace algunos días me pagaron por hacer un show drag en las instalaciones de Smile, donde hacían un evento para la comunidad LGBT latino. En los drop-in centers como DC Doors y Sacha Bruce, eso debería ser más inclusivo, empezando a entender trabajadores que hablen español. En QVC, donde me estaba quedando más recientemente, ahí debía estar antes de las 7 p.m. todos los días. Yo me dedico a hacer drag, mi trabajo es de noche, en algunos lugares que me abren las puertas y así me ayudan a conseguir dinero para mantenerme a mí misma. Por tanto, ese horario y restricción no me convenía, porque no puedo generar dinero si no puedo salir. Estoy pidiendo más atención a la comunidad LGBT. Imagina que eres un joven sin hogar. Ahora, imagina también que navegas por un mundo que a menudo no te acepta por lo que eres. Para muchos de nuestros jóvenes sin hogar, incluyéndome, esta es nuestra realidad. No son solo estadísticas, son personas con esperanzas, sueños y el derecho a vivir con dignidad. Los recortes de Medicare que amenazan a la ciudad perjudican directamente a personas como yo que dependemos del seguro médico para acceder al tratamiento de hormonas, atención médica y apoyo a la salud mental. He visto amistades y personas cercanas enterarse de que son VIH positivas y esos amigos dependen del seguro médico para acceder a la atención. Ya estamos muriendo a un ritmo elevado y estas amenazas o los fondos no están en consonancia con la creación de una ciudad más segura para las jóvenes y jóvenes transgénero, ya que enfrentan a tasas más altas de desempleo, falta de vivienda e infecciones por VIH.
One second. um, Everyone in the Latinx community knows that only Smile and LAYC has workers that do speak Spanish. A few years ago, I was helped to be brought into a shelter called Shine, and there I was never attended to in Spanish. When I lived there, they would call Sierra from SMYAL, Smile, to translate or interpret for me when I needed anything. And anytime that I tried to communicate with them, it would be always falls as my responsibility using my my phone device as interpretation. I felt like there was an annoyance from the part of the people that I would ask for help. but I didn't know that they also had a translation line that they could actually use to communicate with me. After Shine, I went about a year to Sasha Bruce, and my experience was almost the same or maybe worse. They never help you in Spanish, and I spent time there, and I'm very grateful that they gave me a place to live and a roof over my head. But that's about it. They took me out, and sincerely, that program was not really for trans girls like myself or my community. I'm asking today that we give more support and more focus on the LGBTQ community with help that has to do with housing, as well as diverse programming that should include workers that speak Spanish. After I left Sasha Bruce, I had to sleep on the streets a few times. After that, I had to maintain myself living in hotels, which was a battle, worrying every day if I had enough money for one more night. Thank God I reconnected with Sierra from Smile, and she connected me with Andres of the same program. They helped me to retake my hormones, and they helped me get on PrEP treatment, and they also helped me connect with a shelter that was temporary for LGBTQ folks. Having them is like feels like having an actual program that knows how to support the LGBTQ community and also speak Spanish. A few days ago, I have gotten paid to do a drag show, which is something that I have been enjoying doing in Smile, where there was an event for the LGBTQ Latinx community. In the drop-in centers like DC Doors and Sasha Bruce, there should be more of this inclusive space to have workers that speak Spanish. And KBEC, where I was staying most recently, there should be there is a curfew that's you have to go in at 7 p.m. every day. And as I mentioned, I am a drag performer, so my work is at night, and a lot of places they don't open the doors until the shelter closes. And so, it doesn't help me continue my work to find money to support myself. And with those time restrictions, it just conflicts with the way that I generate money. So what I'm asking is for more attention for the LGBTQ community. Imagine that you're a youth without a home. Imagine that you have to navigate a world that most oftentimes does not accept who you are. For many of us, our youth, and self-included, are without homes, and that is our reality. Not only are we statistics, we are people. We are people with hopes and dreams and the right to live with dignity. The cutbacks to Medicaid are affecting and threatening the city, and they are going to harm directly people like me who depend on our Medicaid or our insurance to get hormones and medical attention and mental support. I've seen friends and people that are very close to me that are becoming HIV positive, and those friends depend on these insurances to access attention, medical attention. We are dying at an alarming rate, and these threats to the funds that are not just consequences on a creation of a city that is not as secure for young transgender folks. We have already faced high risks of unemployment, of not having homes, and of being affected by HIV. I can guarantee you that many of us in this space have experienced the difficulties of looking for jobs as a transgender person. And I ask that you preserve and amplify the programs designed to help the LGBT community to develop as workforce. You can't imagine the dangers of our lives that we face every day, being obligated to live inside of hotels or on the streets because nobody wants to contract a transgender person. No one wants to know our struggles, and we deserve that to be heard. A program of employment and of housing that understands and respects our identities is not just a question of budget, it's a question of morals. Each dollar that is invested in these services is a step towards a future in which many young people will be able to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you for that very compelling testimony. I must say, I mean, the testimony is very compelling. We do have a 3-minute time for the testimony, and where there's translation involved, I double it in my mind, but we have to be respectful to all of the other witnesses, and it actually is really, really useful for me to hear this testimony, but I actually think maybe we should have a meeting in my office where you can speak at greater length on these kinds of things. But when it's testimony, I think we need to try to be very disciplined to keep it respectful of the everybody else in the queue. So I do want to meet with you, but I just want to do it in a different setting. All right, Erin.
All right. My name is Hancy Stokes. I'm actually reading Erin's testimony. She was not able to be here today. Good morning, Chairman Fruman and members of the council. My name is Hancy Stokes, reading on behalf of Erin Whalen, the Executive Director of SMILE. We support LGBTQ+ youth across DC through affirming housing, mental health services, and youth development and community building programs. Last year alone, we housed over 75 LGBTQ+ youth, with 94% exiting to safe, stable housing and 70% maintaining employment. These outcomes are possible because of intentional investment and because we know what works. We've appreciated DHS's growing partnership and willingness to problem solve, but partnership must be matched by policy and funding that reflect the scale of the crisis. I urge the council to take 4 actions. 1, preserve dedicated youth homelessness funding. Nearly 10,000 young people in DC experience housing insecurity annually, and 40% of unaccompanied homeless youth identify as LGBTQ+. Yet youth-specific funding remains just a fraction of the city's budget. Diluting those funds into adult systems is not just ineffective, it's harmful. Early targeted interventions is how we prevent youth from entering chronic homelessness later in life. 2, mandate ongoing evaluation of the Solid Foundations Plan. The plan was a critical step, but youth homelessness is dynamic. Other cities have reduced youth homelessness by building flexible, adaptive systems that evolve with data and community input. We can do the same by treating this plan as a living document. 3, streamline contract execution and payment. Delays in contracts and reimbursements disrupt services and put youth at risk. DHS should implement multi-year contracts, ensure bridge funding during renewals, maintain consistent systems, and publish clear timelines. These steps are entirely achievable with coordination and willpower. And finally, trust providers to innovate. One-size-fits-all programming doesn't work for youth. Providers need the flexibility to design programs that are trauma-informed, youth-driven, and tailored to individual needs, not shaped by bureaucratic constraints. In closing, if we fail to act now, we are reinforcing a pipeline into lifelong instability. But if we invest wisely and collaborate deeply, we can end youth homelessness in DC. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do think the environment that we're in, where we're going to have fewer dollars, trying to add dollars is going to be important, but also focusing on ways we can improve processes in this period, I think is a very important thing. So thank you very much for your testimony on that subject. And we will be exploring, including with the agency, what kinds of things we can do in that space. And I'm sure other witnesses will be testifying to that. Andres, one of the things you mentioned was an issue about DHS not providing forms. Can you just explain that to me a little more fully?
So service providers have access to it's called a DC no fee ID form. So that gives people with no fixed address an ability to use a social service for an address. So about 2 months ago, well, actually for the past maybe 4 months, we haven't been provided more. I was kind of asking DHS back and forth, like, hey, when are we going to get these? When are these going to be provided? They pushed back and let us know that only the Downtown Day Center in Adams Place and then one more drop-in center for adults would have access to these forms. So for example, like I know we've all seen folks on the streets like maybe don't want to take a bath, don't want to go inside. Those folks will never go to a day center. So outreach teams reach these folks, take them to the DMV, and then they're able to get them the vital documents that then help with their SNAP benefits or TANF, whatever that person may need to access. But for the past 4 months, those forms have not been provided, and we've been told that for the foreseeable future, that they will not be provided just due to budget cuts. And then of course, like in my head, I'm like, this is a piece of paper. Like in terms of the budget, it provides it goes a long way for folks to get an ID while you're experiencing homelessness. So for me to tell them, hey, like this piece of paper is not in the budget, it doesn't make sense to the constituents. But just in a simple way to put it, individuals experiencing homelessness who do not go to DHS funded day centers are now no longer able to get DC IDs.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll follow up then. Alejandra, again, didn't mean to be critical about the amount of time. Very moving hearing your testimony, and thank you very much for coming forward. Councilmember Felder.
Yeah, just a couple questions. Well, first and foremost, thank you all for testifying. Testimonies like this really help me inform my decisions, so I profusely appreciate each and every one of your testimonies. Just a couple questions. Andreas, you mentioned that some of the obstacles that you face or you hear from from other individuals is the fact that as it relates to workforce, additional documentations are needed. Could you speak to what additional documentation is needed when you go to interviews or some of the things you may hear from your peers?
So I'm specifically highlighting River Corp, which is a LAYC program that deals with like, for example, like Chesapeake cleanup, just like a lot of environmental work. But they contract individuals who are experiencing homelessness with stipends, so they're not being paid in like a formal check. But since the administration changed as well, folks that are working on tax IDs or, for example, like are awaiting a work permit could oftentimes work and receive these stipends. But at the moment now, they are asking for Social Security to be required. So anyone who signed up maybe 4 months ago can work. Anyone who signs up in the future can't. So for a lot of folks who are trying to make a means of living, it's impossible. I mean, we know that the city hosts a lot of Venezuelans, for example. We have no Venezuelan embassy, and you cannot get a tax ID without a Venezuelan passport. So we were really relying on stipend-based workforce programs. Another example of a stipend-based workforce program is Project LEAP, the Damien's Ministry transgender workforce program I mentioned, as well as us helping us, who also has a similar program. But those programs, for example, are now being limited on who they can contract simply due to the documentation that one has to present. Yes, if that helps.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And Nancy, you mentioned SMILE, a housing organization for LGBTQ plus youth. You talked about the programs and how it cannot be a one-size-fit-all method. So it seems like we need to tailor our approach. Could you speak specifically to like what that looks like from your perspective?
And I'll be honest, I don't work directly on our housing program. I'm here representing Erin, so I'd be happy to connect you
Yes.
afterwards.
Pleasure.
But with LGBTQ youth, also understanding the unique challenges that young people in this community experience, especially related to gender identity, the barriers to employment, the barriers to education, as well as the treatment in other housing programs, it's incredibly vital to ensure that we're seeing the whole person and not just seeing one experience of homelessness, but the experience of an individual in those programs. So I'd be happy to connect after and talk a little bit more about what tailoring programs looks like. Smile, for instance, has not just transitional housing programs, we also have transitional or extended transitional housing, rapid rehousing. And so really helping to meet young people where they're at through different kinds of programming and housing interventions.
Just because I work specifically in the housing, just a few examples. For example, Smile can directly pay the first and last month's rent of an individual who's undocumented and might not be on a formal lease, which is a lot of folks in the city. Smile also has a house for individuals 25 to 35-year-old, for men who have sex with men to take PrEP and to have 2 years of housing. That's an example of a tailored solution. I think the last one I really want to throw out there is we can give someone housing for 3 years. We know that costs a lot. I personally would see a lot more success if within those 3 years, maybe like, hey, you get housing for a year, but we'll help you with your immigration case because we know that costs money, which will then help that individual exit the system rather than just being housed for those years. So kind of finding those like solutions to tackle and not just maintain individuals, I think is what we mean by like a tailored solution.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to this panel. We will move to our next panel, Liz Jaramillo, Robert Vincent Branham, Rachel White, Jorge Membrano, I don't see Liz, so I think, okay, great. Joanna Blotner. I think we're good. Is Joanna outside? Okay. Kwanzaa Billy? Oh, Debbie took, All right. Robert Vincent Branham. You may start.
Greetings and salutations. I have submitted my budget testimony specifically to the council on the development of RFK Stadium, which impacts today's hearing. The district's budget is a mountain we all must climb. My testimony is not a sermon, but rather a prayer. I must begin with this. I was born free of a free Black woman at Freedmen's Hospital. I was raised east of the river, Marshall Heights, home to the shrimp boat. I attended DC public schools. I was a youth deputy mayor. I served in the DC National Guard. I was an ANC commissioner. I have volunteered and led several DC community and political organizations. I have been arrested, advocating for justice, statehood, and those left behind. I have stood up to bullies. I will not be lectured to or take a backseat to anyone to enhance the quality of living for all residents. I say these things not to boast, but rather to be a witness. I testify not at the request of the mayor or the commanders. I testify because the district's budget needs a friend. Whether the Department of Human Services or any other agency, the district budget will need fiscal support. This fiscal support for DHS programs have been maintained in this budget and in the future can be received from future development and projected revenues outlined in the RFK Stadium Development Plan I support. I stop by to say the budget must be compassionate, civic responsive, and fiscally respectful. It must be a majestic investment for economic growth for all 8 wards, serving and providing for the least of these among us. It must be boldly to capitalize for the district's economic growth. To those opposed to the budget, including development of the stadium, because you have the words free and democracy in your name, or release your own fiscal policy statements, does not justify your intellectual shoplifting. Protecting social services for the poor, children, seniors, people with disabilities, LGBTQ, low-wage workers, tip workers, returning citizens, and the homeless is admirable. But prioritization is needed for these continued social services. They are not cost-free. Don't tire using someone else's credit card. When 2 or more fiscal policy advocates gather in the public's name to discuss district budget, truth must be in the midst. It is hypocritical to demand business opportunities and development east of the river, yet oppose targeted measures for those opportunities to benefit communities east of the river. Let me put a plug in for DC Care Link, which provides valuable web-based district support services information for all district residents. Remember the show, Father Knows Best. I thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Branham. I was worried because your written testimony is longer, but you kept it at 3 minutes. So thank you very much.
Figure
for
you
that.
can write 10 pages and submit 3.
Thank you very much. Ms. White.
Good morning, Committee Chair Fruman and members of the Committee on Human Services. My name is Rachel White, and I serve as the Deputy Director of Youth Advocacy at DC Action, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 26 budget includes a $1.6 million reduction to the youth homelessness continuum of services. Of particular concern is nearly $1 million or 25% cut to the permanent supportive housing line in the budget. PSH is the only long-term permanency planning option within the youth system. My colleague Jorge will speak to these cuts in more detail, but I want to emphasize how vital it is that we budget and build policy infrastructure that is both strategic and responsive. According to the State of Youth Homelessness Report of the District of Columbia, 1 in 5 youth and estimated 10,000 young people are experiencing some form of housing instability each year, with just 2,678 youth served by DHS funded programs in fiscal year 2024. It would seem clear that the system is not meeting the full scale and need among housing insecure youth in the district. If we had a current responsive strategic plan rooted in data and on-the-ground input for youth and the community-based service providers to guide our budgetary decisions, we would know answers about the downstream impacts of proposed cuts like these. Instead, we are left asking, what do these program cuts mean for the broader youth homelessness continuum? How many youth will be turned away from long-term housing services? Do the cuts bring us closer or further from the goal of ending youth homelessness? Is the intention to reduce the number of youth drop-in centers, reduce their hours, change locations? Will the cuts reduce access to trauma-informed identity affirming services like career readiness, behavioral health care, and financial literacy? The TGNC Youth Experiencing Homelessness Workforce Program is one such resource, offering tailored economic mobility and wraparound supports that Andres spoke to earlier. We urge the committee to restore the paused funding from fiscal year 25 and protect the $600,000 in recurring funds for fiscal year 26. These are the types of questions a fundamental strategic plan must be able to answer before, not after, funding decisions are made. Without clarity, we risk unraveling key components of a system that has been carefully built to meet youth where they are. So we urge the committee to adopt a Budget Support Act subtitle requiring the Interagency Council on Homelessness and the Department of Human Services to conduct ongoing strategic planning and evaluation process for the youth system, similar to the strategic planning structures already in place for the adult and family systems. In my written testimony, you will see a list of the revisions and provisions we would like included in that subtitle. And we're also urging the committee to adopt an additional BSA subtitle to reform DHS's contracting and grant payment process. We believe a payment reform subtitle could require DHS proactively pay up to 50% of a grant award upon execution of a grant agreement. And we also have other recommendations around contracts that you will find in my written testimony. And thank you for your time today and for your continued commitment to addressing youth homelessness in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Jorge?
Good morning, Councilmember Fruman and staff of the Committee of Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today, but providing testimony regarding the impacts of the mayor's proposed funding cuts to the Department of Human Services. My name is Jorge Membreño, he, him pronouns. I'm the Director of Youth Advocacy at DC Action. As you know, DC Action convenes the Youth Economic Justice Coalition, and today I'll be speaking on behalf of community-based organizations as a clinician and as someone who has managed transitional housing, extended transitional housing, and rapid rehousing programs. The mayor's proposed budget callously reduces funding to the Youth Homelessness Services Continuum by $1.6 million. The first cut is $236,000 to the Homeless Services Continuum Youth line. This line is also known as the Front Door Services because it is where youth experiencing homelessness access outreach, drop-in centers, and youth shelters. Any reduction to our front door services reduces the ability of youth system to provide the first step in a young person's journey to independence. Front door service case managers provide a vital connection to immediate resources and also build trusting relationships with young people and administer the assessment necessary to access youth housing. By cutting funding, we're creating another barrier for youth experiencing homelessness in an already overstretched system. This cut also impedes the youth system ability to effectively assess the need for more and more clinically appropriate models of housing and preventative measures. The second cut is $445,000 from the transitional youth housing line. Transitional housing provides 2 years of housing and case management to youth experiencing homelessness where they can live rent-free and establish goals for their future. The average cost per bed for a transitional housing program is about $44,000. The cut to transitional housing means 10 youth will be kicked out of their program come October. It will also happen one of two ways. One, an across-the-board reduction of nearly $450K in grant funds to the 13 transitional housing programs we have, or the closure of an entire program. We are either asking our providers to, again, do more with less, or to shut down altogether. I'll add that transitional housing programs include beds for unaccompanied youth, so youth who are living on their own, and also pregnant and parenting youth receiving specialized two-generation support services. Is the mayor prepared to attend a program closure the same way that she attends openings? The third youth cut is the most drastic cut, as Rachel spoke about. It's $931,000 or 25% from the permanent supportive housing youth line. This line includes PSH and extended transitional housing beds. PSH provides long-term permanent housing to eligible chronically homeless youth who need intensive case management. ETH provides 3 years of housing and intensive case management. In both models, eligibility for intensive case management means a young person experiences considerable mental health challenges, which are impediments to their housing independence and employment. Currently in the youth system, there's 1 PSH provider and 5 ETH providers. A cut of $931,000 means an across-the-board cut or the closure of a program currently serving 16 of our highest needs youth. What worries me about this cut is that ETH and PSH program models require staffing with advanced credentials in order to meet the needs of the youth they are serving, while also providing a balanced staff-to-youth ratio. Providers can't simply do with more with less. That's clinical negligence. We know our city is already facing significant behavioral health hiring challenges. Are we really risking the loss of some of our most in-demand professionals? Is program closure for our most vulnerable youth and layoffs for clinicians the growth and agenda the mayor is proposing? If so, I would be curious to know which data set they are using to justify their actions, since ETH and PSH programs are always full and need to see actual growth. Finally, there is a $16 million cut to rapid rehousing for families, which includes youth head of households. Many youth head of households access the family system because beds designated for young parents in the youth system are consistently at capacity, although the mayor has highlighted almost $50 million in important investments to support the homelessness prevention program, short-term family housing, FRSP, the family system continuum of care. We believe these enhancements are only stopgaps in the face of further cuts, and that there's still a decline in funding targeted to families experiencing homelessness for almost $25 million since fiscal year 25. We understand this is a difficult budget year, but we are asking to be partners in this work and understand what is driving these reductions so that funding can be restored and best targeted to bring the district closer to ending homelessness. Committee Chair Fruman, I hope you will ask the agency director these key questions next week. Is it federal funding being phased out that is driving the cuts we see? Is it program division vacancies or utilization rates? Are there grantee performance issues? And what will the impact be on youth and families' ability to access housing and supportive services in fiscal year 26 and in the out years? Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Debbie?
Good afternoon. I'm Debbie Shore, founder and executive director of Sasha Bruce, Youth and Family Services Agency that has been serving youth for 50 years in the city. We aim to keep youth in school, learning life skills, improving family relations, and moving towards a life of self-sufficiency and contribution. I am deeply disappointed by this DHS budget as proposed, and frankly worried about the cutting of services to homeless youth and what that will mean for our city. We know that to impact chronic homelessness is to invest in youth who are homeless, as the research shows that the longer someone stays homeless, the longer they will. And yet, the youth homelessness system has been essentially flat funded for the last 5 years, causing considerable strain on us devoted providers. And now we have cuts. As proposed, it shows such a lack of commitment to the curated array of services we now have. Youth need all of the services, extended transitional living and permanent supportive housing especially. I don't fully understand why this would happen, why they would make that decision, but it looks as if, looking at the budget, that DHS has added $3 million to the youth services area for other services, not for homeless youth. This just does not seem to be the right priority when we are going to see such insecurity in the federal funding in this next period too. I want to say something about the number of youth that has often been utilized, and I don't know whether that has anything to do with it. But the Council of Governments showed that since 2001, the number of TAY youth in the PIT count, which is a low count for us, has gone up 13%. And we know that the PIT count is a very low count because they don't include young people who are couch surfing, which is the usual way that young people go into homelessness. So already we are a lean system of programs as compared to the needs, even though I believe that we are very effective. And though we have gaps, we are making great strides. To have these cuts occur is just very baffling to me. I want to give you an example of Sasha Bruce and the successes that we have. So in the first 6 months of the year, we've served in our homelessness programs that are long-term, not shelter and not drop-in centers. We served 156 young people. 78% of those went to positive destinations and permanent and transitional housing placements. This is a pretty good record, a very strong record, particularly when many of our young people don't get access to the permanent supportive housing programs because they're not in the right categories. So we feel like we're really making some progress. And we've also felt that we've been very fortunate in garnering a great amount of support from the larger donor community. But it has reached a limit. We raise funds for every single program we have for homeless youth to supplement government support. So if there are cuts across the board, I don't know that we can keep up. I think that this will herald large amounts of beds being lost, not only services that might be cut directly by the government, but services that we can't continue to provide. I am urging the council to reverse these cuts and to provide a few other directives that would be of great help to us. One would be to consider asking the district to pay advance funding to us. Last year, the contracts we received were 4 months plus late without explanation. So this could certainly occur again. We had to go into our line of credit to be able to pay our staff. I also urge an updated solid foundations plan. In 2006, when the plan was mandated, it made an enormous difference in elevating the needs of young people for age and stage appropriate programming. It helped spur the investment that has become our system of care. Even if there haven't been regular investments throughout the years since, it really has made a difference. So please, I'm asking you to restore homeless funding to at least the 22 million that we had inspected, to protect the supplemental budget against early terminations, which we have a lot of worry about. and to ask you to mandate that we are going into another phase of a solid foundations-like strategic plan. We have been great partners in the district, I believe. I believe it's because we love the young people we work with and the work we do. We want the district to see that value, and that is not reflected in the current budget. We need you to be our champions so that we do not take these unnecessary cuts. Youth who are homeless are often invisible to the average person passing them on the street, but they are not to us, and we are here to make them visible to you. Our programs are curated for success. I hope you can be an advocate for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you made a reference to $22 million. What, can you tell me what that's about?
Yeah, that was the previous youth homelessness budget.
That was the total from this year.
For this year, and so you're saying restore to at least that?
Yes.
That's what that, okay.
Yes.
And then also, you made a reference to the upfront payment. And is that the same, are you guys on the same page about in the way in which the processes should be reformed?
Yes, we are. I explained it differently, but it is the
But
same
it's the
idea.
same idea. Because I do think lots of things have to be a focus, but I think that's one that I think needs to be a focus in this year. On the permanent supportive housing, one of the things that we're looking at is how many vouchers are out there that have been matched to a person, but in all the different categories, but that person has yet to be leased up. And how long will it take to work through those backlogs? So I am curious, in this context, do you have a sense of, we have X number of youth who've been connected to a voucher but not yet been placed in and have found an apartment, and how long it would take to work that through?
It's a really good question. Yeah.
And it's a great question. And I think it's a tricky one in that if we are approaching funding streams based on broken systems, then we're always going to find an undercount. I think folks who are going to talk about the single adult system, you'll hear this as well, where you're trying to match folks to vouchers. But if there's a voucher hang up, whether it's at DHS or DCHA, you're going to have fewer folks moving into the voucher. So you reach the end of a fiscal year and you've got underutilized vouchers. And so I think in order to do so, it's another process question. We need more case managers. So again, if you're cutting PSH lines, that means a reduction in staff, which means that there's a bigger lag time in actually having young people move into the housing programs that they need.
So I hear you on that, but I mean, you can see what's on my mind, which is, where do we press? Is it on process and investment in process so that we work through a backlog?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it to add vouchers that might be parked and so would, because they don't get used because the process hasn't been fixed? Now, in your ideal world, you would fix both.
Right.
But in a world of limited resources, what is it that we should be doing here? And I don't have the answer to that question, but will disclosure, that is on my mind about this category and other categories. So let's keep having a back and forth about that.
I wonder if we could try to explore that further, among our community. And also, I think that that's something that DHS should be asked about too.
Oh, 100%. And please do explore that inside of your community and help work with us to try to figure out what are the most impactful places to be trying to focus investment to fill holes. And again, I don't have the answer to that question, but work with me on that. On your Dr. Membrano or?
No. I'm a therapist, but not a doctor.
Okay, so Mr. Membrano, you talked about and you all talked about questions that you want to send me to ask of the department. I'd actually encourage you to include the agency. Send me an email with your list of questions that you want me to ask. I'm probably not going to be able to ask every single one of them, but CC Director Pierre so that she has seen in advance what are the areas that are of focus. And it might have an impact on the tone of your email, but I think we'll all gain if they've seen the questions beforehand. And so that's a thing I would encourage you to do.
It does,
yeah.
Good idea.
Thank you. All right, I think we talked about payment reform. In your testimony, you walk through, thank you very much for walking through some of the specific cuts and the impacts that you see from them. It is unfortunate that our hearing is today. The way in which this happened was we aimed to have this hearing right in the middle. And then when the schedule moved forward, the approach was to take the hearings that had passed and put them at the end and leave the ones that had yet to pass in place, because the process of redoing the whole thing would have been pretty complicated. But it leaves us with us getting your testimony 2 days after the budget. So don't be shy about sharing more specific things as we go forward, and let's work together on where we take it from here, and do share your questions. Mr. Branham?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to close with this. Far be it for me to carry water for Mayor Bowser with this budget. I support the call of my panel members and others in expressing the need to continue these programs currently under the DHS. But I think all of us need to focus on where the problem really lies. The problem lies not in the Wilson Building. The problem is at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and Capitol Hill. That's why we're in this situation. Not because you, your colleagues, or the mayor don't care about people, don't care about providing services. Is that the President of the United States, Donald Trump, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, don't care about people, don't care about the people of the District of Columbia, don't care about self-government for the city. That's the issue. And we fight among ourselves, blame you, blame the mayor, blame everybody. But the anger that we should be directed should be focused to is at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and on Capitol Hill. That's why we're here. That's why we're in this dilemma. That's why the budget is as it is. And we should bring home the commanders to Washington, D.C.
Yeah. Interesting how you worked that in. I'm sorry that Councilmember Felder was.
Very well.
I guess so. I do think, we are contending with an incredibly challenging environment, and we have to figure out how best to contend with that environment. And then we make our own internal choices, and it's fair for us internally to question some of the choices that are made. And there's going to be differences between the budget that the mayor came down with and what council eventually passes. And there always is, it's a tug of war, and it needs to be a tug of war. But the big context, you're 100% right. And I guess, again, in disclosure, one of the things that I am focused on is we're going to see work requirements in all different kinds of contexts. And we're not going to change that. That's coming. And so what is it that we're doing to try to help people avoid cuts and get connected to work? I think part of what's happening on the federal level lifts up our need to be focused on that, because it's just part of the landscape that we're going to have to deal with, at least for the coming years. So with that.
You all get paid the big bucks to make those decisions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for all the great work that you do, and let's stay together in the next 6 weeks or however many.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next panel. If I have it right, it would be Kwanzaa. I'm sorry? Okay, Natalie, Jenny Cousins. Okay. Connor Zielinski. Molly Katchen. And Dana White. Okay, and with that, I apologize. You're replacing someone. If you could say your name and then
Yeah.
commence.
Absolutely. Good morning, Councilmember Furman and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Natalie Hernandez, a Latin American Youth Center's Housing Program Manager. I have worked at LAYC for 4 years, have served in several capacities, and have seen the positive impact that our services have on young people and their families. LAYC has served youth and families and has been changing lives in the metro area for nearly 60 years. Our services range from mental health and education to employment, recreation, and housing. As a representative of LAYC's housing programs, I want to share with you what is working well for the homeless youth we serve. Through government funding, we have provided housing and other services to hundreds of youth. We have provided shelter and wraparound services to 74 youth this year alone. In addition to housing, LAYC offers mental health, recreation, advocacy, food, and other essential services to move young people from the streets and into safe housing. Additionally, last year we served approximately 420 youth through our drop-in center, translating into hundreds of referrals and service units. Through our programs, we are reducing the incidence of homelessness, increasing youth safety by enrolling them into educational and employment programs, and minimizing the reliance on social services. For example, of those youth served by our housing programs last year, 80% exited to safe and stable housing arrangements. 100% of youth in our program reported feeling safe, and over 80% were enrolled in school or employed. These are significant accomplishments, and we can only achieve them with continued funding. We are uncertain about future funding for several federally funded housing programs, including our street outreach, basic center, and TLP funding, totaling over $650,000. This amount could go up exponentially if we lose city funding. The effect could be devastating for our homeless youth population in the district. We all value keeping our youth safe and want a prosperous future for each one of them. This budget must reflect these values. I witness our youth's daily struggles, and through the support they receive, I also witness their wins, hope, and resilience. And when I see them striving to create a better life for themselves, we simply cannot afford to lose funding and not invest in our youth. We are asking that you do not cut funding for youth homeless programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Connor?
Good morning, Chairperson Furman and other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Connor Zielinski. I am the Data Associate for the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, or DCFPI. DCFPI is a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just, budget and policy decisions by centering Black and Brown communities and our research analysis, community partnerships, and advocacy efforts to advance an anti-racist and equitable future. DCFPI urges the committee to allocate recurring funding of $50 million to the Give SNAP a Raise Amendment Act, which increases the maximum SNAP allotment by 10% a month, which equates to around $30. With Congress threatening to cut food assistance for the district's neediest residents, it is essential for the council to step in and increase funding for SNAP. Funding Give SNAP a Raise will improve food insecurity for 1 in 5 district residents receiving SNAP, more of half of whom are children under the age of 18, and nearly 40% of those households receiving SNAP include 1 or more people over the age of 60. Funding Give SNAP a Raise will also directly address racial disparities in food access for district residents, including 1 in 3 Black residents who receive SNAP. And it would also alleviate the harm imposed on the district's most vulnerable residents by federal cuts during an economic downturn, as every dollar invested in SNAP generates $1.50 in economic activity when residents shop locally. The district's high cost of living makes it difficult for residents with low incomes to afford basic necessities like food. In particular, district seniors rely heavily on SNAP for food access. Research has shown that enrollment in SNAP provides health benefits for older adults through better nutrition and helps seniors maintain independence. Underscoring the integral role SNAP plays in securing food access for low-income seniors is Ward 2, where 64% of SNAP recipient households include 1 or more people over the age of 60. Yet, even the maximum SNAP allotment of $768 a month for a family of 3 is not enough for district residents, since on average, a household of 1 adult and 2 children in the district requires nearly $900 a month for food expenses. By providing recurring funding through Give SNAP a Raise that will boost SNAP recipients' monthly benefits, the council will expand food access for district residents who need it most, who are disproportionately Black and Brown. Give SNAP a Raise will also particularly benefit residents of Wards 7 and 8, who have a high SNAP enrollment rate of 27% and 35% respectively, on average from 2019 to 2023. The Council Office of Racial Equity projected that in 2022, that Give SNAP a Raise would improve food insecurity and health outcomes for Black families. Federal austerity measures threaten to strip low-income and vulnerable populations of food assistance, just as DC is facing an economic downturn. Economic downturns disproportionately harm Black and Brown communities due to systemic racism. And this time, those harms would be coupled to federal cuts to jobs that employ many Black DC residents. However, the district can alleviate some of this harm by investing in programs and services like SNAP that help residents weather difficult economic times. These investments could be paid for by raising revenue on the district's wealthiest residents, who will most likely be getting significant federal tax breaks under the reconciliation package. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Molly?
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Molly Katchen, and I'm a supervising attorney in the housing unit at Legal Aid DC. I'm here today to testify about the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. ERAP is one of the most effective tools the district has to keep individuals and families in stable housing and prevent evictions. In our landlord-tenant practice, Legal Aid sees firsthand that ERAP funds are frequently the difference between housing stability and homelessness. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 2026 ERAP budget does not come close to meeting the need for rental assistance. It is a significant cut from 2025, which we've already seen is insufficient. ERAP has been closed since November 2024, and when it did open in November, it was open for less than a day. As part of the Fair Budget Coalition, Legal Aid supports funding ERAP at $100 million for fiscal year 2026. In addition to providing adequate ERAP funding, Legal Aid has suggestions to improve the program's administration. DHS should create and fund an improved portal to streamline the processing of ERAP applications. The new portal should allow landlords to store documents across tenant applications, reducing the need for landlords to submit the same documents multiple times. The portal should also allow for more transparency throughout the ERAP process. A tenant should be able to track the status of their application and see what documents are needed for completion. These technological improvements can reduce the burden on ERAP processing agencies and speed up the application process. DHS must issue updated ERAP regulations to address the recent law changes and ensure consistency across ERAP providers. The emergency and now permanent version of the Emergency Rental Assistance Reform Act changed the definition of emergency and changed the documentation requirement. Since this change in October 2024, we've seen ERAP processing agencies interpret these changes in different ways. As one example, we've seen differences in what processing agencies are willing to accept to document a tenant's emergency. Approval of your ERAP application should not depend on which processing agency claims it. The updated regulation should also set timeframes for processing and payment of ERAP applications. ERAP funds should be distributed to processing agencies at the start of each fiscal year. There have been multiple periods throughout the last year where ERAP processing agencies could not give final approval on applications or issue payments because they were waiting on the release of funds from DHS. This leads to delays in the court process and uncertainty for tenants. The council needs to invest in long-term affordable housing solutions for DC residents. We urge council to focus on making investments in affordable and deeply affordable housing across the district. Low-income district tenants are in crisis. Everyday expenses, including rent, are going up faster than wages. We know council cares deeply about preventing evictions and stemming displacement, and we appreciate council working with us to ensure that ERAP is adequately funded and available for tenants who need it. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Mr. White?
Councilmember Fruman and members of the Committee on Human Services, thanks again for your attention to public testimony today. Just 2 days after Mayor Bowser has proposed yet another budget balanced at grave expense to our most vulnerable neighbors here in the district. I'd also like to thank you, Councilmember, for participating in the recent Housing Town Hall held in Ward 8. I'm both Director of Advocacy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we convene the Way Home campaign, and Chair of the Housing Security Issue Group with Fair Budget Coalition. In both roles, working in coalition with service providers and constituents across all 8 wards, I've repeatedly urged the policymakers in this building to address the crisis of homelessness by funding proven solutions. Today, my testimony feels particularly desperate because our larger political landscape has changed. The DC budget is always a moral document, as you know, regardless of how tough the fiscal choices are in any given year. But the fiscal year 26 budget is also an opportunity to protect and defend the district's residents who are being targeted by a bigoted and authoritarian regime. Let's name who among us is being targeted. Black people, who are more likely to experience rent burden and chronic homelessness, people who do not currently have citizenship, currently unhoused DC residents, especially those experiencing unsheltered homelessness on our streets, and low-income, low-wealth district residents broadly who are predominantly non-white and navigating systems not designed for them to break the cycle of poverty. It's in these times of dangerous ideology, rhetoric, and executive overreach at the federal level that Mayor Bowser has once again put forth a budget that makes dangerous cuts across the local social safety net, and particularly to our homelessness prevention and response. The mayor refers to a shifting economy and says our homeless services can only be maintained by attracting more business. But she has not seriously considered raising revenue by fairly taxing the existing wealth in the district. Again, we face this problem of tough budget choices, and it's our struggling neighbors, including our chronically unhoused neighbors, whose human right to housing is being sacrificed. My colleagues from Miriam's Kitchen will speak in a moment about the specific cuts to programs within the purview of DHS. What further exacerbates our local homelessness crisis, though, is that her proposed rental act will make it easier to evict our neighbors. Over 100 constituents testified yesterday about the harm of this proposed legislation, which would change our already biased housing landscape in ways that further favor landlords over tenants. So what we have is sweeping budget cuts being coupled with conservative policy here in this building, and it's aligning alarmingly with the regressive politics at the White House and the Capitol. It's our hope at Miriam's Kitchen, the Way Home campaign, as well as Fair Budget Coalition, that your committee and the council as a whole will work collaboratively to protect and defend the people of DC by funding proven solutions and by rejecting bad policy that will push more of our already rent-burdened neighbors into a burdened and underfunded homeless services system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony. Connor, on Give SNAP a raise, I, like many, are worried about SNAP. One of the other things in the SNAP space is the number of reverse denials of SNAP benefits. And so it's another one of those places where increasing investment is one thing and improving the processes is another thing. And so I think there's going to be a little bit of attention about where do resources go. Is it to fix the process or add dollars in the benefits? I mean, in an ideal world, you could do both, but I think that's out there as a thing. Another thing is, are there other areas in the nutrition food area that we should be looking at in terms of investments, the food banks, the community farms, things like that?
I didn't prepare anything like that, but I'd be happy to reach out to your office and talk further.
Okay. I mean, I went to Lederer Farms a couple of weeks ago and was blown away. I mean, I just thought it was great. There were lots of people from the community who came. They got food support from the food bank. There were folks, service providers who were there, who were helping connect people to benefits. And it did strike me that things like that, is that another different kind of way that we get at these issues? Ms. Katchen, I hear you on the ERAP issues. I mean, the $100 million, good for you for advocating for that. I have a very hard time imagining anything like that is going to come forward, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be advocating for it. A couple of things that you mentioned, I turned to Dan, our committee director, because I thought, didn't we have that in the legislation? So the new portal, the idea of a new portal, an improved portal, I think that we had it in a draft at some point, but I think we've been told by DHS that they're working on that. And so, but good suggestion. The upfront payment, also same kind of thing. I think my impression is that that's a thing that they're working on, so that can help. The processor interpretation of what is required, I'd not heard about that before. Let us look into that. We should get to clarity around that. One of the things that the mayor did was, obviously deep cuts to ERAP, even below levels pre-pandemic. So, one of the arguments is during the pandemic, ERAP was used in a different way, and funding expanded, and now it goes back to the form that it had before. But the cut is even deeper, even in nominal dollars as opposed to real dollars. So that's a thing. But she also did invest more in DC Flex and Career Map. And I'm curious what you think of those programs and to what extent we might be looking at different forms of rental assistance as opposed to ERAP, because I think part of the discussion before was ERAP is the one way we help people who are having difficulty paying their rent. And so it's used in lots of different contexts, but maybe there are other tools we should be using. So I'm curious your view on DC Flex, Career Map, and the wisdom or not of putting more weight on those programs.
So I will say that I haven't had a chance to fully review the budget since it was just released, and I'm not as familiar with those two programs. But I do think that we need investment in all of those programs, right? They target sort of different groups of people, I think. Oftentimes, I think we need programs that are going to assist tenants who are having trouble paying their rent on a monthly basis. But we also need ERAP, which is a program that's going to help tenants in an emergency situation. And DC Flex and Career Map don't necessarily do that. And I think just, speaking to going back to pre-pandemic levels, as you indicated, this is lower than pre-pandemic levels, but I also don't think that our community has fully recovered from the pandemic. And as much as folks want to say that we need to go back to pre-pandemic, I think there's still a lot of folks who are still struggling with the impact of the pandemic. We're still struggling in general. And so we're in a different place right now, and we just can't go back and simply say we have to go back to exactly the way it was before.
So at a minimum, go back there, but you're saying we're still in the pandemic hangover, and so it requires more.
I don't think we should go back. I think we need to go forward, and I think we need to consider what's going on in our communities right now. And so I think saying going back to exactly the way it was before isn't going to work for a variety of reasons, including the fact that we're still dealing with the impact of the pandemic, but also we're just in a very different space, you know, with everything else that folks on this panel have discussed, and I think is going to be discussed in terms of our political climate, our economic climate. And so I just think we have to look at the way what's going on right now and what folks in DC need right now and what is the best way to keep families and tenants in their home, because I think that benefits tenants, it benefits landlords, it benefits DC as a whole. You know, we know the impacts of eviction are not just the financial impacts. And so there's significant carryover for all different areas of the communities. And so it's really important that we do everything we can to try to keep people in their homes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. White, I mean, your description of the broader political landscape, I mean, it's a challenge that's going to come up all day. And there are things that are happening on the local level, there's things that are happening on the federal level. And I mean, I think you are right that some of the things that are happening on the federal level are echoed in things that we're doing on the local level. And a place in which that comes together is around, I think, work requirements. And I'm curious, as frontline providers, I think that's going to be, whether we do it or not, and it looks like we will be doing it in some contexts, the feds are going to do it. And so what are the things from a frontline provider perspective that you think we should be doing in order to help people avoid hitting the iceberg of benefit cuts as a result of failure to meet work requirements?
I appreciate the question. I myself am not a frontline worker, though Miriam's Kitchen does frontline services. I think my colleagues will be able to speak more effectively to that. I would, however, like to echo what my colleagues on this panel mentioned earlier about the significant need for investment in ERAP. ERAP is something that runs out within the span of a day each year. So the need is absolutely demonstrated there. You know, we are a city with 45% of all renters being rent burdened. And when you look at the Black community specifically, that number is more like 55%. So we have to invest in those sorts of methods of prevention. We have to invest in the broad sort of spectrum of these programs that have all been proven to work because they target different parts of our community. When we look at housing as foundational to public safety and to healthcare, $100 million investments don't seem outrageous. They seem quite reasonable. So I just wanted to end there.
All right, well, I mean, thank you very much. There, in a rent burden context, is a periodic emergency support the right approach, or a longer term shallow subsidy? Is that the right approach? And I do think that's a thing that we ought to be thinking about. All right, well, thank you very much for this panel, and we'll move on to the next panel. I think our witness list has moved around a little, so I'm going to go back on the list. I think we have Jasmine Brazier from Healthy Babies, and then I believe there are two Healthy Babies clients who may be anonymous. Okay. All right. Doesn't look like that happened. So Andy Wasenich from Miriam's Kitchen, Wesley Thomas from Miriam's Kitchen, Zanetta Green, Community Housing Programs, and Vaughn Edmead. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Wasenich.
Good morning, Chairperson Freeman. My name is Andy Wasenick. I'm a proud Ward 4 voter and the Director of Policy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness. Miriam's Kitchen leads the Way Home campaign, a movement to end long-term homelessness in DC, and as such, we support the campaign's funding recommendations. Today, I will focus my testimony on two items that are missing from the mayor's proposed budget: permanent supportive housing for single adults and homeless street outreach. The proposed budget does nothing to end chronic homelessness for single adults. While the recently released report from this year's point-in-time count showed a modest reduction in homelessness over last year, largely driven by further reductions in family homelessness, there was one area in the report that showed an increase: the number of unaccompanied adults experiencing chronic homelessness. 1,430 single adults reported to have been homeless for more than 12 months. That number has likely gone up since more people have timed into chronic status since then. The recommended intervention for people experiencing chronic homelessness is permanent supportive housing. Mayor Bowser's proposed budget includes $0 for permanent supportive housing for single adults. Permanent supportive housing is a nationally recognized housing-first best practice that works with a 92% success rate. Miriam's Kitchen's PSH program has a 99% success rate. It saves lives, improves health and well-being, and even saves district money. I've testified before this committee about how the PSH voucher process takes too long. This is still true, but it is improving. So far this fiscal year, 434 individuals have leased up and received the life-saving intervention of PSH. And thanks in part to the advocacy of Miriam's Kitchen and our partner agencies, the backlog of pending voucher applications has been reduced by more than half, and good progress continues to be made. Additionally, leadership from DHS and DCHA have agreed to participate in a third-party facilitated process review along with provider staff to find ways to streamline the voucher match to lease-up process and get that timeline down to 90 days. DHS and DCHA have the ability, resources, and most importantly, the willingness to make the system better. Implementation concerns are not a reason to not fund PSH for singles. We will not achieve the city's vision in Homework 2.0 to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring if there are no PSH resources for single adults. It will make homelessness worse as more people will become chronically homeless over time, as there are scant few resources in this budget for single adults at all. And it could be potentially disastrous if looming losses of Medicaid and food assistance cause people to lose housing, while at the same time this council considers legislation to make evictions easier for landlords. The Way Home campaign is requesting an investment of 1,260 PSH vouchers per year for the next 3 years to perhaps once and for all realistically end chronic homelessness in DC. I encourage this committee and this council to be bold and take this opportunity to act, make this investment, and move us forward in ending chronic homelessness, not backward. Outreach needs to be funded. The mayor's budget also does not include funding for the Homeless Street Outreach Network. Homeless Street Outreach workers are the unsung heroes of our homeless service system. I shudder to think of how many people since the creation of the Comprehensive Street Outreach Network would still be stuck in addiction or without medical treatment, unhoused, or dead without the life-saving interventions of outreach workers. They are the glue of this system, the catch-all, connectors, and conduits. Without them, homeless services would greatly suffer, and the people we serve would suffer even more. 792 people were counted as sleeping outdoors for this year's point-in-time count. That's 96 fewer people than last year. There are likely many reasons for that drop, but one of them is certainly the efforts of outreach. With a skeleton staff, the Miriam's Kitchen outreach team alone this fiscal year, as of April 30th, has provided 17,416 services to 761 unique individuals. We have connected 40 people to housing, 40 to bridge housing, 49 to mental health services, 40 to medical services, and 17 into substance use treatment. And as an example of how we save lives, after one of our coldest nights this winter, one of our outreach case managers, Saria Knight, found one of her clients unresponsive in his tent, gravely suffering from hypothermia. Ms. Knight acted quickly and got him hospitalized. After a difficult recovery period that included the loss of limbs, this client was recently able to sign his lease and move into an apartment on his PSH voucher. The Way Home campaign requests $6.4 million to adequately fund current demands of the outreach system. I urge this committee and council to fully fund this mission-critical program. Thank you.
Thank you. Wesley?
Good morning, council member. My name is Wesley Thomas. I'm here to talk about the importance of permanent supportive housing and outreach. I'm a member of Miriam's Kitchen Guest Advisory Board, homeless advocate, outreach worker, and a member of the CAT Community Advisory Team for the Ashton Bridge Housing. I know firsthand what it is like to be homeless seeking permanent supportive housing. and supportive services. I have 29 years of lived experience living and sleeping on the streets of Washington, D.C. In 2017, with the help of Miriam's Kitchen street outreach worker, I was able to secure an apartment. This program provides wraparound services with subsidized apartments and offers voluntary treatment for programs like substance abuse, mental illness, amongst many other health-related issues. Once housed, I decided to give back and pay it forward. The importance of having a well-resourced, coordinated street outreach network is very critical in ending the cycle of chronic homelessness in DC. So now I advocate and provide outreach for others by helping them to overcome the very obstacles I face. PSS and outreach run hand in hand. They are harmonious. Because of the Grant Pass versus Johnson's, the United States Supreme Court case held that local government ordinances with civil and criminal penalties for camping on public property and land do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment of homeless people. And along with the president's executive order to evict homeless individuals from government land, further traumatizes them by destroying all of their personal items and property. Being displaced due to homeless encampment evictions destroys the trust, rapport, and progress between outreach workers and clients. So we are seeking for suspend encampment clearance and reallocate funds to housing solutions, invest in permanent supportive housing for families, 764 families, invest an additional $540,000 in DC Flex for individuals, and increase investments in affordable housing, including for people experiencing homelessness and returning citizens. And last, invest $6.4 million in homeless street outreach. Housing is a human right.
Thank you very much. Ms. Green, Mr. Zanetta Green? Oh, okay, great. Well, you saw my confusion.
Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Vaughn Edmead, and I'm the Director of Intake and Residential Programs at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, known as DASH. I would first like to express our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Interim Director Pierre, and the DHS staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. DASH is one of the district's largest dedicated safe housing providers for underserved survivors of domestic and sexual violence and seeks to strengthen and expand the local safety net for survivors by providing high-quality, voluntary, and individualized services. DASH's partnership with DHS began in 2015, and through this partnership, DASH's training and technical assistance program has had outstanding successes in improving access, systems, and services for survivors in the district. In fiscal year 24, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 305 survivors needing a safe place to call home. We also served 1,058 adults and 989 children through our partnership with DHS at the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, making 720 referrals for support. In addition, DASH provided 159 safe nights through our Safe Nights Fund and progressed $116,000 in requests for our Survivor Resilience Fund, which provides flexible financial assistance to help survivors eliminate debts or cover expenses that would otherwise endanger their housing or safety. Since October 2023, DASH has provided almost $123,000 to help survivors pay housing-related costs, including rental arrears, security deposits, and first month's rent. This is more than 80% of our total Survivor Resilience Fund expenses. Given this reality, we know firsthand that the proposed $22 million cut to ERAP and $21 million cut to access to justice in fiscal year 26 will be catastrophic, especially for survivors and people of color. Over 90% of the individuals DASH serves are people of color, and these cuts will disproportionately impact this group. DASH and DHS have had a long-standing partnership for the last decade, and we are proud of what we have achieved together. Like many victim services and housing organizations, DASH relies on DHS funds to provide life-saving services. DASH is a vital lifeline, ensuring that all survivors have access to safety, dignity, and the resources they need to rebuild their lives. We understand that difficult choices need to be made, but we urge the council and Mayor Bowser to continue investing in survivors so we can partner to protect the district's most vulnerable. To further this life-saving work, we call on the city to maintain fiscal year 25 funding levels by restoring $1 million for additional domestic violence services in DHS's budget. Our sincere thanks go out to Chairperson Fruman and the entire committee, Mayor Bowser, and Interim Director Pierre for your current support of homelessness and victim services. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Zanetta.
Good morning, Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Zanetta Green, and I am the Director of Community Housing Programs at the District Alliance for Safe Housing DASH. I would first like to join my colleague Vaughn in expressing our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Interim Director Pierre, and the DHS staff for ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. DASH's mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services to survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their families as they rebuild their lives on their own terms. In fiscal year 24, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 305 survivors who needed a safe place to call home. This includes housing 15 survivors aged 18 to 24 in our DHS-funded Right to Dream Transitional Housing Program, and 85 adults and 94 children in our Cornerstone and Empowerment Project programs, which are funded by the DC Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. DASH and DHS have been partners for more than a decade. I will focus on the Right to Dream program, which was launched in 2020, when DHS partnered with DASH to develop a new scatter site housing program to support transitioning youth survivors in the district. Through Right to Dream, transitioning youth are supported with 2 years of housing and wraparound services to help them identify and achieve their long-term goals and become independent and empowered as they transition into adulthood. I want to share a story with you about a survivor I will call Brielle, a story about the importance of the DHS funding and the Right to Dream program. Brielle was 20 years old when she entered the Right to Dream program as a survivor of dating violence and intrafamily abuse. She worked diligently with the Right to Dream team to secure housing and successfully moved into her one-bedroom apartment. Since then, she has collaborated with the team to identify her personal goals, securing full-time employment while also working towards obtaining a driver's permit and studying for her GED. Throughout her time in the program, she has been engaged and actively communicates with the team, ensuring a strong collective effort towards her success. Brielle's story is a powerful reminder with the right support at the right time, young survivors can build the foundation for a safer, more stable future, and DHS funding makes that possible. Like many victim services organizations, DASH depends on DHS funding to deliver life-saving support. In this time of heightened uncertainty, we remain a vital lifeline, helping survivors find stability, heal from trauma, and take their next steps forward. We understand that tough decisions must be made, but we urge the council and Mayor Bowser to continue prioritizing survivors. To sustain this life-saving work, we call on the city to restore $1 million in DHS's budget to maintain fiscal year 25 funding levels for domestic violence services. Our sincere thanks go out to Chairperson Fruman and the entire committee, Mayor Bowser, and Interim Director Pierre for your current support of homelessness and victim services. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the work that you all do. Thank you for your work in the domestic violence area. We were troubled to see cuts in this area. I am curious, you cited 305 folks served in FY24. Is there a trend line? How does that compare to where we were in 2023 and where things are going now? One source of concern is folks are under a lot of stress. Folks in the immigrant community feel a lot of stress. Many people feeling more economic stress. And tragically, that can result in increases in domestic violence, but what are you seeing on the ground?
As far as the numbers for fiscal year 24, my executive director, Kuben Nagaje, can answer that question. However, there has been an increase that we see as an organization.
So we're seeing a cut in a context of increased demand. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Thomas, you talked about, you offered a couple of different numbers. 12, no, was it you who said 540, or is that Mr. Wasenich? No, 540 DC flex, 540 new DC flex. Yeah.
That's for singles. The request that the campaign is making basically to match what was this year.
So, I mean, the mayor added, I think, 460 slots for DC flex. For families, but you're saying you want to see 540. You're okay with that, but you want to see 540 for individuals as well?
Yeah, as I believe there is a pilot cohort of singles who are currently on it, and I believe our request is essentially to extend that and maybe expand it minorly, but it would be more or less of a match of last year's funding.
Okay. And then you spoke about the homeless street outreach, which I did the pit count. This was the first year I did the pit count. And so I met people who were doing that homeless street outreach. And now it's interesting how folks are not visible to you until you see them, and then you see them, and then you see what they're doing, which is been my experience because I see those folks out on the street. In what way is the cut for homeless street outreach being expressed in this budget?
It's not there. And it's not the first time it's not been there. My recollection was that it was not there last year. And one of the ways it was fun, I forget how the funding was brought together, but then it was put in. And it's been this thing that it hasn't been a guaranteed thing from year to year, even though it's an essential service. And so, I don't believe it was in last year's either, and we had to ask for it to be put in.
And so was a new line item added for homeless street outreach?
Probably.
Okay.
I think the number that we were funded at for this year, if I'm correct, was about 5.2 million, which was less than the previous years.
For homeless street outreach.
Yeah.
All of the different programs were funded at 5.2 million for.
Yeah, I mean, this is particularly the Comprehensive Street Outreach Network, which is the single adult, primarily for single adult, but also this year included some extra money to do youth outreach as well. Like there was a little bit of extra money that, was put into the pot. And so there had been a DHS funded youth outreach team that was at Friendship Place. They did away with that and instead included youth outreach with the three main CSUN outreach teams.
Okay, so help us, because we're all scrambling, and you have to be scrambling. The budget's
Right.
been out for 48 hours. Maybe follow up with an email telling us, here's what happened last year, here's what you're looking for specifically mechanically in the budget. I don't want to promise that it's a thing that we would want to do, that we would be able to do, but it is a thing we would want to do, is to make sure that that network could continue, because I totally agree with you that that is really important work. And the people who do it, pretty extraordinary. So help us understand what it is that we would need to do in order to preserve that.
Okay.
All right, with that, I want to thank you all for your testimony, but were you trying to say something, or? Wesley, no, I thought you were reaching for your button and didn't want to cut you off. All right, well, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Alumbunmi Akinkuo from Dash. Kube Nagache, Monique Jackson, and Ed Lazier. DC action. Oh, we still have one more slot. I'm sorry. Michaela Deming. Oh, okay, and say your name when you start so that I know where I am on my list.
Olubumi Kinkola. Chairman Furman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olubumi Kinkola, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at DASH. I join my colleagues, Vaughn and Zanetta, in expressing our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Interim Director Pierre, and the DHS staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. Domestic violence continues to be a widespread and deeply harmful issue, affecting people in every community, regardless of age, income, gender, race, sexual orientation, religion, or nationality. Here in the district, it's not only a serious public health crisis, but also one of the leading causes of homelessness. According to the 2025 point-in-time count, nearly half of adults and families experiencing homelessness identified as survivors of domestic or intimate partner violence, and more than 3/4 of them said that abuse directly led to their homelessness. Among unaccompanied adults, almost 1 in 4 reported a history of domestic violence, and nearly half identified it as a factor in their housing instability. In the face of this ongoing crisis, DASH serves as a vital lifeline, providing survivors with the safety, stability, and support they need to escape abuse and rebuild their lives on their own terms. DASH values our longstanding collaboration with DHS, and we currently receive 3 DHS grants. The FIPSA grant, which supports our emergency housing program at Cornerstone, the DV Youth Transitional Housing Grant, which supports our scattered site Right to Dream program for 20 survivors aged 18 to 24 years old, and the Training and Technical Assistance Grant, which enables support of more than 1,000 survivors annually and allows DASH to train and support DHS teams at the intersection of domestic and sexual violence, ensuring survivors access the necessary resources. Despite the critical role these programs play, continued underfunding places the core services that anchor our DASH partnership in serious jeopardy heading into fiscal year 2026. Right to Dream is expected to be flat funded at fiscal year 23 levels, with a requirement to serve the same number of participants, even as the economic environment has grown increasingly challenging with rising costs for housing, staffing, and basic needs. The Training and Technical Assistance Grant also faces funding uncertainty. DHS has proposed cutting it by 41%, a reduction that would force us to eliminate at least 2 grant-funded positions and significantly scale back our Survivor Resilience Fund and Safe Nights Fund, resources that provide immediate, flexible support to survivors in crisis. This funding is not superlative. It is integral for the safety of over 1,000 survivors in the district annually. We understand the financial challenges the city is facing, but we urge the council and Mayor Bowser to continue to invest in survivors and protect the district's most vulnerable. To sustain this life-giving work, we call on the city to restore $1 million in DHS's budget to maintain fiscal year 25 funding levels for domestic violence survivors. Our sincere thanks go out to the Chairperson Furman and the entire committee, Mayor Bowser and Interim Director Pierre, for your current support of housing and homelessness services. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Kuben Gaje, President and CEO of DASH. I also serve as the chair of the Victims Assistance Network Policy and Advisory Committee, and I am a proud DC Access to Justice Commissioner. Let me begin by thanking this committee, Mayor Bowser, Interim Director Pierre, and the DHS team for your ongoing leadership and partnership. Your support matters deeply to all of us working every day to keep survivors safe. But today I come to sound the alarm. The proposed fiscal 26 budget threatens to dismantle the safety net survivors rely on. We recognize the fiscal challenges before the district, and I want to be clear. Across our network, organizations have already taken steps to reduce costs, streamline operations, and drive efficiencies. But achieving savings on the backs of our most vulnerable is short-sighted, and ultimately it will cost lives and it will cost more dollars. Doing more with less is not a sustainable strategy, especially for the continuum of care largely led by and serving Black and Brown communities that have long shouldered the disproportionate burdens of without equitable investment. The proposed 18% cut to DHS's domestic violence services from $3.4 million to $2.8 million is not just a number. It means fewer safe exits for survivors fleeing danger, fewer advocates standing beside them. These cuts come as both demand and cost rise, and every delay will put lives at risk. Worse still, this is not new. DHS's domestic violence budget has been flat funded or cut year after year, even as survivors make up the preponderance of the city's homeless population. That the proposed budget remains at just $2.8 million in itself is an indication of a failed strategy. As you've heard from my colleagues, Vaughn and Olubumi, and I'm sure you'll hear throughout today, cuts to ERAP, rapid rehousing, and access to justice will compound harm, destabilizing survivors and overwhelming the very systems we've worked so hard to build. And yet we know what works. DC's domestic violence and victim services response network is proven, trusted, and efficient. Our programs help survivors stay housed, employed, and safe while reducing strain on shelters, hospitals, and emergency systems. Year after year, we've delivered high-impact, community-rooted solutions, and we remain committed to continued innovation and accountability. We strongly urge Council to restore the baseline of DHS's funding for domestic violence with at least $1 million in additional support, and to meet the Victims Assistance Network's recommendation of $7.8 million to the DHS Domestic Violence Services. Survivors deserve nothing less. Cuts anywhere in the safety net hit survivors hardest. They hit us all. If you want, and if we want to keep the district's most vulnerable residents safe, stable, and employed, the message must be clear. Invest in survivors fully and invest now. We are proud to stand with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the Victim Assistance Network, the Access to Justice Commission, and the Fair Budget Coalition in calling for a budget that advances equity, protects survivors, and invests in what works. This is a moment to hold the line. It's a moment to move forward. Survivors are counting on us, and we are counting on you. Thank you again for your leadership. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lazier.
Good morning, Chairman Fruman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ed Lazier. I'm the Director of Legislative Advocacy at United Planning Organization, UPO, which has since 1962 worked to support the economic security of DC residents. I share the concerns that you've expressed about the impact of this budget on residents who are struggling financially, and I'll focus my testimony on cuts to ERAP and TANF. Before then, let me just highlight some figures around housing instability in the district. There are 45,000 renter households who currently spend more than half of their income on housing in DC, and that's an increase of 9,000 over the past decade, despite our investments in housing, and that's more than the entire population of Ward 3, to give you a sense of context. We also know that 1,900 households were evicted last year, 5 every day, and that is a 10-year high. Yet this budget would cut basic income assistance to families with children, and it would cut aid when people are unable to pay their bills. Let's spend a minute talking about TANF. TANF provides vital support to 15,000 families with children. It provides just $781 a month, or $1,600 a month if you include SNAP. Clearly inadequate. Despite this inadequacy, and despite being in a world of inflation, the mayor said families on TANF should not get a cost of living adjustment to their benefits for 4 years. Beyond that, she would impose a time limit on parents just 10 years after she led a task force that said time limits are bad for kids. And it's a fiction that cutting off parents will not hurt their children. We should reject both of those. You should reject both of those. Now let's turn to ERAP. The cut, as you know, is to $5 million a year, serving fewer than 1,000 people, yet we know that 18,000 households in the district currently are behind on rent, according to census data. So this clearly is not even enough for the people who are in true emergencies. The 100 million figure that you've heard today and heard before doesn't come from just the advocacy community pulling it out of thin air. It's from the Urban Institute's estimate of what is needed to provide housing stability in the district. I've heard you say repeatedly that ERAP shouldn't be there for people unless it should be focused on people with emergencies and not for people who have broader affordable housing problems, and that we should explore what we're going to do for those other folks. I'm going to ask you to do more than explore. If you believe and pass legislation that said ERAP is only for people in real emergencies and not for people who simply cannot afford their housing, then let's find 100 million total between ERAP and other programs, whether it's DC Flex or others. I know you can't find that in your committee. No council member can find that in their committee, but you can when the full council gets together after markups, and you can support tax increases like those supported by the Just Recovery DC campaign to make sure that we are actually funding housing stability and not pushing evictions and housing instability up further and further past record levels. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Michaela?
Good morning, Chair Fruman, members of the committee and staff. My name is Michaela Deming. I'm the Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We're the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in the district, and we include domestic violence specific housing providers, which you're hearing from today, counseling and case management services, legal services, and culturally specific organizations. Here in DC, the rate of domestic violence is higher than it is nationally, with 47% of women and 43% of men having experienced sexual violence, physical violence, and/or stalking perpetrated by an intimate partner. Domestic violence is the leading cause of homelessness here in DC. 55% of homeless families, 24% of homeless single adults, and 40% of homeless youth report experiencing domestic violence. I'm going to quote directly from the point in time count report, which you've heard a lot about today. As has been the case for several years in the district's PIT count, surviving domestic or intimate partner violence is the most reported life experience among adults and families, with most family heads of households reporting in 2025 that this was true for them and their children. We also know that 22.4% of unaccompanied individuals have reported experiencing domestic violence. That's a rate of 43% for unaccompanied women and 13% for men. Year after year, we see the PIT count data showing the links between domestic violence and homelessness. And year after year, the DHS budget does not fund or support the basic needs of survivors. To be clear, many, if not most, survivors of domestic violence who are homeless are in the non-domestic violence specific housing continuum. So when there are service cuts there, that also directly impacts survivors. Despite this domestic violence being a leading cause of homelessness for families, domestic violence services receive less than 1% of the DHS Family Services budget. We join with our partners in the call to need $1 million to be restored to the domestic violence services line in the budget. That will bring FY26 levels current so that they're level funded with FY25 levels. Without $1 million in restoration, we will be facing cuts directly for domestic violence survivors in desperate need of safe housing and trauma and healing services at a time when you are already hearing today that demand is on the rise. We join the Victim Assistance Network in emphasizing the need for those cuts to be restored, as well as their identified need for $7.818 million in DHS funding for all victims of violence. Housing continues to be the #1 unmet need for domestic violence survivors here in the district, with housing instability 4 times higher for women experiencing intimate partner violence. Also want to lift up the coalition's budget platform, which included $11 million as needed to serve and house nearly 500 additional survivors and their families. We know that significant cuts to homeless services, housing, and domestic violence services is not just unjust, but incredibly harmful to survivors fleeing violence and relying on services. We would also join the Fair Budget Coalition and their platform for a more socially just and equitable DC, including the call for increasing revenue. DHS must meaningfully and systematically address domestic violence as a leading cause of homelessness in the district. The domestic violence sector of nonprofits is not well-resourced or properly funded enough to serve all of the needs, and any cut to human services will result in fewer options and negative outcomes and a higher demand on those already under-resourced funds. We know we're facing hard decisions and know also that cuts will endanger lives directly of survivors and disproportionately burden our most vulnerable neighbors. We stand today with the Fair Budget Coalition, the Victim Assistance Network, and our DC Coalition member programs to demand a more racially equitable and economically just DC budget and restoring $1 million to the DHS Domestic Violence Services line. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lazier, it looks like your testimony is handwritten, but it'd be good if we, okay, great. And has it been submitted?
It will be.
Wonderful. So, and some of the numbers that you cited are in there, but maybe if you could repeat them up front, you talked about, I was trying to take note.
45,000 renter households spend more than half their income on housing.
Okay.
That's
45,000.
45,000. That's an increase of 9,000 over the past decade. Despite all of our investment in affordable housing, it's getting worse.
Increase over
I can give you another stat if you like, which is if you count how much they're spending, those 45,000 beyond half of their income, it's 94 million. So if you just cut everyone back to 50% of their income, you would need to provide 94 million in assistance. So it's a huge, huge housing affordability crisis. 1,900 households were evicted last year.
Okay. And then, and you said more than people in Ward 3, but it must be something different, more than.
No, more than, I mean, I just was counting households. There are 45,000 households who pay more than half their income on rent. There are 44,000 households in Ward 3.
I see.
So it's essentially as if any given ward, everybody paid more than half their income on housing, just to try to put that number into context.
And that's where yesterday there was talk about percentages of buildings in the TOPA setting, but there's units, and so I didn't pick up on households.
It's households,
so
not people.
Thinking about people.
Yes.
Okay. And then 18,000 people behind on rent. Did you say that comes from an urban institute, or is that
No.
something different?
So the Census Bureau, since the pandemic, has been doing something called pulse data, where they ask people about their status, including food insecurity, economic insecurity, and generally. And one of them is asking people if they're behind on rent. And the most recent pulse data show that 18,000 renter households reported being at least 1 month behind on rent. Most of them families with incomes below $50,000.
If you could send a link to
Yeah.
that to us. And then you did refer to the Urban Institute. Is that a recent, yesterday folks talked about an Urban Institute report that somebody's working on, but is that an existing report? Is that the one that goes back a couple of years?
It's about 2 years old, yeah.
Okay.
And it was specifically, so what do we need to do to minimize evictions in the city?
Okay, so I am familiar with that
Yeah.
report. Okay, well, make sure we get the testimony, and then if you think that there are key data that we need to be keeping in mind, then please do send it on and send on links.
Yeah. If I have just a second, I would also point out when we're talking about families on TANF, who only have $1,600 a month in basic cash income, when you count both TANF and SNAP, most are not getting housing assistance because housing assistance is so rare. So most of them are trying to make ends meet for all of their family's needs on $1,600 a month. And as I said, the mayor's budget would cut people's aid and freeze for some and freeze everybody at current levels despite inflation in housing and food costs.
So I hear you. I mean, we're dialing into what those changes are, and we're familiar with the task force that the mayor led in a different life. So thank you for that. On domestic violence, I should have known this, but I was taken aback by the figures of the percentages of folks who are on the street because of domestic violence. If you could take me through briefly, because there's a lot of people who want to testify, how your programs work. So you do outreach, find people on the street, get them into some sort of supportive housing, and then if you can speak to the track record of folks going from your programs into stable housing as opposed to a return to the streets, be helpful to me to have a feel for the efficacy as one does advocacy for support.
Sure. Happy to speak to that. And we're also happy to come out and have a meeting and go into a little bit more detail in that. So DASH is one of the leading providers for survivors of housing and holistic services for survivors of domestic and sexual violence in DC. And we provide a continuum of services from emergency to transitional, as well as transitional to permanent housing supports for survivors. You heard from my colleagues who highlighted many of those programs. And so from entry point, we're working really closely with the Department of Human Services, DHS. We have staff who are co-located at Virginia Williams, who are helping provide both assessments as well as triaging and supporting survivors who are coming into the family system. Again, Michaela spoke at length about the prevalence of domestic violence in the homeless services sector. It is the leading cause of homelessness. That is a fact. It has been in the PIC count year over year over year. And so when survivors are coming into the homeless services system, DASH is working closely with DHS at that entry point to make sure that they are routed into domestic violence specific services. And if domestic violence specific services are not available or not the right fit, to other homeless services services throughout the district. Once, speaking specifically for DASH, when a survivor comes into one of our safe housing programs, we're able to house them for up to 2 years, providing not only covering the rent, the utilities, the holistic care. We support them as a whole human being to make sure that they have the resources they need to move on to next steps on their own terms. The question you asked my colleague, Zanetta, around, what we are seeing, the trends we're seeing right now. The fact of the matter is, in the current environment, with rising inflation, job losses in the region, deepening economic hardships, it is the perfect storm. We have already seen domestic violence on the rise. It is continuing to grow, and we know homelessness is growing as well. And so the efficacy of our sector, DASH works really closely with several other organizations who make up the domestic violence housing continuum. So DASH, DC Safe, My Sister's Place, House of Ruth, Calvary Women's Services, and also Community Family Life Services. So 6 specifically domestic violence housing organizations who are working across the continuum of other wraparound services to make sure that survivors don't get lost in the shuffle. And, the fact that DHS's budget for domestic violence is $2.8 million. And when you think of the gravity of the situation, and we're talking about a number that's small, the cuts to all of these other services we are creating the perfect storm. We saw it in COVID. It is even more so critical now. As you've heard from other people, our sector has not recovered from COVID. And so it is literally the perfect storm. If we do not restore these cuts, we can expect to lose significant portions of our safety net. And we can expect that survivors will lose services, and we can also expect that several people would lose lives.
And all sounds like very important, great work. I am curious about measures of efficacy.
Sure.
So folks are with you for up to 2 years, and then do you track to see how people do afterwards and whether they're able to remain stably housed? What sort of measures do you have of that?
We do. We work with survivors typically for 3 to 6 months post their exit in our programs to see where they're at. Most people are leaving our programs, and our chief program officer here can speak to that a little bit, are leaving our programs into, either maintaining their own apartment maintaining apartment in their own from our scattered site program, or transitioning into other longer term housing, recognizing that domestic violence a lot of times comes with financial abuse. And so most often we're seeing people needing longer than 2 years in order to fully sustain on their own. So those, we are measuring our programs throughout the time in which the survivors are with us, working with them to see where they're at in 3 months into the program, 6 months into the program, 12 months, 24 months, and certainly 3 to 6 months post that time with us. I know that we are limited on time, so we can come back to your office with a lot more details of the data and efficacy of the work.
Okay, wonderful. If you would do that, that would be helpful.
Yep. Let's start
So,
with that.
well, thank you very much to this panel. Ed, did you have something else you wanted?
Could I indulge you for one more minute? So I heard
Given everything that you do and all the time that you invest in advocacy, I think 1 more minute or more is okay.
Thank you so much. So I've heard the argument that ERAP, we're trying to do too many things with it, and it shouldn't be for people who are just behind on their rent. And I understand that argument. But I do want to make another counter argument. So if 45,000 renter households are spending more than half their income on rent and far fewer are applying for ERAP, that tells you that a lot of folks are somehow making it work, and that ERAP is there for the people who just in the end cannot make it work. So it at least provides some efficiency to say, if somehow in this world where we don't have enough affordable housing and rents are really high, a lot of people are somehow still paying their rent, at least ERAP is there to prevent the worst outcome, eviction, for the people who in the end cannot make that work. And if you do DC Flex as an alternative, that will help people who are paying more than half their income on rent, but it may not be the people who don't have the support network or whatever else it is that's allowing them to keep paying their rent. So you're still going to have a lot of eviction. So if the ultimate goal should be preventing eviction, which is hugely traumatic, especially for children, ERAP is actually a very efficient tool for that.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to this panel. Okay, Betty Gentle, Eric Sheptak, Anna Plaza, and Chris Thompson. I'm sorry? If you could submit a written copy. Sure, but also, have you uploaded it? Okay. Got you. Okay. So I had called up Betty Gentle, Eric Sheptak, Anna Plaza, Chris Thompson. So then Cesar Toledo. Okay, Ms. Gentle.
Greetings, Chairman Fruman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for Some Incorporated, a nonprofit organization breaking the cycles of homelessness and poverty for district residents. Some is a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition, the Coalition, and the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. During her budget presentation just 2 days ago, Mayor Bowser called this a budget for DC's future, but a future does not include income diversity, including low-income residents who are central to our city and most vulnerable to economic change, is not a just or sustainable one. At Some, we value our partnership with DHS and share the goal of making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. This budget undermines that goal. We ask the committee to take a deeper look at our concerns raised with very limited time to review the budget and consider our recommendation to protect DC's most marginalized residents. The proposed FY26 budget seemingly eliminates funding for the burial assistance program. Every DC resident deserves the dignity of a proper burial regardless of income, and we urge the committee to ensure that this program continues to exist. We're disappointed to see gift SNAP arrays excluded, especially as federal proposals include $300 billion in SNAP cuts threatening thousands of district households. With much of this year's testimony focused on sustaining and restoring existing funding, we believe SNAP requires a proactive investment. Demand at Some's pantry is already rising, driven by federal cuts to food banks and local farmers. We're also alarmed by the freeze of Tannis Cola and the increased sanctions and reinstatement of time limits in the out years. Less than a decade ago, the district, in close partnership with community-based organizations like Some and TANF recipients, worked diligently to remove the 60-month lifetime limit on benefits. Implementing abrupt community uninformed policy changes, especially when a time when housing, food, and healthcare are becoming increasingly unaffordable, risk pushes families into deeper instability. Positively, the slight increase in IDA is vital as federal staffing cuts and policy changes likely extend Social Security wait times. And we also value the proposed boost to TANF job opportunity training, which Some Center for Employment Training partners with to help residents move from survival jobs to sustainable careers. While the district's homeless services system has long focused on families, a necessary and just approach, particularly for children, it has made minimal progress in reducing single adult homelessness. Yet the FY26 budget proposes cuts to the homeless service team for individuals, reductions in PSA for individuals, and nearly a 50% cut to PSH full-time staff positions, even as lease-ups take over a year. Some's housing intake team is also already seeing growing requests from older adults seeking senior-specific housing, and notably more younger adults aged 18 to 25 are seeking emergency services and housing, a shift from previous years. The demand for safe, dignified, and specialized houses for single adults is rising. Now is not the time to scale back.
Finally, we urge the committee to restore cuts to DV services. Survivors need safe shelter, protection, and trauma-informed care, especially as layoffs and economic hardship increase both risk and demand for these already underfunded supports. We cannot balance the district's budget on the backs of those with the least. A just and thriving future for DC must include all of us, and that means investing in the people who are here now. We can grow our city and economy without displacing longtime residents to make room for others. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Eric?
Yes. Councilman Fruman, my name is Eric Sheptak. I've advocated for the homeless since mid-June 2006. I'm very concerned about what the Trump administration will do to district residents in general and homeless in particular. Donald Trump, who I believe is a reincarnated Hitler, already told his faithful servant, Muriel Bow Wow Bowser, to get homeless people out of a useless piece of land around the guard wall where the East Street Expressway goes underground. She healed and rolled over as per his command, suspending her administration's rule of giving 14 days notice, which has actually been reduced to 7 days from what I just learned. I worry constantly about what that Trump will withhold at least half of the $7 billion that DC gets from Congress annually, and the other $15 billion coming from local taxes. $3.5 billion is more than 15% of $22 billion. That will force some deep cuts, mainly on the backs of the poor. We probably won't have a good idea as to what plans Dingbat 47 has concerning the DC budget until late September or even October 1st, when FY 26 begins. That's really close to the hypothermia season, which begins on November 1st, or the first freezing night, which could be around mid-October. So we have to develop a contingency plan, excuse me. Okay, 47's plan cuts to HUD staff could slow the flow of funds that go to nonprofits that serve the poor, the homeless, and the mentally ill. That might be why it seems like there are more homeless people in DC when the annual count says that there were 9% less this year. Maybe 1,000 mentally ill homeless or mentally well homeless got housed, and 500 plus mentally ill people lost services and went to the streets. That would align with the report's numbers that there are 400 less homeless people this year. Okay, I have many more concerns that I could put in my testimony, but the Trumpian effect of Donald Trump and the Trumpansies is the single most pressing issue. Let's not wait until September or early October to figure out what we'll do about these draconian measures. Make a plan now. Okay, and I want to also add here that I was housed 4 years ago. I'm in the middle, or actually near the end of a chaotic move, and I'll be going into my new place on June 1st. I'm in shelter temporarily, but even I use some of these other services besides housing. I've needed help with storage because my move took more than 3 months to be completed, but that's a long story, and so I do want to point out that these other services are necessary, not just ERAP, but other services that help you to pay for storage and other small expenses.
Thank you. Chris Thompson.
Good morning, Councilmember Furman. My name is Chris Thompson. I'm a Ward 6 resident and the CEO of Calvary Women's Services. Calvary works at the intersection of homelessness and domestic violence, providing transitional and permanent housing to women in DC. Calvary is a part of women's housing providers, along with House of Ruth, New Endeavors by Women, Catholic Charities, and N Street Village. Together, we offer about 95% of the housing and services available to women experiencing homelessness in our city. We've been steadfast in our commitment to ending women's homelessness for decades. As you review the mayor's 26 budget, I ask that you consider how the budget cuts being proposed will impact women. In recent years, the dual crises of homelessness and violence have intensified in DC, making it imperative that the government increase its commitment to meeting the needs of women who are disproportionately impacted by these realities. Unfortunately, programs that make a measurable positive impact, including transitional housing, rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, and ERAP, are not funded at a level in this budget that meets the increased need. While the 2025 point-in-time data revealed a 9% decrease in the total persons experiencing homelessness in DC. There was a 3% increase for unaccompanied women. In addition, women represent 1/3 of DC's adult homeless population, yet not enough housing is dedicated specifically for women. I urge the council to prioritize funding in the FY26 budget to ensure that gender-specific service-enriched housing programs exist for women. We must also recognize that nearly 45% of women experiencing homelessness in DC have faced or are currently fleeing domestic violence, and you heard these stats from my colleagues. Women also face a heightened risk of violence while experiencing homelessness, making access to housing not just important, but essential for women's safety. Today, I join the chorus of advocates urging the council to allocate sufficient funding in FY26 to maintain a full continuum of housing and services that respond to current need, including funding for new permanent supportive housing and emergency rental assistance. We also ask for $1 million to be restored to the domestic violence services line in the DHS budget to match the funding for FY26 with that of FY25. If the proposed cuts to domestic violence services in the FY26 budget are not reversed, there will be an even greater shortage of safe, stable housing for women experiencing homelessness and at risk of violence. Finally, I urge you to prioritize funding gender-specific and service-enriched housing programs for women experiencing homelessness, the only population to face increasing rates of homelessness each year since 2022, and to recognize the specific needs of domestic violence survivors and members of the LGBTQ+ community. With an appropriate investment by our city, women will be able to end their homelessness for good. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony today.
Thank you. Mr. Toledo?
Yes, good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman, members of the committee. My name is Cesar Toledo, and I was recently appointed as the Executive Director for the Wanda Alston Foundation, one of the few queer-led organizations in the district that provides gender-affirming housing and trauma-informed support services for LGBTQ youth who previously experienced homelessness. Since 2008, the foundation has provided housing, support services, and pathways to economic mobility to over 100 LGBTQ youth. And as the rise of anti-LGBTQ attacks rage across the country, DC has long served as a beacon of safety, and that legacy must be preserved. The facts are stark. According to the district's most recent point-in-time snapshot, 40% of the youth experiencing homelessness identify as LGBTQ+, as I'm sure you were able to see when you partook in that study. A national survey also found that more than 2 out of 5 trans people in DC have experienced homelessness in their lifetime. And lastly, at the foundation, 99% of our youth who we previously served are either Black or Latino. So thanks to the support of Mayor Bowser, DC Council, the community, DHS, and the community partnership, we've been able to operate 20 beds that are never empty. So, however, though, like many nonprofits in this space, we face challenges. Staffing mandates and bureaucratic invoicing processes create barriers to our ability to provide the services. These hurdles are painfully difficult for LGBTQ organizations like us who are being targeted, who have faced significant hurdles this year so far from the federal government and also declining support of the corporate community. So Councilmember Freeman, I would love to sit down with your staff, with you, to talk more about these operational hurdles that we face to be able to deliver the services that our youth deserve. And as you continue to debate and analyze the fiscal year 2026 budget and spending plan, I strongly urge you to preserve the funding to transitional housing programs to ensure that homeless LGBTQ youth have access to life-saving specialized care and can seek support and access from organizations like the Wanda Alston Foundation. Any cuts to the sector would result in a clinical disaster. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So on some of the administrative things, there was testimony. There's been a number of folks have raised this, and one of the things is upfront payments. There's a couple of other things, and I asked, I think it was DC Action and Sasha Bruce, if they were on the same page and whether or not they could share what their suggestions were. If I could encourage you to reach out to them, because it may be that everybody is saying the same thing, and for the efficiency of the use of my time, if I meet with everybody to hear the same thing, if people come together with a proposal, I think that that would be very helpful. So if I could ask that you plug in with them.
Yes, no, we are in coalition and we would love to find a middle ground and absolutely will coordinate with those organizations as well as Smile to find and kind of analyze and give you tangible examples of the hurdles that we face with this.
Okay, that's great. And it's very helpful to the data on domestic violence, the data on LGBTQ youth, and there has been talk about different kinds of strategic plans and understanding exactly what the landscape of what are our challenges out there. This is very helpful to me, so thank you for your testimony. Mr. Sheptak, good luck. June 1st is not very far away, so always colorful in your testimony and your emails. Thank you. I think people don't always respond, can't respond to every single email that comes in, but they do hit their mark.
If I may, I should point out that I was here earlier and I left to go to the encampment closure down by MLK Library. When I left again to come back here, it was still pretty uneventful, but I should point out that the policy changes that I understand the mayor has put forth that would limit access to shelter, especially for families. I mean, I don't think they're etched in stone yet, but we're going to end up with more street homeless and more encampments. And I should point out that things are already getting pretty chaotic downtown. I don't know if you've been past New York Avenue Presbyterian Church, where the homeless tend to hang out. I was told about 3 weeks ago, like 4 people OD'd and died on the same day. I don't know if you heard anything about that, but anyway, it is pretty chaotic down there, and I'm just saying that we're going to push people out of shelter with the policy changes, and then you're going to have more street homeless and more encampment closures and more chaotic stuff happening out in the open. That's what we're pushing toward.
I hear you on that. I mean, I think on the overdoses, I mean, I didn't hear about that specific episode, but I do understand that they may be up. I also think on our shelter capacity, we're hitting the top. We're at our shelter capacity.
Yeah. Okay. If I may say one more thing is that I've put forth the idea of using the vacant shelter beds at the CCNB shelter. So, like I told you, my move has been kind of chaotic, and I've had to go back to shelter for a few weeks. But anyway. So there's probably about 600 empty beds in that building, but that building is in quite a bit of disrepair. So the portion that's used for the hypothermia beds is actually very nice. They fixed it up very nicely, but most of the building needs new wiring. You need to do bed bug eradication, a few other things. But yeah, I would imagine that there's more empty beds in CCNB than there are homeless people in downtown sleeping on the street.
Okay, let me take that to heart. Ms. Gentle, you talked about the burial assistance, and that's not a thing that has come up in other settings, but talk to me about how that's working and why it's important. And one of the things that I've heard is that often not all the funding is fully used, but you made that one of the lead things that you raised. So can you speak to me a little bit more about that?
And I didn't have things listed in a specific order. I just went down how it's listed on the budget. But I know that our staff, specifically in our residential housing, they've helped families who are trying to bury their loved ones, or folks who live within our housing who need assistance burying their loved ones. And that's been the way that they've been able to afford that, or to make it more affordable to utilize that program. As far as like the numbers, I don't know. And even as far as like the process and the difficulty, I'm not sure, but I can give you some information about that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And Ms. Thompson, thank you again for the work that you do and for highlighting this need. It actually, I'm new in this role, and so learning the landscape, and very, very, very helpful to hear the kind of testimony that you offered. So thank you very much. I think I will turn to calling up the next panel, but thank you all. I want to step back to make sure that we have a series of folks, Regine Ellie, Jasmine Brazier, and then the two Healthy Babies clients. And are any of them here? They're virtual? Okay. They're not on, okay, great. So then, and where we are right now is we're at witness on my list. Witness 32 of 45 in person. I think it's going to be my hope to finish the in person, maybe take a short 15-minute break and then come back before we do the virtual. Just, it's going to be a long day, and I think a little bit of a break would be useful for me, not long. If that's 13 more people in person, probably not all of them are here. That's probably another hour or so. And what is it? It is about 12 o'clock. So for the folks who are going to testify virtually, I think unlikely that they would we won't start their testimony before 1:15. And we'll take a break between the time that we finish and 1:15. And if it looks like we're running long, I may give you another warning that it'll be a little bit later than that. But for the folks who are virtual for their planning, I would not expect to be called before 1:15. All right. Curtis Robinson, McKenna Osborne, Jimmy Williams, Katrina Chapman, okay. Rakeem Divers. Great. All right. Okay, Mr. Robinson.
Good morning. Good morning, DC Council. My name is Curtis Robinson, and I am a DC native. And I want to share with you about my testimony. Well, it's been about when October 20th, 2024, I was homeless. And because I lost my last job. And because they didn't give me reasonable accommodation, I ended up homeless. And I had to find the resources through Aim Higher, and I'm a former participant for Friendship Place. And they helped me gain, a job with their programs. And I went to the Welcome Center as well for Friendship Place. They gave me tools for housing and things like that. But when I was in the 801 men's shelter for a few months, and I went to DHS, and they said that I was, offered a match, but it wasn't enough caseworkers because of the funding. So I had to do, things on my own, basically, and use other programs as far as Aim Higher. They helped me with employment and, places like, with my storage. And once I gained employment, and then they did tell me that, about PSH and rapid rehousing, but it was unsuccessful because what I'm trying to say here, I'm not speaking only for me, but I had to do it on my own. But now I'm housed. I'm housing now because I've worked and saved my own money. And, like I said, I'm not speaking for me. I'm speaking for others that's out there that's homeless, that need a chance to, second chance of changing their lives. That's, what I have to say about that. And because I'm out here just to spread the word about Friendship Place. They help with housing, they help with job placement programs, job training, life skills, things of that nature. So right now I'm here just to say that we all need the funding for PSH and rapid rehousing to get a better chance of life. And so, like I said, I'm here to spread the word for that. I'm a little nervous, so bear with me. So, and thank you, Councilman, for sharing my, for me to share my testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Osborne?
Good morning, Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center, resident of the district, and tenant in Ward 6. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comment on the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Department of Human Services. Childhood housing insecurity, experiencing homelessness, eviction, or forced moves can cause significant and lasting harm. It is closely linked to negative physical and mental health conditions, developmental delays, and lower educational engagement, and an increased use of costly public services. At a time when the district faces a challenging financial outlook, adequately funding the DHS programs that help families access and maintain stable housing is one of the best investments the district can make for the well-being of our children and the DC community, now and for years to come. Children's Law Center is reviewing the mayor's proposed budget and Budget Support Act. Our written testimony will provide detailed analysis and recommendations for how to better support DC families experiencing or at risk of homelessness. In the meantime, I want to highlight key areas where we hope this committee will seek clarities and make improvements in your markup. First, on funding for the DHS programs that help families exit homelessness and maintain housing. The mayor's proposed budget appears to cut $16.8 million from the Family Rapid Rehousing Program. It's important to determine how that will impact families currently in the program and those entering shelter over the next fiscal year. We urge the committee to ask DHS how many families they could support in rapid rehousing next year with the proposed funding amount, and how many families currently in the program they would need to exit before the start of fiscal year 26, and what would be the expected program entries and exits each month. We need this information to take action to mitigate the harm to DC children and families. Additionally, in her budget presentation, the mayor announced increased funding for permanent supportive housing and DC Flex to support exit pathways from rapid rehousing. We appreciate the acknowledgement that many families need additional rental assistance after 12 months in rapid rehousing. We hope the committee will ask for more details about this proposal, including exactly how many families exiting rapid rehousing the funding would be able to serve and at what level of assistance. Ultimately, Children's Law Center wants to support the committee to achieve the most efficient and effective use of district funding across DHS subsidy programs to keep as many families stably housed as possible. Second, the Budget Support Act makes several concerning changes to DHS's homeless services for families, including allowing families to be placed in congregate shelter settings. Children's Law Center urges the committee to speak with community members and experts about the danger of these provisions. Thank you again, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Williams?
Good morning, Chairman Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Jimmy Williams, and I'm President CEO of the Washington Literacy Center, a nonprofit that has served the District of Columbia for 16 years, equipping adults with the skills they need to succeed at work, in their communities, and in life. We serve all 8 wards of the city with deep engagement in Ward 7 and 8, and our focus is simple but powerful. Literacy is a gateway to employment, civic engagement, and economic independence. In September of 2024, we experienced an abrupt contract termination just 6 business days notice under DHS leadership. But that decision disrupted the progress of many of our customers and learners that we serve. However, with new leadership in place, we're not here to look back, we're here to go forward. As you consider funding priorities, I respectfully ask that the council keep in mind reasons why WLC should be supported. First, literacy is not just about reading, it's the foundation of everything. Digital skills, financial literacy, and confidence to complete job applications and the healthcare application. Second, we don't just train people, we help get them hired and support them. Thirdly, our model works. We know how to engage residents who are just coming from the system and bring them back to the workforce, into education and into life. And four, our report, Bridging the Literacy Divide, indicates that 1 in 4 adults reads below level 1, and 1 in 3 still lack basic math skills. There are people that we reach every day, and we help them move forward. We also believe in the city's role. We support major investments like stadium redevelopment, economic revitalization, especially when they uplift communities that we serve. That's why we ask to invest in people, not but improving partners like Washington Literacy Center that deliver a measurable, lasting impact. We're not asking for a handout, we're offering to help achieve goals together that benefit DC and are grounded in results and deeply rooted in our community and align with your priorities. I want to be cognizant of your time, but I also want to point out that I'm active advisory neighborhood committee, council, and also boards. So I really do keep a close track of what's happening in the community and dedicated the latter part of my years to serving Columbia and making sure that these results are tangible. So thank you for your time and your continued leadership, and I do welcome your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And Rakeem?
Peace be upon you. My name is Rakeem Divers, and a wise man once told me that the individual who doesn't learn history is bound to repeat it. This country was built on the exploitation of my people and false narratives. I have been chronically homeless since the day of my birth, just as my mother, the same as her mother. So I speak not as just one man, but as the echo of generations of Black voices, silenced, erased, and buried beneath the weight of centuries of injustice. As a Black man in America, I walk through a nation that was never built for Black men to thrive. I'm expected to lead, to build, to protect, but never handed the tools, the foundation, or the freedom. While others inherit wealth and opportunity, Black men inherit trauma and survival, yet still we rise. The programs you're now proposing to cut, housing, food assistance, these aren't luxuries, they are lifelines. And don't you dare say we're abusing the system. The system was never built to protect us, it was built to exploit us. It fed off our backs for centuries and now blames us for being hungry. Other communities come here and build. We're still trying to heal from what was broken. Other communities send wealth back to their homelands. Blacks are responsible for the success of this nation. But to this day, we are forced to compete with foreigners and others who want to benefit from the work that we put in from slavery to the Revolutionary, Civil, and World Wars. Our forefathers fought for freedom and were separated from our homes. Our mothers were forced to eat out the master's hands because of the absence of our fathers. We were forced to build our own communities, had our own hospitals, schools, banks, different businesses, right? And because of segregation, we had to stick together and build like Black Wall Streets, which was burned down. Like we had many Wall Streets, our own Black communities that had wealth in them all across the nation, but a lot of them was burnt down, like Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I can give you like Rosewood in Florida, places like that. Our legacy was destroyed. Redlining made sure we couldn't own homes. Gentrification now pushes us out of the same neighborhoods we were once confined to. Inflation keeps raising the cost of living, but our wages stay stuck in one place or missing altogether. In our schools, they failed us, underfunded, overcrowded, disrespected. We are undereducated, not because we don't value knowledge, but because the system doesn't value teaching us. and teaching us who we really are, our true history, things like that. We are unhealthy, not because we don't care about wellness, but because we live in food deserts with no access to proper health care, clean water, or safe neighborhoods. We are dying from homicides. We are fighting each other for pennies. We are overpopulated in prison, not because we are criminals, but because poverty was planted, cultivated, inherited. The government took opportunities out and replaced them with drugs. There are fewer jobs, fewer clinics, fewer chances, and then they ask us why there's violence. And don't talk to me about equality when the median Black household income is less than half of that of other communities. We don't get the same shot or the same chance at the so-called American dream. And now cutting these essential programs, that's not budget reform, that's warfare. America has always been shaped by a lie, Black men versus the world. That lie built the housing market, the school system, the job field, and the prison industrial complex, and yet still we remain. It is not weakness to need help. It is not abuse to survive. The real abuse is a government that criminalizes poverty and calls survival a crime. I'm not here begging. I'm here demanding truth. The Quran says, do not let the hatred of a people prevent you from being just. That's divine law. Protect these programs. Protect the people, because if you strip us of what little remains, you're not just hurting families. You are deep in the wound that has never been allowed to be healed. You know what I mean, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and obviously struck a chord in a number of places. So thank you very much. Mr. Robinson, I'm intrigued by your story of how you were able to get connected to work, and if you could, I think this is a thing that we need to see more of. And so I'm curious if you could speak to your personal experience. It sounded like you were waiting to get connected to a voucher, but that didn't work. But in the meantime, you were able to. So talk to me about what program it was that enabled you to do that. And it's not going to be everybody who can do that, but we want as many people as possible to be able to do that.
Sure. It's a program called Aim Higher, and they're an employment division with Friendship Place. When I was at the Welcome Center, they told me about this program. Aim Higher assists with employment, opportunities, with resume help, how to prepare for the interviews. They take care of transportation for you, phone use, things like that. And also they take care of, storage uses, because you can't have all your stuff out on the street. So they basically put your stuff in a storage unit for you. And then assisted me with, employment opportunities. So with their help, they gave me a job. And currently I am employed right now. And once they did that, and I still, was waiting for, a match for PSH. Didn't hear from them because of the fact that no funding is not enough caseworkers. So what I had to do at that time when I was in 801 men's shelter, I saved enough by the day I came in there in October 2024 till now, I saved enough money to gain my own place. So that's what I had to do. And like I said before, I'm not speaking for myself. I'm just speaking for others who's trying to get ahead in life and go through change another direction. For those who's trying to succeed and trying to leave the shelter, trying to build a better life for themselves. And that's what I'm speaking the word for.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming forward with your testimony. Mr. Williams, please don't talk about the latter part of your years, because when I look at you, you're too much younger than me to be able to do that. So I will say, and sort of building off of Mr. Robinson said, one of the things that folks have been talking about are what are themes that the council should bring to its revisiting of this budget. The mayor laid out certain themes, and it's not that those themes are bad, but what's missing there. And one of the themes is economic growth that the mayor offers. And economic growth can be kind of big picture, increase in GDP kind of thing. But what's missing to me is pathways to prosperity. And that's more individual for folks who are not, folks like Mr. Robinson who needed to struggle his way to get onto a path that created the promise of prosperity. Your program fits into that, I think. And it was interesting, had a conversation, and you may want to reach out to Brooke Pinto if you have not already. Literacy is a focus for her. And so you want her to capture what your program is when she's thinking about literacy. She's recently recited some of the same statistics that you were talking about.
We're in her district.
Okay, so preaching to the choir on that. But I do think a thing folks will hear from me and the agency, folks from the agency are here, will hear from me is this challenge of connecting people to work and pathways to prosperity. And I think I applaud you for the work you're doing. Just don't talk about your latter part of your years. Ms. Osborne, a ton is happening in the rapid rehousing, and we're trying to sort it out. Like different pieces are moving here. The way that you laid it out of please get them to explain how many people are being moved out. How many people do you think will be helped through access to a voucher? How many people will be helped through access to DC Flex? If you could lay that out in proposed questions for us to ask, and you may have heard me say before, I would encourage you, we don't have a lot of time. And I think to the extent that the agency is prepared, I'm not going to be able to ask every question that people ask me to ask. But to the extent that the agency is prepared, knowing this may be coming, I think it would be helpful.
Thank you. Absolutely. We will do that.
All right. And the other thing is, I think that you all have talked about alternative approaches to rapid rehousing, and I don't know who you've shared those kinds of ideas with. I don't know whether what's happening here might help in that space, might hurt in that space. How do you see the changes that are out there and how they interrelate to the ideas that you all have put on the table?
It's a question for us about how the resources that we're investing in rental assistance for families, are they in the most effective models? And, so there's a decrease in rapid rehousing this year, but, if we were to limit more of the case management and rapid rehousing or connect folks with more vouchers that are only housing assistance instead of the most expensive options like rapid rehousing and PSH that have those case management requirements, could we serve more families in a better way and at less cost to the district over time? And then also, I think looking at this plan for more families being connected to DC Flex, and is that going to be a sustainable resource for those families? Is that going to meet their needs for being able to sustain housing? Or are there ways to set the amounts of that subsidy to ensure that that's going to happen and not set them up to be able to pay rent for 6 months and then have nothing? So those kinds of, I think we would love to have a dialogue with the committee and with other council members on those numbers and those approaches to see how we can help the most families as possible with the resources.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I do think, we've looked at case management in the rapid rehousing context, and one of the goals of case management in the primary goal is to raise incomes, and yet the data suggests that's not happening. So when you're looking at how are we spending money that has an impact and where are there places where the money could have more of an impact, that does get raised up as an idea. I guess I would encourage you, when you send me the proposed questions, and we have sat and gone through these different kinds of issues, but remind me of them in the email, and to the extent that you feel comfortable sharing your thinking also with the agency, I think including the agencies, because this should be a dialogue going forward. May or may not be a thing that gets addressed in this budget, but it's an important dialogue to get started. So I want to thank you all for your testimony, and we'll move to our next panel. So I'm going to go a little out of order. Lori Leibowitz. Wanda Battle. Samantha Scheimer. Maggie Snow. And Dawn Dalton. No. Stephanie McGill. Okay. Yasmine Holmes. Okay. Lucy McCarthy. Okay. Just out of curiosity, is Sonia Rodriguez here? Okay, great. Is there any other person who came to testify whose name I haven't called who's here? Yes? Okay, great. So we'll do this panel and then we'll do Sonia and you, and then we'll take a break. All right. Lori, great to see you.
It's great to see you, Councilmember Fruman. I appreciate you moving me up. I need to get to court. Good afternoon. My name is Lori Leibowitz. I'm a Ward 1 resident who has been working with low-income DC residents for more than 20 years, for the past 15 as a lawyer. Today, I am testifying on behalf of the Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance, a medical legal partnership. Having testified in front of this council for about 20 years now, I am aware that this committee only controls a certain part of the budget. So what I'm really asking you to do is to talk to your colleagues, all the members of this committee, to talk to your colleagues about how we find money to fill the holes in this committee. And I'm hopeful that what my testimony gives you some things to say in those conversations. This budget is balanced on the back of DC's most vulnerable residents, and in a way that is more expensive in the long term. The most expensive way to serve low-income people is the homeless services system. Also the emergency room. Rapid rehousing is next. Having people not be able to meet their basic needs means more health problems, means more problems in school, means more people living on the street, means more need for neighborhood cleanup, means more money all over the budget, both in the short term and the long term. And this is a budget that makes cuts to TANF, makes cuts to Medicaid, funds ERAP at the lowest level since we resurrected ERAP in 2007 for the FY 2007 budget, which I was here for. It was $6 million then, I think 6.2, it's 5 million this year. It's unconscionable. I was just looking at data. Rents have increased astronomically since 2020. I was in a hearing all day yesterday listening to landlords talk about how they have the largest delinquencies in the history of their landlordness. That's not the time to make cuts to basic safety net programs. And they all connect to each other. I want to tell you about, I thought I had 5 minutes.
You have 5 minutes. And also, I don't know if you need to go to court, I guess I would
I have a little time. That's fine. I'll talk.
Should you wait to do questions Or should we do questions after your testimony?
It would be lovely if we could do questions after my testimony.
If that's okay with everybody else, okay, so take your 5 minutes.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, the indulgence. Trying to do a lot in one day. So I have a client who's the mother of a disabled child who has a rare blood disease that makes her immunocompromised. We helped her get SSI for the child. In those conversations, we also learned that this mom is a survivor of profound trauma. She's been raped and she has been shot at twice, once hitting her in the neck, causing serious disabilities. She was denied for SSI because everyone who doesn't have a lawyer is denied for SSI. We're appealing it right now. It will take a year. In the meantime, her income is TANF and SNAP and child SSI. And there's a back payment for her child SSI that comes every 3 months because heaven forbid people on SSI have access to savings and assets. And so she budgets her money very carefully, and she pays her rent every month because she needs to do that, but she pays her electric bill every 3 months when the quarterly bill comes because the late fees are cheaper. But her payment was late in August, so she got a shut-off notice from Pepco. LIHEAP was out of money. We got it delayed because you can delay money, you can delay a shut-off for 30 days while if someone has a medical need, which her daughter does for electricity. And then we got her the Social Security check. Everything was fine, things were going well. In November, she got a rapid rehousing termination notice right after Thanksgiving. She's set up finally in a nice house, in a nice apartment, 2-bedroom apartment in a nice neighborhood. She can't live in other neighborhoods where rent is cheaper because she's been shot twice and she has severe PTSD. And bullets, the sounds of shots, are incredibly bad for her. She is a person who would be harmed by Medicaid cuts, who would be harmed by rapid rehousing cuts, who would be harmed by TANF cuts. We're doing our best to get her a long-term voucher. We're doing our best to get her SSI, but these things take time. If you want to know what would make long-term changes in addition to making sure that in addition to helping people who can work get jobs, it's making sure people are secure while we're doing this. It's speeding up these programs. It's helping ESA make sure that people don't get cut off programs and don't wait in line and don't wait months to get on these programs, and the whole mess with DCHA and DHS, speaking to each other. That's another hearing, I think. But also invest in helping disabled DC residents get on SSI, because then the federal government's paying for them, not the DC government. There are tons of disabled people on local programs who should be on SSI, and no one can get on SSI without help. And you don't need a lawyer, but you do need someone to help. And if the district government put resources into getting folks onto SSI, it would make a huge difference in the local budget.
All right, thank you very much. I am going to ask some questions, and Lori spent, I don't know, 8 months, or Lori's played an important role in educating me on these issues, so need to take advantage of this moment. On this idea of connecting folks with SSI, how specifically, how would we do that? Where would that go? How would you suggest we go about that?
Sure, I will admit, which maybe I shouldn't, that I got this idea last week, so it's fully baked. But I think some of the money that we're investing in case managers to try to magic people from being able to afford $1,000 a month in rent to $2,000 in rent over the course of 12 months, which isn't going to happen, that energy could be spent on that money that's paying those salaries could be spent on Social Security navigators when we have people who are filling out SPDAT assessments in homeless services and rapid rehousing who aren't on SSI and are showing up as disabled. The next thing that should happen in the continuum of care is we fill out an SSI application with you.
Okay, so work with us going forward and thinking about that. I mean, I thought it was interesting at the mayor's budget presentation when they talked about moving people from 138% of the poverty level to 200% of the poverty level from Medicaid onto a different kind of program. And to me, it seemed like magical thinking that if the benefits were the same, why was it gonna be savings to us? But the reason it was gonna be savings to us, ironically, is that the feds were gonna pay for it. So the feds are taking a lot away, but we should not leave anything on the table. So if you have ideas about how we can do that, please help us on that. I'm curious your reaction to the theme you're hearing me talk about connecting people to work. And I'm curious whether you think that's a useful theme. I think that one way or another, that's a thing we have to do. And if you have ideas about what might be the most impactful ways to try to make a difference in that space.
I just recently held a listening session focus group thing with patients who go to the medical clinic I'm partnered with on what they would need to work. So I have answers for you, fresh off the presses. The number one thing people said was childcare and flexible childcare. So not just, and I know that's something you're passionate about, council member, but not just after school, not just 9 to 5, but I mean, for things that I would hire a babysitter for, that I have to work late. Last night I was here until 7. Your staff was here at that time too. Like, how do we have flexible childcare for some of the older kids we can't leave home alone but aren't in daycare anymore? Getting people from after school programs, from school to after school programs, that transportation. But also I'm hearing a lot that, this may be a smaller population, but my clients have children with disabilities, and they're getting called to school because of issues with their children in the middle of the day. And, separate issue, OSSI special ed transportation isn't working, so they need to be available to drive their kid to school or pick their kid up from school. So how do we create a child care ecosystem that allows parents to be able to work, or create jobs and train people for jobs that are flexible enough that, if my kid were sick today, I could have testified from home. I couldn't have gone to court from home, but my spouse could have worked from home. If you are the cashier at Giant, if you're a certified nursing assistant, when your kid is sick, you can't work from home. So what are the jobs in this technology age that allow people with lower levels of education to work from home? And how can we train people up for those kinds of flexible, or it doesn't have to be 100% from home, but the flexible jobs that allow you to be a single working parent, because that's who these folks are.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I wasn't here at 7, I left at 6, but for my wife's birthday party, and then was back online at 9 until midnight, so
Yeah,
in my defense.
But that's, exactly. We used to talk about the parent shift, that when I was at Maryland Legal Aid, there were a group of us that would leave work at 3 and then sign back on at 8.
Okay, very helpful. You listed the most expensive ways that, and what are the alternative, less expensive ways? I guess some of it less expensive for the district would be to take more full advantage of SSI. But what are other ideas that you have about how it is that we can, at lower cost, address these needs?
I mean, everyone complains about the program, but frankly, ERAP is a really good way to prevent homelessness. And for the actual emergencies, like this is a question you asked Ms. Osborne, but the way I would target rapid rehousing is to the folks who have been paying their rent for years, who are doing fine, but something happened. They lost their federal job. They work in a childcare, they broke their leg and they have to take 3 months off, but they'll get that job back. We know they'll be fine after some period of time. That's what a temporary program like rapid rehousing without case management can do, is for people who actually have had a temporary change of circumstance. And then, I mean, rent is high and rent is at record levels and evictions are at record levels. We have to prevent evictions because that whole process is incredibly expensive. For the entire district government. None of us has enough time for me to talk about all of the ways health, education, transportation outside the homeless services system, that's incredibly expensive. So I say investing in TANF and ERAP so that people can meet their basic needs quickly and cheaply without a lot of case management. And then there are the longer term vouchers and housing subsidies. This is not the budget year for long-term solutions. Long-term solutions that are expensive in the short term. But like the real answer is we have to keep people in the housing or in housing, secure housing in the short term, because it will be expensive both in the short term and the long term for people to lose their housing. And then in the longer term, we need to fix housing.
Okay, so, it's interesting on rapid rehousing, that's a complete rethink. Rapid rehousing now is being used for people coming out of homelessness. And I guess what I'm hearing you say is the expectation that they'll be okay after a year or now 2 years is unlikely. And I hear you suggesting that could be a valuable tool, but for a totally different population than it's being used?
Yeah, I have a client whose building was condemned, who paid a little under $1,000 a month in rent. Her building was condemned by DOB, and she can't find another apartment. She's a nursing home health aide. They don't pay a lot. She can't find other housing she can afford. Went to Virginia Williams, placed in shelter. Got on a Friday, got offered rapid rehousing on Monday, 2 weeks ago. And then they showed her a bunch of apartments to place her rapid rehousing. She just submitted a packet yesterday for an apartment that's $2,200 a month. She will not be able to afford that in 12 months. There is no plan for what's going to happen when she gets exited for rapid rehousing. And she has all the social worker in her clinic is the best social worker I have ever met. And there's nothing that Joanne or I or anybody is going to be able to do to get her from home health aide salary to being able to afford $2,200 a month in rent in the next 12 months. And so what happens?
Is that where DC Flex could help?
Maybe.
Okay, all right, I'm going to let you go to court.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And thank you to the other witnesses for indulging. Samantha.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Samantha Scheimer, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. I'm also a proud member of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in the district. Today, I'm speaking about the urgent need to fully fund the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, the only program DC has to prevent the eviction and displacement of residents who fall behind on rent. As part of the Fair Budget Coalition and the Way Home campaign, Jews United for Justice is asking for $100 million for ERAP in the FY26 budget. Mayor Bowser's proposed budget allocates only $5 million for ERAP. Only $5 million. As you and previous panelists have discussed, this is a significant cut from previous years, and it severely underfunds this crucial program. Meanwhile, the mayor's budget demands a bad deal for RFK Stadium, giving development rights of valuable land to a billionaire already benefiting from public funds. Any budget deal about the stadium should place the needs of DC residents first, not the needs of a billionaire. And when I talk about DC residents and their needs, I'm not speaking in a hypothetical. My testimony is shaped by personal experience. In February of this year, my partner lost his job with the elimination of USAID and other foreign assistance programs. Just 6 weeks later, I lost my job at the US Institute of Peace when DOJ illegally raided our building and terminated all staff. In a matter of days, both of our sources of income and our health insurance vanished. Like so many others in DC, especially in this current environment, our world was turned upside down without warning, and we were forced to ask heartbreaking questions. How long can we keep paying rent? What expenses can we cut? And what happens if we can't find work in time? We've been fortunate to receive support from DHS, including unemployment benefits and Medicaid. However, like most DC residents, housing is our largest expense, and our entire unemployment checks go to rent. At the end of the month, there's nothing left to pay utilities, buy food, or cover emergency expenses. And that's why ERAP is so vital. It is a lifeline for families like mine, families who are navigating a financial crisis in a city that's become increasingly unaffordable. I urge this committee to push back against the mayor's prioritization of billionaires over people and provide a minimum of $100 million to fund ERAP. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story and for your commitment to making DC a city where everyone has a place to call home.
Thank you very much. Maggie?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Fruman and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony today. My name is Maggie Snow. I'm the Anti-Hunger Program Associate overseeing our SNAP work at DC Hunger Solutions. In my role, I provide direct support to DC residents experiencing hunger. In FY24, our organization pre-screened over 1,400 residents and helped over 700 apply for SNAP. I'm also a DC resident and member of the Fair Budget Coalition and DC Language Access Coalition. We're grateful to work closely with the ESA and would like to specifically thank Brian Campbell, Angela Helmsley, Rita Gary, Tara Comstock Green, Steph Block, Perna Lingaretti, and other DHCF contractors who support us and our clients. SNAP is our nation's best defense against food insecurity and is currently under tremendous threat at the federal level, facing a benefit cost shift, cuts to current benefit levels, and changes to work requirements. As a result, the district must step up to protect benefits and increase the local supplemental benefit for residents who rely on SNAP to feed their families and the district businesses who rely on SNAP dollars as a revenue source. Of the district's 141,000 plus SNAP participants, over 2,000 are veterans, 43% are households with children, 37% are households with older adults, and 47% are households with a person who has a disability. Many clients I speak to every day receive less than $50 per month in SNAP benefits and struggle to afford groceries in the second half of the month, even if they're doing everything they can to supplement their benefits. SNAP cuts would hit older adults and people with disabilities hardest and make it even more difficult to meet their basic needs. Federal cuts would also threaten free school meals, as DC and other states rely on SNAP and Medicaid data to directly certify students. With fewer students considered automatically eligible, schools would have a harder time qualifying for CEP that helps offset the cost of providing free meals. In this same vein, I urge the council to allocate funds for summer EBT, which helps to reduce food insecurity during the summer when students do not have access to school meals. Currently, the district's cost to support Sunbox is $2 million, and in the proposed budget, we only see $150,000 allocated to DPO. Currently, the federal government pays 100% of the cost of SNAP benefits and splits the administrative cost with states. The House has passed a reconciliation bill that would shift the cost to states. The district cannot take on this cost and would likely need to raise taxes or reduce benefits to do so. The bill also includes a proposal to decrease SNAP benefits from $6.40 per person per day to $5 per person per day. Finally, the bill proposes changes to the ABOD waiver that DC currently uses to eliminate work requirements. Most able-bodied adults who receive SNAP already work, and increasing work requirements does not increase employment. Additional requirements will make an already lengthy and confusing application process even more so for families, and it will further hamper the district's already high error rate and worsen our timeliness. The proposed cuts to SNAP at the federal level will directly harm families as well as the local economy. SNAP spending supports every part of the food chain, from the farmers who grow the food to the truck drivers who distribute it, the grocery store workers who stock it, and the small business owners like the Healthy Corner Stores program through DC Central Kitchen. I urge the council to allocate funding for the local supplemental SNAP benefit and summary BT, and to continue funding reimbursement of benefits to DC residents who are victims of theft or skimming. Thank you again for the opportunity to offer testimony.
Thank you. I think Lucy?
Good afternoon. My name is Lucy McCarthy. As a law student, I have spent the last academic year volunteering with Public Benefits Checkup Program through the Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance. Every week, I would meet with families who brought their children for medical checkups. We would discuss kids and grandparents, living situations, jobs, and more, while trying to identify issues with their TANF and SNAP. One of the first people I met with was a woman who had recently given birth to a little baby boy. She and her grandmother had been trying to add the baby to their household so he could begin to receive benefits, but they had been running into some serious problems along the way. The new mom could not figure out the process for adding the newborn, what forms were required of her, if she would need to contact the baby's father, who she wasn't on speaking terms with, and if she needed papers from her doctors or a lawyer. When she tried to fill out some of the paperwork, she ran into technical problems with uploading documents to her District Direct account. She trekked across town to go in person to the ESA Service Center for an appointment, but they were so backed up that she was left to stand in the hot sun with her baby for several hours. When she finally got inside, she was told that they were unable to help her. She'd become so frustrated trying to manage all of this that she had put the process on hold. Her baby was already 4 months old when she met with me for the first time. Her grandmother and her had been stretching their budget to pay for the care of their new household member for 4 months. When I tried to help her resolve these issues, new myself to helping people work through the process, it quickly became clear to me that what was required of her was more complicated than it needed to be. I learned that newborns are added to the pre-existing Medicaid when they are discharged from the hospital after the mother gives birth. Why then is the process for adding a newborn to TANF and SNAP so much more difficult? There is no clear protocol to follow or obvious place for parents to turn when they run into a problem. SNAP and TANF benefits are critical in the first few months of a child's life. Breastfeeding mothers require higher caloric intakes, and babies require diapers, clothing, and supplies. Asking exhausted new parents to go without while they navigate an opaque and frustrating process is cruel when there is a simple way to streamline the procedure with a form filled out while they're still in the hospital. It ended up taking 3 meetings, 2 phones, 2 laptops, and many hours to make sure that her baby boy would end up receiving SNAP and TANF benefits. He growled happily on his mom's lap through all of our meetings, not yet sharing in her stress and frustration. I urge you to streamline the process for adding newborns to TANF and SNAP households and ensure the budget contains the funding to do so. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I was leaning over because this is an issue that I've heard about. Our point person who works on public benefits is also a Georgetown law student. I don't know if it came to him through that or from some other way, but it is a focus for us to try to get newborns signed up for TANF and SNAP in the same kind of way. It shouldn't be that hard. And so thank you very much for your testimony. I don't know whether it's a thing we can do in this budget process or it's a thing that we would try to do legislatively in the fall, but it is on our radar screen. So thank you for raising it and giving it a personal context in the way that you did. Samantha, I'm really sorry. I worked for a USAID contractor years ago, and the USIP thing was heartbreaking. I think MPD found itself in a very strange position. I don't think that they were complicit in it in the way that some fear, but it raises all different kinds of issues that are a major focus. Those are big picture issues. Yours is very personal. All I can say is thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the bravery of putting a face on the emergency, and good luck. On the Maggie, on SNAP, I hear you. Like, and one of the things that is a focus for us is, the overturned rejections of SNAP applications is crazy high in the district. It kind of goes to a similar thing from what Lucy was talking about. And that making that system work better has got to be a goal for us. Finding money for SNAP, very important. EBT get you on that. I'm curious, what are other things? There's other tools in the food space besides those, and I'm curious which ones are a focus and priority for you all. I don't want to put so much weight on one visit to Lederer Farms, but I did think this is a good model. But what are the other kinds of things that we should be doing to address these hunger issues in the district?
Thank you for the question, and we're grateful to have met with your office yesterday and hope to continue doing so. I think that there are many opportunities. I think grocery store access is a big one. We're grateful to have partnerships with programs like DC Central Kitchen's Healthy Corners program, where there's a SNAP match, and many of those stores are WIC authorized retailers too. So they're kind of filling the gaps in areas where residents don't have access to a grocery store. FRAC, the larger org that I work for, has many reports that we'd be happy to share with you for other areas as well.
Okay. Well, let's stay in touch on that, because there's a lot of things happening in that world, and more that needs to be done. And it is not directly under my committee, but it is an area of interest. And I know Christina Henderson, who I think has oversight over much of it, shares priorities, but trying to figure out how best to leverage all of our resources strikes me as an important thing for us to be doing in the coming months. With that, thank you very much for your testimony. It does look like we're going to be on track for recess at 1 to 1:15, but we have two more witnesses. I'm not sure I have your name, but if you would come forward. And Sonia Rodriguez. And then, last call is if there's anyone else here who had come in hopes of testifying and who hasn't been called, I'd ask that you come forward and join at the table. Otherwise, these will be the last two of our in-person witnesses, and then we'll take a brief recess and then start with virtual witnesses. So I apologize. Okay, if you would push the button, there you go. And if you would proceed.
Good afternoon, Councilperson. I thank you for this opportunity to testify before you. As I've sat here, I resonate with a lot of testimonies that have been given today. My name is Bridget Hall. I'm the Executive Director of Big Mama's Children's Center, serving Ward 8 for the past 42 plus years. I'm also a resident of Ward 8 for the past 31 years. And a lot of the stories or the testimonies resonate with me because we not just provide childcare, but we provide services and resources to needy families that we serve. My concern here is the cuts to subsidy. We are 100% subsidized. We are nationally accredited for the past 25 years. We also hold a high quality designation under the recognition of OSSI, which is providing the highest tier quality of childcare under OSSI's quality designations. And for the subsidy program of serving 100% subsidized children, it's really important to, one, not cut any money from our subsidies, but also if we can add monies to the subsidy program because it's highly underfunded. As the workforce is growing, we have seen a growth in our population of our children coming back into our programs. We're licensed for 88, we're now at 65, and it's growing every day. Definitely making sure that we have funds to continue to not just meet capacity, but being able to have slots available for these children that definitely needs care, high quality care, equitable high quality care, as well as giving the parents a safe haven and just easing anxiety to know that their children are being educated and well cared for. In programs such as mine, we are a year-round program. We don't take a break in the summertime, so children come to us for summer camp as well. We service children through school age as well as some of our other counterparts and other programs in our area. So definitely the need for subsidy, and because the workforce is growing, everybody's got to go back to work. We want to make sure that people and their parents are very secure, lessen their anxieties. They already got housing to worry about, food to worry about, health care to worry about. Let's ease their anxiety with their childcare and making sure that we're fully funded. 90% of my families are in the workforce, even though they still very much take advantage of and are very appreciative of the subsidy program. They, may pay a copay, they may not, but it's not that they're not working. We service a 90% working population.
Thank you very much. Sonia?
Hi. Okay, my name's Sonia Ray. I'm a client at Collaborative Solutions for Communities. I entered the program in May of 2023, and my journey is a testimony in itself. I found myself at the Virginia Williams shelter with my young son after completing an eight-month drug treatment program at Samaritan Ends, which is an organization that is for addiction and homelessness. Not only was I working through my newfound sobriety, I was also fighting to get my youngest son back with me. He was removed from my home after being shot in the foot by a stray bullet. Thanks to Samaritan Ends, when I entered Virginia Williams, I already had a job, so that was one less thing I had to battle. When I was referred to FRSP at Collaborative Solutions, my biggest concern was to find a 3-bedroom home, as that was one of the conditions to have my son returned to me. On May 5th, 2023, I was placed in a home in Southeast that accommodated my family and was hooked up with some amazing case managers. I felt I had my back. I felt like they had my back from the beginning. In September of that same year, my oldest son was shot at the age of 17. I was terrified of the neighborhood we lived in and completely devastated. I immediately reached out to my case manager and told her what happened and that I needed to relocate as soon as possible. Not only did she show up to the hospital, but she was also put in emergency move requests and contacted the mayor's office to help move this request along. Because I was so broken and stressed out, I had to fight extremely hard to maintain sobriety, all while caring for 2 young children at home. Going back and forth to the hospital where my oldest son remained for over a month, and I still had to get up and go to work to be able to pay rent. In December of 2023, my relocation request was approved and I moved into a new home on Connecticut Avenue. My case manager also connected me and my family with much needed mental health services to work through all the trauma we had experienced thus far. After 6 long surgeries, my oldest son was released from the hospital, so I had to continuously miss shifts at work because I was his primary caregiver through the recovery process. Needless to say, I lost my job, but I wasn't surprised. Every day I woke up wondering how I was going to focused on finding another job when my duties as a mother were kicked into overdrive. The sober me never had a problem finding or maintaining employment, but I really had no idea how I was going to continue paying my rent portion when nursing my son back to health was my main focus. My case manager and her team of peers never judged me and never made me feel like a failure. When they explained to me that I would not be evicted from my home due to the circumstances, I was shocked but overjoyed. In my mind and in the mind of so many others, non-payment of rent almost always meant eviction. 2 years later, and I am connected with CSC Workforce Development Team. Mr. Clark is over there. My oldest son, the one that got shot, is set to begin college in the fall in North Carolina. And my youngest son, who stopped attending school due to his own barriers, is now thriving at Jackson Reed High School, formerly known as Wilson. I actually have 2 interviews later on today, one at 3 o'clock, all thanks to CSC and the support that they provide. I'm a little worried about the budget cuts because coming from where I was, it isn't conducive to my mental and overall well-being to be in a position to not know what's going to happen next with my housing. I have maintained my sobriety and I take my medication. Even though I am worried, the support I'm getting and have always gotten from CSC is extremely reassuring, and I am thankful every day for what this organization has done for me and my family. The last thing I want to say is I kind of don't understand why they would take away from housing, mental health, homelessness, addiction. It's all under one umbrella. So imagine this week it was like 10 homicides in the city. And I'm willing to bet everything that I have that over half of those children are in a situation where their home life, if they even have a home, because some of them probably come from a shelter, or I've heard in here today about how children couch hop. I'm a birth mother to 4, but I'm a street mother to many more. And I've had my children's friends sleep on couches because they didn't want to sleep in the hallway. And it's like if you take away from the basic necessities, like they've been saying all day, it's going to be a bigger problem in the future.
I hear you. Thank you very, very much for your testimony, Sonia. Incredible tenacity and bravery and strength to get through all that you have gotten through. I'm so glad to hear that you are maybe on the cusp of reemployment, and it's an example of how the system can work. And so thank you for coming forward with it. My kids went to Jackson Reed when it was called Wilson, and you're a constituent if you're living on Connecticut Avenue, I suspect. But congratulations and good luck, and thank you for coming forward. My wife is forever saying that, like, stop talking about your family in public, but but I will a little bit more because in your testimony, our grandson doesn't say a lot of words, but he says the name of the woman who runs the child care center that he goes to, and it's the name that he attaches to anybody who gives him love. So he'll, say Anna, but it's me. And so how Anna got elevated to that sort of level, it's wonderful. The role that folks like yourself play I see it in my family that my daughter and her husband are able to work because of the support that they get. I also see the way in which the entity that their children have gone to, the leadership there helps them as parents. For them, it's their first time through it. For you, you've seen hundreds and bring a kind of wisdom to it. So, and it was interesting, Ms. Leibowitz, when she talked about what's the secret sauce, and childcare was the secret sauce. Thank you very much for what you do, and thank you for coming out to testify. I think with that, we will take a brief break before we have our virtual witnesses, but thank you again to both of you for your testimony. I will recess the hearing for 10 minutes until 1:15, and we'll pick up with virtual witnesses then. Thank you very much. Thanks. The time is now 1:30 and we are reconvening the hearing of public witnesses in the budget oversight hearing for the Department of Human Services. I apologize, I said we would reconvene at 1:15, but took me a little bit longer to address what I needed to address. I'm going to call a first panel of witnesses. I'm going to call 5 people at a time. And excuse me, miss, if you could go outside. Apologies. So Kate Coventry, Catherine Landfield, Audrey Kesselman, Haley Hoff, Janeth Pena.
We were able to do Abby Sipak, Pena's.
Abby Sipek.
It's ready to go.
All right. So Ms. Coventry, if you can start.
Thanks, Chairman Fruitman and members of the committee. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kate Coventry, and I'm the Deputy Director of Legislative Strategy at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DCFPI is a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions by centering Black and Brown communities in our research and analysis, community partnerships, and advocacy efforts to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. DCFPI envisions a future where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring as outlined in HOPE DC 2.0. DC has made great strides towards the vision, but underfunding is undermining progress. The mayor's proposed fiscal year FY 2026 budget freezes funding for programs essential to ending and preventing homelessness. Black residents bear the brunt of this underfunding, and they will experience the harm of the mayor's proposed budget unless the DC Council addresses these shortcomings. 75% of unaccompanied adults counted in the district's 2025 point in time were Black. This is a result of enduring legacies of structural and individualized racism, residential segregation, redlining, restrictive covenants, and practices barring federal employment. DCFPI is still gathering information on the Department of Human Services budget and will submit updated written testimony that will likely include more recommendations, including on the proposed TANF changes. The council should add funding for PSH vouchers. Every day, individuals experiencing homelessness die from preventable and manageable diseases. This is particularly true for residents who are chronically homeless, meaning they've been homeless for years and suffer from a life-threatening health condition and/or a severe mental illness. By providing housing coupled with intensive case manager, PSH helps people stay in housing and improve their health, and it saves a substantial amount of money. DHS and DCHA have made significant strides in tackling implementation delays in the PSH program, including working with the lab at DC to simplify the voucher process, partnering with providers to speed up the case management process, and some other things that are outlined in my written testimony. The implementation improvements have led to a decrease in length of time when an individual is matched to a voucher and when they lease up from 481 days to 306. But now we have no new PSH vouchers, so we aren't going to be able to put this improved implementation process to work. So I urge the council to add more vouchers. I also urge the council to ensure that Project Reconnect, which is singles homelessness prevention, street outreach, and rapid rehousing for individuals is adequately funded. All that is outlined in my testimony. And then the other thing that the council should do is add funding for ERAP. Against the backdrop of a growing economy, more and more people need rental assistance. A lot of other witnesses talked about that today, so I will just leave you to read that in my written testimony. And then I just really wanted to briefly touch on the TANF changes. DC is having a difficult time tackling poverty. Our poverty efforts are stalled. The budget intends to remove a cost of living adjustment for families and increase sanctions, leaving families with less cash in their pockets. I urge the council to reject these TANF changes. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Landfield?
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman and committee. I am Catherine Lanfield. I'm a longtime Ward 3 resident and the Senior Advocacy Strategist at Fair Budget Coalition. We advocate for budget and social policies that address systemic racial and economic inequities through the collective power of community members and organizations. Thank you again so much for meeting with over 150 community members at our recent housing town hall. In spite of looming federal cuts to many social safety net programs, the mayor leaned into a trickle-down economic approach in her budget, pushing austerity for working class and poor residents while centering business interests and even entertainment opportunities in the name of economic development. But both history and ample research show that investing in human services yields dividends long into the future and provides strength when the economy is faltering. Today, I urge you to join with your council colleagues in a session to identify the top citywide priorities to fund. Strategize how you can take collective action across committees to reverse the mayor's choices that destabilize, sicken, weaken, or otherwise harm DC's residents with lower and low incomes. Progressive tax policy can and must play a role in funding stronger investments in community well-being and true economic resilience. 6 of our recommendations this year relate to DHS, which is at the heart of our social safety net. I discuss them more in my written testimony, but these are $100 million for ERAP to meet the steep need for help, $184 million to end chronic and family homelessness with about 6,000 vouchers, $50 million to give SNAP a raise to provide food security, $10 million plus the restoration of cuts to fully fund the child care subsidy program over the FY25 level, $2 million to establish an independent office of ombudsperson for public benefits, and $4 million in recurring funds for domestic violence specific housing for an additional 500 survivors. We also oppose several unanticipated harmful policy shifts to protections for people experiencing homelessness. For cuts to TANF and to immigrant supports. I will be adding these to my written testimony. In closing, Council must not pass a budget that curries favor with conservatives in Congress by targeting DC's working families. It is neither good representation for residents nor stewardship of DC's economic resilience. We urge you to choose DC, to strategize with the full council, and to raise revenue through smart tax policies to avert an austerity budget that will devastate working class Black and brown residents. I look forward to answering any questions you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Audrey Castleman.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey Castleman, and I'm a senior policy analyst at DC Action and with the Under 3 DC Coalition. The Child Care Subsidy Program is a cornerstone of DC's early childhood infrastructure. It currently helps nearly 6,800 families afford childcare, supports children's development, and enables parents to work or attend school. Since OSSI and DHS partnered to remove barriers to subsidy enrollment, there has been a substantial increase in program participation. In fact, 6,796 children were enrolled as of March 2025, which is an increase of 1,226 children, up from October 2024. We are pleased to see this enrollment increase, which means that the program is serving more eligible families. The Council, however, must ensure that funding for the subsidy program is sufficient to maintain these growing caseloads. While we are still working to understand the implications of the Mayor's proposed budget, it appears that it includes $86 million in total funds for the subsidy program, including $62.1 million at OSSI and $24 million at DHS. Our initial read is that the $62 million at OSSI is a $5.6 million cut. While we are glad to see all of the DHS dollars preserved in the Mayor's budget proposal, our preliminary analysis indicates that this total funding is woefully insufficient to meet the current needs of the program and the families that it serves. The subsidy program cannot sustain any cuts, and in fact requires increases to its budget for 2 key reasons. 1, due to this enrollment growth, and 2, due to the fact that the district is federally required to continue providing subsidies to all families currently enrolled. For context, in FY '24, OSSI spent $105.5 million on subsidies to serve 5,570 children. The FY '25 budget allocates just $96.3 million, already creating a $9.2 million shortfall to maintain that previous caseload. The FY '26 proposal appears to provide only $86 million, even as the number of children enrolled has risen to almost 6,800. As budget deliberations begin in earnest, we ask you to, number one, protect all $24 million in childcare subsidy funds at DHS in FY '26. Number two, work with the Committee of the Whole, OSSI, DHS, and the Bowser administration to determine how much funding the subsidy program needs to maintain caseloads. My written testimony includes questions we encourage you to ask DHS when they testify on their budget proposal. And number three, ensure adequate funding for the subsidy program. Underfunding this program would keep parents from working or attending school, increase reliance on other DHS public benefit programs, and limit access to early learning opportunities. We cannot allow budget shortfalls to jeopardize the stability of our families or compromise the educational and developmental needs of our youngest children. Thank you.
Thank you. Haley Hoff.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Haley Hoff. I'm a senior staff attorney at Legal Aid DC and a Ward 4 resident. DHS plays a critical role in ensuring that the district's most vulnerable residents have access to benefits. The budget should ensure that DC continues to invest in making all DC residents' lives better. And to that end, Legal Aid's testimony today will address the need for revisions in the proposed fiscal year '26 budget to ensure that district residents have meaningful access to critical safety net benefits. Specifically, the council should preserve fiscal year '25 TANF funding and policies and preserve a cost of living increase for cash benefit programs. First, we want to urge the council to restore cuts in the budget to local funding for TANF. Under current law, federally funded temporary assistance for needy families benefits are paid up to 60 months, and the district continues to pay for benefits beyond the 60 months using local funds, preventing what advocates refer to as the TANF cliff. This continued assistance is crucial in ensuring that low-income families receive what they need. The current local budget proposes stopping TANF for adults in the TANF household after 60 months, meaning families' benefits would be reduced by at least one household member. Advocates and the council worked hard to provide these needed benefits in previous years, and any proposed reduction would hurt DC families. Second, we recommend that the council take steps to prevent the implementation of higher sanction for TANF recipients. TANF recipients are subject to various job search and job readiness requirements, and recipients currently face sanctions of 6% for not participating in work search requirements. The budget proposed increasing the sanction from 6% of benefits to 25% of benefits for the parent. This would have a devastating impact on families who rely on this already low amount of benefits. Increasing the sanction furthers a narrative rooted in racism that low-income families need to be compelled to look for work, ignoring the very real hurdles that prevent people from working, such as caring for young children, domestic violence, or mental health barriers. DHS also often incorrectly sanctions families or fails to remove families after they comply with work requirements or meet an exception. Families are already struggling to survive in a city with rising housing, food, and transportation costs and cannot afford to be sanctioned at over quadruple the current rate. And third, we oppose the proposed suspension of cost of living adjustments for TANF, Power, and general assistance for children through fiscal year 2030. This proposed suspension is deeply harmful and unjust. These programs serve families and children living in deep poverty, many of whom rely on modest monthly payments to meet their most basic needs: food, diapers, transportation, and shelter. And without annual inflation adjustments, the real value of these benefits will erode, forcing families to make impossible choices. Freezing these increases for 5 years effectively amounts to a benefit cut, undermining the stability and dignity of those already struggling to make ends meet. District residents must have meaningful access to critical safety net benefits, and this budget must provide adequate funding to make sure these programs are accessible and responsive. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Abby Sipek.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Fruman and members of the Committee on Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the FY26 budget proposal for the Department of Human Services. My name is Abby Sipek. I'm a Ward 6 resident and the Chief of Staff at Everyone Home DC. Founded in 1967, Everyone Home DC works with individuals and families at risk of or experiencing homelessness. Every year, we work alongside hundreds of households to prevent and end homelessness through our homelessness prevention, street outreach, day center, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing programs. Everyone Home DC sits on the steering committee of the Way Home campaign and is also a member of the Fair Budget Coalition and supports both their budget platforms. Our community has made tremendous progress in transforming our homeless services system, and the recently released point-in-time count results show another decrease in homelessness. I believe it's important to consider the large investments made to the permanent supportive housing program in FY22 and FY23 when contextualizing this recent reduction. When we invest in proven housing solutions, homelessness goes down, our system works. But we cannot take a year off from our commitments and investments. We must make sustained, bold investments in FY26, more than is in the current proposal, in order to prevent regression. I'll include more detail in my written testimony, and today I'll focus on the Family Homelessness Prevention Program, Permanent Supportive Housing Program for families and single adults, and rapid rehousing for single adults. I'll start by talking about homelessness prevention, or HPP. We're still seeking clarity on the exact amount of new money included, but we're pleased to see an increase in funding for the program. HPP is vital for families on the brink of homelessness and have become even more important as EREP has become more difficult to access. In 2024, our HPP team helped 90% of the families in our program avoid a shelter stay. Let's see, I'll skip ahead a bit. It's imperative that the new money invested in HPP is retained and should be used to increase funding for providers to help families directly. Next, I'll talk about PSH. We're excited to see the addition of 156 units of PSH for families. We know that the need is likely higher and likely need probably 600 more units to really fill the gap to get where we need to be. That said, we're incredibly disappointed that there's no new PSH for single adults in the proposed budget. Simply put, PSH is how we move people out of shelters and off the streets. We urge the council to invest in PSH for single adults by funding 1,260 slots each year for the next 3 years, and we know this amount is implementable by our community. Finally, I want to address the Rapid Rehousing for Individuals program. Last year, the program was cut in half, and those cuts have had a significant impact on the effectiveness of our program. Our outreach team is currently working with a single adult who was referred to the program in February of last year. And today, more than 14 months later, has had no change on the status on their referral list. They're still homeless, only now will likely require more intensive and costly intervention than rapid rehousing. So we're looking to get that program to 700 slots. And before closing, I do want to note that we're concerned about the proposed changes to the HSRA included in the BSA that would allow the district to shelter families in congregate settings. Not only is this unsafe and impractical, it's another regression for our system. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, just a few questions. Ms. Coventry, and you talked about the improved rate of getting folks leased up and the need for additional PSH vouchers. We've had a little bit of back and forth about how many vouchers are out there where the people still need to be linked up with housing, and how long will that take to achieve? Have you done any recent analysis on that? Where do we stand in terms of dealing with the pipeline of vouchers where folks have been matched but not yet housed?
I don't have the latest numbers with me, but I can submit them to the office. I will say that my understanding is that all the vouchers will be matched before the end of the year, and there will be no new vouchers for anybody who becomes homeless after October 1st. And the DCHA and DHS are doing a process review to go from start to finish to improve the voucher process, make it simpler and make it faster.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I'm focused on is not just how many people are matched, but how many folks are matched but not yet leased up, and how long will that take? Um, I hear you. One of the things I want to have an eye on is if we added vouchers, but they didn't result in folks being leased up because we were still working through a backlog, would we have parked dollars while there are other needs? So
We're done with the backlog. They've made huge strides this year. And if we don't have new vouchers, what will mean is that people who are vulnerable, who have diseases that people in this hearing manage every day in their homes, which are unable to be managed outside, will die because we will not be investing in permanent supportive housing. I am confident with the steps that the DHCHA and DHS have already done, and the work of the providers around making case management better, available more quickly, that we will implement vouchers. I obviously have a lot of other asks in my testimony, so if I didn't believe that we would lease those vouchers up, I would suggest putting money in other spots, but I do believe we will lease them up. And I will just say that every year that we don't have any new vouchers means we don't ever get into a system where we achieve economies of scale. Right? This year we have 20, next year we have 40. No, what we need is a consistent number that is increasing over time, recognizing the increased number of people who are experiencing homelessness, particularly unsheltered homelessness.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Landfield, we'll get your written testimony, but you had a list of the major asks, and I wondered if you'd just recite them one more time, because I didn't take notes on them, but I want to have them.
Sure. And they're really quite directly from our platform, but let me just give you a quick rundown. 100 million for ERAP. And just as a reminder, all of our recommendations come directly from the experts in the field, the service providers. So these are vetted numbers. So 100 million for ERAP, 184 million for ending chronic and family homelessness. That includes just under 6,000 vouchers in many different categories. We have a full breakdown that I can send you. 50 million for giving SNAP a raise, 10 million plus the restoration of cuts. I believe those were 5.7 million that the mayor made to the child care subsidy program. So we're looking to achieve 10 million over the FY25 level in order to not actually start making cuts to families, but to sustain where we're at. $2 million to establish an independent office of ombudsperson for public benefits, which I believe you're very familiar with, and 4 million in recurring funds for domestic violence specific housing for an additional 500 survivors. I know Michaela spoke earlier about 1 million in cuts. Of course, we want to have the 1 million restored, but we're really talking about adding 4 million in recurring funds to meet the needs of an additional 500 survivors and their families.
So 5 million total, because it would be 1 million to restore the cuts and then 4 additional million?
That sounds like the right math, yeah.
Yeah, okay. When I tally it, it's like 260 million. Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Castleman, again, walking me through the numbers on the subsidy, I guess the way I understood it was that a few years ago, we had $100 million to support 5,600 children, and now we have more like 84 million to support 6,800 children. Is that right? Can you just give me those sets of numbers?
Sure, happy to. In FY24, OSSI spent 105.5 million to serve 5,570 children. And this year, it looks like there's 86 million in proposed funding for the subsidy program. And right now our caseloads are up to 6,796 children.
Okay. And what's happening where the caseload would have increased by 20%, I guess, between FY25 and FY26?
Yeah, we're really excited to see this caseload increasing. It means we're reaching more families that are eligible for this program. I think there are a few reasons it might be increasing. One is just we're still catching up to our old numbers. There was a dip during COVID, we're catching back up. And then two, OSSI and DHS worked together, and in October of 2024, they implemented a number of changes that made it easier for families to enroll in the child care subsidy program. They simplified eligibility criteria. They said, we're going to start processing applications faster. We're going to remove the requirement to interview in person. We're going to, simplify paperwork, that kind of thing. And we believe that these changes that the agencies made are making it easier for families to enroll in the program. And that's why we're seeing this increase in enrollment.
Okay, I mean, it's interesting because birth rates are not going up. So it's that we're reaching more of the eligible children as opposed to that there's more children. Is there any element to which the way the subsidy works is it's a sliding scale depending on your income? Could we be adding significant numbers of children where the families do have income and are paying a larger cost share, and therefore the unit cost of supporting the children is lower? Is it? Are you aware of anything like that?
To your first point, we're definitely just starting to scratch the surface of meeting the needs of eligible families. There are many more eligible families that are not currently enrolled in the subsidy program. And to your second question, according to the performance oversight responses we saw this year, it looks like the majority of families that have a child care subsidy are our lowest income families in the district. So those making under 200% of the federal poverty level, and even those making under 100% of the federal poverty level. And most of those folks do not have a copay. And so I don't have the exact breakdown on this new higher increased caseload. We have been asking for that data, but I will say majority of the families participating do not have a copay.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Hoff, you talked about some of the changes to TANF, including with the work requirements and different sanctions, and I hear you on those things. We're digesting them. On the work requirement side, it isn't just in the TANF setting. I mean, I think we see this coming from the feds on the Medicaid side, could be coming from the feds on the SNAP side. What kinds of things should we be thinking about or doing to try to help connect people up to work? Because one way or another, whether it's us doing it or the feds doing it, I think it's going to be a challenge for folks because they'll lose benefits. So do you have suggestions of things we should be doing in that space?
I don't have specific suggestions for connecting people to work, but what I would offer is that to the extent that sanctions are going to happen, and I hear your point there, we should be making them as low as possible and certainly not increasing them fourfold, and not unjustly penalizing people. And then also, I think hand in hand, making sure that the agency can actually implement those sanctions and remove them when families fall into compliance.
Okay, well, I mean, this is a thing that that I think is a challenge that's out there, and I'm not sure what to do. I think we're going to all use this budget process to get more ideas in that space. Ms. Sypek, thank you very much for your testimony. What is the bottom line of your testimony of what it is you think we need to be doing to address the issues in this budget?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I think my main point in all of this is that like when we fund our system and we have a robust system, like it works. So when we have if we're only funding like with what money we have left over to fund permanent supportive housing, like that's important and like housing each person is important. But when we actually are able to like fund the need, we're able to exit people from the system. Also like when we're able to do things to prevent folks from becoming homeless and going, and I'm talking about homelessness prevention services for families, but also Project Reconnect on the single side and going further upstream to ERAP to more affordable housing. So we keep that number low of people entering homelessness. And then when folks are homeless, like we need to have dignified services for folks, like and things that we're doing. We have a robust street outreach network. We need to make sure that's funded. We have years ago, we've made major strides with family shelter, and we're currently seeing really exciting things happening with single shelter. I want to make the point that like what we're doing is working if we fund it.
Okay, well, that was the bottom line note that I had from your testimony was keep up the investment because things are working. So, okay, thank you very much. Thank you to everybody on this panel for your testimony. Yes? I'm sorry?
Looks like Catherine was looking to say something, but then we lost.
Yeah, and we're in the process of bringing her back in.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Ed Lazier inspired me earlier to see if I could add one more comment. And that is just to note that what we're really talking about, your committee is so incredibly essential in anchoring our safety net, anchoring the wellness for residents. We're under tremendous pressures federally, and now the mayor is just piling on, and she's using a lot of really conservative mechanisms that are really damaging and dangerous. And I just want to lift up that, you know, with 3 simple tax policies, we could be raising $839.7 million. That is less even though I gave you a long list of recommendations that total about $350 million, we could more than double that to cover all of the things that folks are talking about here in your committee with a 2% surtax on millionaires, the business activity tax, which would raise about $506 million, and smarter capital gains taxation, which is really a pure wealth tax, which would raise about $166 million. So I just felt like that's a really important thing to put those numbers up against each other. When you asked me what was the total of my asks, and it comes to $356 million, we got a lot more resources that we can be tapping to fund all of the things that we're talking about here that are so critical. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you very much. All right. With that, thank you very much to this panel. And I'm going to turn to the next panel. Carlisa Winstead, Gabriella Brock, Trupti Patel, Marta Barrison, 5, Larry Canaday, Jenna Israel, okay, and I'll do Sandra Jackson. Okay. All right. You have to bear with us because I don't have as much visibility into who's on. So, Carlisa Winstead.
Yes, hi, good
Thank you.
afternoon, Chairman Furman and distinguished members of the subcommittee. My name is Jessica Yepes Rufino, and I am the Housing Deputy Director at the Latin American Youth Center. I supervise Carlissa Winstead, who was called out on an emergency with a client, so I'm going to be reading her testimony in her place. I manage the DC Drop-In Center at the Latin American Youth Center. I have been with the Latin American Youth Center for 4.5 years, and I've seen the impact that our services have on the lives of our youth. LAYC's Drop-In Center provides day-to-day basic services to meet the needs of homeless, runaway, and unstably housed youth. Among other services, LAYC's Drop-In Center provides intensive case management, housing referrals, resume building, and assistance with employment services. It also provides daily meals, a safe place to rest, clean laundry, and a safe environment off the streets. In my role there, I am directly responsible for overseeing the day-to-day operations of our housing initiatives, managing our dedicated team of case managers and support staff, and ensuring that our program adapts to the evolving crisis facing young people in our community. LAYC has provided vital services to young people in the Washington, D.C. area for over 5 decades, helping them transition successfully into adulthood. Our drop-in center is a critical lifeline for homeless youth. Since October 1st, 2024, our drop-in center has served 254 youth. We have provided over 1,000 meals to our youth. 199 youth have utilized our center for personal grooming needs like bathing and washing clothes, and 193 youth have received clothing from our emergency donation closets. Our drop-in center has provided young people with a safe haven that meets their basic needs, and it allows them to connect with trusted adults who support and encourage them as they navigate homelessness and transition into stable housing solutions. I'm here today to advocate for a DHS budget that truly reflects our commitment to vulnerable youth. I urge the subcommittee to prioritize 2 critical areas in the fiscal year 2026 budget. Preserve dedicated youth homelessness funding. Youth homelessness requires a multifaceted approach. It is not just about connecting homeless youth to shelters. It is about addressing the root cause of their current situation and equipping them with the tools to thrive. Our success at LAYC depends on integrated services, ranging from addressing basic needs and referral to transitional housing, to mental health counseling and workforce development. Each component is vital for our client success. Reducing funding in one area can undermine their entire life trajectory. As I work with the Drop-In Center, I see daily how important it is to maintain funding for FY26, as it is for FY27 or 25. So sorry. I see the need for added beds every day, and cuts to any program with these beds would only be to the detriment of the youth homelessness system, affecting hundreds of youth who do not deserve to be left on the street and are at risk of chronic homelessness. Cutting costs at the youth homelessness system only adds to the probability that the underserved youth will then be a burden later in life on the adult homelessness system at a chronic level. I urge you to safeguard dedicated funding streams for all youth homelessness service categories, specifically prevention, outreach, and transitional housing. These are interconnected pieces of a comprehensive system designed to move youth from crisis to stability to independence. Investing in these diverse categories means investing in comprehensive, lasting solutions. Independence. In closing, investing in homeless youth is not just a moral imperative. It is a strategic investment in our collective future. By preserving dedicated funding, mandating continuous evaluation, and streamlining administrative processes, this subcommittee's decision to keep funding for homeless youth services intact will significantly impact the lives of countless young people. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Gabriella Brock. Trupti Patel.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Fruman. Thank you for holding this hearing so that my comments may be entered into the record. My name is Tripti Patel. I'm a fourth-term Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner, proudly representing the historic Foggy Bottom community, and I currently serve as the chairperson of ANC2A. I testified last month about the Aston, DC's first high-barrier homeless shelter that would primarily serve adults with acute medical conditions, mixed gendered adult families, and couples experiencing homelessness to stay together, populations that can't properly be served in other shelters. In May of 2023, the George Washington University announced it sold the Aston, a former graduate student dormitory located at 1129 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, to the Washington, D.C. government through the Department of General Services for $27.5 million. This issue is one of the most contentious ANC2A had to address. When neighbors failed to persuade us, they sanctioned threats against colleagues, pledged to run opposition candidates, and hurled a racist comment at me, the final straw. After failing to influence ANC2A, these anonymous individuals formed the West End DC Community Association and filed 4 lawsuits against the Department of Buildings, the Department of Human Services, and the Department of General Services to stop the Aston's operations. All lawsuits have since been dropped. The Aston Community Advisory Team has reported the following. There have been no complaints from residents. Everyone who has entered and stayed has successfully been placed in permanent supportive housing. The program is functioning without disruption. What the NIMBYs fought so hard against is not just surviving, it is thriving. I remain an ardent and unapologetic champion for the most vulnerable neighbors. On Friday, February 21st, 2025, a Pepco outage impacted the West End, including the Aston. Stakeholders discovered that the current generator was insufficient, prompting an evacuation. The generator only provides basic emergency power. It cannot support heating, cooling, or hot water. Given the vulnerability of the Aston's population, the ability to shelter in place is non-negotiable. ANC2A firmly believes that this should be a priority budget line item for both DGS and DHS. Now that the Aston is free from legal threats and operating successfully, I request that the acting director, Pierre, move the facility to full capacity. Operating at 50% capacity is an inefficient use of public resources. Additionally, ANC2A requests that 2 full-time social workers be hired to support operations when the facility reaches full capacity. Thank you, and I'm prepared to address any questions to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marta Barrison?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Marta Barrison, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Health Justice Alliance Law Clinic at Georgetown, and I'm testifying on the clinic's behalf. HGA is a medical legal partnership between Georgetown's law and medical centers, where we teach students about racial and health disparities in our city and how to represent low-income DC residents in housing, shelter, and public benefits matters to improve health outcomes. I have represented low-income DC families in these types of matters for more than 20 years, and I've been a DC resident for more than 35. My testimony today will address 3 sections of the Mayor's Fiscal Year 2026 Budget Support Act of 2025 that relate to the DHS budget. First, we oppose the TANF program changes. TANF cash assistance helps DC low-income families pay rent, utilities, and for food and other necessities that improve health outcomes for families. In 1996, Congress enacted welfare reform. Among other regressive changes to welfare, the act, called PRORA for short, restricted the use of federal TANF dollars for families who had received TANF for 60 months during their lifetimes. Much has been written in the interim 30 years about how PRORA was based on racist stereotypes about Black families. DC took a more progressive approach, though, using local funds to pay for TANF for long stayers. This was based on a study DC conducted of who these long stayers were. The results showed that long stayers in DC had enormous obstacles to steady employment, such as domestic violence, serious disabilities, barriers that have prevented them from obtaining high school diplomas, or who grew up in our foster care system. The DC community decided to fund these families' benefits after 5 years with local dollars. The proposed BSA language would severely cut benefit levels for these families with no community input or discussion, harming the health and well-being of some of our most vulnerable families. Second, we also oppose allowing communal shelter for homeless families. With a 2-sentence amendment to DC law found on page 207 of the BSA, DC would repeal the long-standing right of homeless families with minor children to reside in non-communal private shelter spaces. Private shelter spaces for families means children do not have to share sleeping quarters with strangers which creates serious health and safety risks. In 2014, when homeless families sued DC for placing them in congregate shelters, litigation that I was involved in, the DC Court of Appeals opined that for almost as long as it has had a statutory obligation to provide shelter, the district has been prohibited from placing families in congregate shelters. This prohibition, dating back to 1988, is premised on an understanding that families have special needs that are best served by affording them apartment-style shelter. And let us not forget Relisha Rudd. Since her disappearance, the council and city have worked hard to improve safety for children in the homeless services system. Permitting communal shelter placements for families with children would be a huge step backwards for child safety. We should not take this step without adequate study and community input and discussion. And finally, we oppose the rapid rehousing changes as well. The proposed BSA language significantly reduces due process for families being exited from DC's rapid rehousing program. The bill would remove the right to benefits pending appeal, as well as the right to have an individualized determination about the need for an extension. These rights are critical to the stability of families and to the city ensuring is following the U.S. Supreme Court's interpretation of due process. Due process is a critical safeguard against mistakes, a buffer against arbitrary and erroneous government action. It's about ensuring fundamental fairness and rational decision-making in government decisions. And in Goldberg versus Kelly, the seminal U.S. Supreme Court decision about what process is due in the welfare context, Justice Brennan wrote for the majority that for qualified recipients, welfare provides the means to obtain essential food, clothing, housing, and medical care. Thus, the crucial factor in this context is that termination of aid pending resolution of a controversy may deprive a recipient of the very means by which to live while he waits. As in Goldberg versus Kelly, a housing subsidy is an essential benefit, the termination of which deprives families of the very means to live while they await the outcome of their appeal. Lori Leibowitz spoke earlier about an HCA client who has suffered incredible trauma from violent crimes and homelessness and is now a rapid rehousing participant. I'll call her Ms. Adams. When Ms. Adams received her exit notice, she told our team that she started asking family members if they could take care of her 3-year-old daughter because she was going to be homeless again. Her mental health quickly deteriorated. It took several conversations and a court order from OAH to assure her that DHS would continue to pay her subsidy while her appeal was pending. The amendments to DC's rapid housing law would put families like hers through the trauma of evictions and in many cases homelessness and family separation. In conclusion, DC should not be enacting a BSA subtitle in a BSA subtitle, significant policy changes like these that upend long-standing rights. These types of changes deserve thoughtful consideration of the consequences, adequate debate, and most importantly, input from impacted community members. At a time when so many families in DC are losing federal jobs, the city should not be balancing its budget on the backs of its poorest and most vulnerable residents. If we can offer the largest subsidy in US history for a sports stadium, we can do better by our vulnerable community members. Combined with a proposal to nearly eliminate ERAP funding and regressive changes to our housing laws, these amendments are a dangerous step backwards that would harm the health and safety of vulnerable families and children and significantly increase health disparities in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Canaday? Is Kelly Sweeney McShane on?
I am.
Wonderful. If you'd proceed.
Great. Good afternoon. I am Kelly Sweeney McShane, President and CEO of Community of Hope and Award 3 resident. Community of Hope is both a federally qualified health center and a provider of services for families and individuals across the homelessness continuum of care. We served about 1,600 households last year. I also serve as a co-chair of the Interagency Council on Homelessness Strategic Planning Committee. Given that the mayor's budget has just been released, we're still trying to understand the details. But I'd like to share today with you some of my questions and concerns. At first review, however, I am pleased about the increase of $6.3 million for permanent supported housing for families and of $2.4 million for the homelessness prevention program for families. These are both very effective interventions. At Community of Hope in 2024, 98% of households in our PSH programs retain stable housing, and 91% of clients in homelessness prevention did not enter into shelter. That said, I'm concerned and have questions about some of the following items, some of which have also been raised today. First, I want to talk a little bit about the interaction between short-term family housing and rapid rehousing. Community of Hope operates 2 short-term family housing programs, and we are pleased to share that the average length of stay for families at both sites is under 90 days. This is mainly because all families have had access to rapid rehousing to return to housing. We understand the need to right-size the rapid rehousing program and know that that is in process. However, we'd like a better understanding of where the $16.8 million reduction will come from the pre-planned reduction in the number of case management slots, a further reduction in services, or some other way. We are concerned that with the reduction in funding for rapid rehousing, more families will stay in shelter longer, thereby driving up costs and need for shelter. As providers, the sooner we understand the implications, the better we can plan for it. I'm also curious to learn about the increase of $18.9 million for the Career Map program, which seems to reflect the reduction in FRSP and how those funds will be utilized. Second, I have questions and concerns about the rollback of eligibility for Medicaid and the impact for permanent support of local housing costs. I want to flag that Medicaid currently pays the majority of costs for case management for Medicaid eligible adults in PSH. I think it's important to understand how many people on PSH will no longer be eligible for Medicaid and how much that will increase the local payment for services for those individuals. And I'll definitely have more to say about the Medicaid change at the DHCF hearing. Third, I have a question about a $5.1 million increase to provide an alternative site to assist with exits and diversion paths for families seeking services at Virginia Williams. I'm not sure what this is for and how it fits within the community continuum of care. It's not something that's come up before. A few other areas of concern that I echo from the many testimonies before me are the reduction in ERAP funding, as well as the reduction in overall services for individuals experiencing homelessness. And I have some more information in my written testimony. I also want to echo what we've heard before, that the district has done well in reducing homelessness over the years because of proactive, well-balanced approach that includes all of these interventions working together in a well-funded and coordinated manner. My concern is these budget cuts will result in more people experiencing homelessness and much longer stays in shelter, all of which result in increased cost and increased suffering for residents. I appreciate that DHS is having to make tough decisions, and I'm grateful that they have opportunities in the past few months for service providers to offer feedbacks on ways to save money. I encourage the creation of a budget that considers the needs of both families and individuals. And I do have some additional comments in my written testimony. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Jenna Israel?
Hi, good afternoon, council member. My name is Jenna Israel, and I am a tenant in Ward 1. I'm also a DC community organizer at Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JUFJ is a member of the Way Home campaign, the Fair Budget Coalition, and All In for DC. My testimony today will address the need for more funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, as well as aspects of the Budget Support Act. JUFJ supports the Fair Budget Coalition and the Way Home campaigns asks for $100 million for ERAP and the recommendations for vouchers and other homelessness services, funded by progressive revenue raisers if needed. Mayor Bowser's proposal only includes $5 million for ERAP and no money for PSH vouchers for individuals. Mayor Bowser is also demanding that the budget include a bad deal for RFK Stadium. We cannot hand over development rights of this valuable land that could include affordable housing and other necessities for our communities, to a billionaire who is also receiving huge amounts of public funds. Any budget deal about the stadium should put DC residents' needs ahead of the needs of the owner of a football team. If there's money for a stadium, there's money for ERAP and vouchers. We also oppose the inclusion of any part of the Rental Act in the Budget Support Act, as well as many other aspects of the BSA related to housing and homelessness, such as the provision allowing DC to place families in congregate shelter and the provision narrowing who is eligible for emergency shelter. In Jewish sacred texts, the prophet Micah understood that housing is more than a roof over one's head, and that to deny a person safe housing is not only robbing them in the present, but also robbing their family for generations to come. We've seen this devastating long-term harm at work in DC, and not only to families, but whole communities, especially Black and Brown communities. Increasing rents and worsening conditions lead to housing insecurity and evictions, which lead to community-wide displacement. Without access to ERAP, if a tenant falls behind on their unaffordable rent, the Rental Act actually speeds up the process by which they can get evicted and waters down a tenant's rights to be properly notified about an eviction. Evictions hit a 10-year high in DC in 2024, and so I'm terrified of what happens when we make evictions faster and easier. Then, after a tenant is evicted and likely becomes unhoused if they don't move out of the district entirely, the Rental Act will limit their access to LRSP vouchers by eliminating the ability for LRSP applicants to self-certify eligibility factors. What's more, the Rental Act dilutes the power of LRSP vouchers by changing the income maximum. Because these vouchers are tied to the unit, this will deprioritize the production of 0 to 30% AMI units, which are sorely needed in DC. District residents are facing enough uncertainty right now with federal worker layoffs and immigration raids and the rising cost of food and other necessities. The cuts to funding for vital housing services like ERAP and vouchers and policies like those in the BSA demonstrate how out of touch the mayor is with real DC residents. But there is an alternative. Raising revenue by taxing our wealthiest residents and businesses would afford DC additional resources to invest in our communities, and the council can work with community organizations to create and introduce comprehensive housing development and preservation legislation that actually protects tenants. JFJ looks forward to an FY26 budget that moves us toward a DC where everyone has a safe, stable place to live. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Sandra Jackson.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councilmember Frumin and members of the committee. My name is Sandra Jackson. I am the president and CEO of House of Ruth. For 49 years, we have empowered women, children, and families rebuild their lives and heal from trauma, abuse, and houselessness through a continuum of services. We offer a continuum of service-enriched housing for both single women and women with children, a trauma-informed child and development center, and free counseling center to empower anyone who is a survivor of trauma and abuse. We are in all wards of the cities, and since our doors opened in 1976, we have provided support and services to 15,000 program participants. We partner with the Department of Human Services to accomplish these goals for women, children, and families. Most recently, we partnered with the Department of Human Services for the hypothermia program, at which time we were able to assist 25 single women exit the streets and move to stable housing. Together with my housing service colleagues that you have heard from today, we provide housing and support to the women, children, and families experiencing domestic violence and houselessness in our city. As providers, we have remained steadfast in our commitment to ending houselessness and abuse for decades. As you review the mayor's fiscal year 2026 budget, I ask that you consider how the budget cuts proposed impact vulnerable women, children, and families in our system. While the 2025 point-in-time data revealed a 9% decrease in the total number of people experiencing homelessness in DC, a closer look at the numbers revealed an increase in families experiencing homelessness, with a 52% increase since 2021, an increase for unaccompanied women by 3%, and children accounted for 22% of those experiencing homelessness. And almost half of adults and families said they were survivors of domestic violence. What our response must be is restore $1 million to the domestic violence service line in the DHS budget. This will bring the funding for fiscal year 26 level to the current funding we have in fiscal year 25. Ensure a well-funded continuum of housing, emergency, transitional, permanent supportive housing, and truly affordable housing that offers comprehensive supportive services to assist families in reaching independence and truly exiting the system. Trauma-informed child and family development and child care to support families and children who have experienced houselessness, trauma, and abuse, who present with special challenges through their experience and constant barrage of stressful and traumatic experiences that has profound effects on their physical and emotional development and ability to learn, which can be overcome with unique services that we offer at our Kids Space Child and Family Development Center. Lastly, join with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence Victim Assistance Network and Fair Budget Coalition in emphasizing the damage of budget cuts to housing and homeless services across the budget, in addition to cuts for specific domestic violence survivor services and funding needs as outlined in their budget platforms. In closing, I urge you to prioritize these funding priorities to truly end homelessness for women, children, and families, and change the trajectory of children to ensure that they will have an opportunity to grow, develop, and thrive with healthy families. Thank you, council member and the committee, for this opportunity to speak. I will provide a copy of this testimony in writing with additional information and supporting documents, the points raised today. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stay on for questions. I do have a very important medical appointment that I have to get to, but I am very grateful for this opportunity to participate.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your testimony. I actually, a number of the issues that have been raised by this panel have been raised and I've been asking questions about before. So I actually didn't intend to ask you any questions, Ms. Jackson, but I did want to thank you for all of the work that you've done over the years. The House of Ruth is obviously a really important institution for the city, and thank you for all that you have done and are doing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions for this panel. Commissioner Patel, thanks for your testimony around the Ashton. I guess what I'm hearing is you're looking for some investment in a backup generator for the Ashton going forward. I don't know whether or not that's a capital request that we would need to be thinking about. I don't know whether you've thought about it in that sort of way. And then if there were a move to full capacity at the Ashton, is that a thing that would be, is that a policy decision by DHS? Is that something that would be done legislatively? I think my understanding is the cap on the number of folks at the Ashton came through an agreement with the community, and I don't know what the term of that agreement was. I wonder if you could speak to those things.
Certainly, Chairperson Freeman. I had walked away briefly, so I probably didn't hear one of the first questions you asked. As far as the cap goes, that was an agreement brokered between the mayor and Councilwoman Pinto. The ANC had no say in that decision. And so I feel, and some members of ANC2A feel that, having an important facility like the Aston be running at 50% capacity is just a huge disservice to the city and to the residents. Why are we in a time of crisis, forcibly leaving a cap on a facility that can easily handle this capacity? And if it were, when it goes to full capacity, it would need to have an additional 2 full-time social workers assigned to manage the residents properly. So that's why I went ahead and put in that budget request. I have reached out to officials that work in the executive mayor of the office, amplifying the need for the generator. Councilwoman Pinto's team has acknowledged and said that they would push for it. I just don't know what the line item budget number would be. Only because I don't know what specific type of generator would be needed to meet the conditions that I outlined in my testimony. And I apologize, I did not hear the other question you asked me.
No, you captured it. Thank you very much. I mean, I think the bottom line message that I take away from that is that I should have a conversation with Councilmember Pinto. Ms. Barrison, you referenced a study on who I think you referred to them as long stayers. I wonder if that was part of the task force that then Councilmember Bowser, now Mayor Bowser, was a part of. But I wonder if you could point me to that study. Stop there. Where would I find that study?
Yeah, I'm happy to, I don't have it at my fingertips, but I'm happy to send it to your office.
And is it recent or is it a number of years old from when Councilmember now Mayor Bowser was a council member?
It's a number of years old, and it may be from when she was a council member or possibly before she was a council member.
Oh, is that right? Okay. All right. Well, please do send that on. On the reference to the change, the BSA about the change in the congregant shelters, that allowing families to be in congregant shelters, we're trying to understand what that's was about. It may be that there's a specific agenda that they have where they have a place that they think could be appropriate, but we're intent to continue to look into that.
I think, council member, that the city is probably bracing for a big increase in family shelter applications because of the number of families who they intend to terminate from rapid rehousing without benefits pending appeal. And they're probably expecting that there are not enough apartment style shelter spaces. So the change in the law, as it's proposed right now, indicates that when they run out of those spaces, they'll be able to use congregate shelters. Historically, what they've done, congregate shelter under the way that they propose these changes could mean anything. So, and historically, it has meant putting people in rec centers, like literally taking recreation centers in DC and opening them up as shelters and putting in, barriers that don't even go from the floor to the ceiling for individual families and without doors. That historically, when that was happening back in 2014, and the Legal Clinic for the Homeless filed a class action on behalf of many families, that was when I was at the Legal Clinic. The horror stories we were hearing from families living in those recreation centers, and Kelly, I'm sure, remembers this as well, were really scary. Families were up all night, children couldn't sleep. They weren't going to school because they were up all night from the noise. There was no private bathrooms for them to use, so they were scared to go to the bathroom. It was just, and there was so much spread of viruses, of course, as well. And now that we've been through a pandemic, it's really extra frightening to think about sheltering families in those kinds of conditions.
I hear you. I think we all saw the BSA, and we for sure will be asking, what's the plan here? What is this intended to facilitate? So more to follow on that. Ms. Sweeney McShane, on the rapid rehousing and all the moves around rapid rehousing, we are trying to understand it. I think it is early. There's a lot of moving parts there. And if you have questions that you think we should be asking the agency on that topic, you should feel free to send them on to us. You could, as I've said to other witnesses, include CC the agency so they know that it's coming. On Career Map, you identified the big increase in spending on Career Map. Do you have a view on Career Map? My sense is Career Map has been pretty successful, so the increased investment looks like a positive thing, but do you share that view?
So I overheard, I was listening to some of the earlier conversation and checked in with my staff on this. I think we don't have much experience with it. I know DHS has talked about it, it's very successful. I think the questions we have is it tends to be, I think, people coming from rapid rehousing to Career Map. And then we've also had some people from Career Map go on to permanent supportive housing. So understanding, I think just again, understanding it more and how's that impact the overall system and the flow will be important, right? And we do understand DC Flex has been very successful as well. I think the question with that is also similarly, is it people coming from rapid rehousing? There is not social services associated with that, I believe. So that if somebody does need some additional social support, the case management, where would that come from? And so those would be some of the questions that I would have, and I'm happy to write those down and maybe work with some of the other family providers to combine questions and share them with you as well.
Yeah, so it's early, so just a thing to put on your radar. I do think, different tools are going to be appropriate for different people. And so we want to match people to the tools that are going to be the most helpful to them. Career Map looks like a tool that could be helpful to some people. DC Flex looks like a tool that could be helpful to some people. They won't be they're not a full answer for everybody, but how do we try to array this landscape so that we're meeting people where they need to be? One of the things that you referenced worried me, and let me see if I understand it. I mean, the mayor's budget moves a whole bunch of people at 138% of the poverty line to 200% of the poverty line off of Medicaid and into another kind of program. And am I correct that you are suggesting that those folks might have had case management associated with their Medicaid benefits, or when those folks were on Medicaid, it paid for case management in some settings, and now when they go into this other mode of getting health care and are not supported by Medicaid, that we will either lose case management for those people or have to find a way to pay for it with local dollars? Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, so I think the DHS worked very wisely for many years to make case management an eligible service for Medicaid, and has saved a lot of money with the federal government picking up through Medicaid case management for permanent supportive housing. So any changes to Medicaid is going to have a ripple effect on permanent supportive housing. So that if, as I'm understanding it, if someone is under the health benefits exchange for that basic health plan, and they're still in permanent supportive housing and still need case management, then the local dollars would need to pick them up. So right now, if you're not eligible for Medicaid, the local dollars will pay for it. If you are, as providers, we're required to make sure people are enrolled and that we're billing Medicaid for it. So there's an intersection there that I want to make sure people are aware of, and that we're looking at from both the service provision for clients as well as the financial impact. And I don't know how we're going to figure out, and I think again, who are the 19 to 25,000 people this would impact, and are they in permanent supportive housing, and then what's the financial impact?
So thank you very much for alerting us to that intersection. It may be that it has been on other people's minds. It was not on my mind in the same way. So that is a thing that we will look into. With that, I want to thank all the members of this panel and move to call up the next panel. Thank you. So I don't know whether Janith Pena is here and would like to join. I think at a previous time she was not here, but if she's here and would like to join, same with Larry Kennedy and Gabriella Brock. And then moving down the list, Fatima Ba, Michelle Sewell, Monique Malizia, Joni Wishop. Let me pause to see how many we have gotten so far. Suzanne Fleischman, Kadir El Amin, and Lynn Amano. Okay. Janith Pena.
Can you hear me?
Wonderful, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fruman and members of the Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Janet Pena, and I'm the founder and executive director of DC Doors and a member of the Youth Economic Justice and Housing Coalition. and I'm here to testify about the importance of restoring the youth homeless service budget to at least 22 million in recurring funding for FY 2026. Adopt a budget support act, which is essentially bridge funding, and ensure a system we protect vital programming to help young people exit youth homelessness and not enter the adult system. DC Doors provides a comprehensive youth drop-in center, employment support, and low-income homeless youth, singles, and families in crisis. Our mission is to help our clients through the many transitions necessary to move them from the chaos of homelessness to a stable and successful life in permanent housing. Zoe's Doors, the drop-in center located in Northeast Washington, operates 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And on average, we see about 40 to 60 young people a day, youth from all over the city. Our permanent supportive housing program serves families, over 230 participants in that program. Zoe's Drop-In Center is the only one in the city opened every single day of the year. Our center goes beyond providing the essentials for the youth looking for a hot meal, a shower, and basic needs. We engage youth in life skills training, job readiness, and have enormous pleasure in seeing our youth secure and sustain employment. Our center meets the needs of youth with diverse backgrounds and identities. We have been able to achieve and create a space where youth feel safe and are accepted regardless of what life direction they have chosen. Youth will tell you they'd rather be at the drop-in center than be on the street. We have become an extended family for most of our youth and their only family for many. I'm urging you today not to reduce the funding to the youth system, as it helps to lower the homelessness in the adult system. Reducing funding to the youth homeless system would mean that our center would have to reduce its operations, reduce the day to hours we serve our youth. We would have to probably lay off about 5 full-time staff members, reduce the number of youth that we serve daily to maintain a safe and supportive staff to youth ratio. As stated before, our continuous efforts have assisted young people in exiting the youth system, reducing the adult system continuous overload. As with many years, DC Doors experienced a delay in funding this past year, which caused us undue burden to our organization. We struggled to make payroll, to pay vendors, pay our rent. Our last contract took months to be executed and begin to receive reimbursements. This is why I urge the committee to adopt a budget support act that will require DHS to pay grants proactively, thus allowing programs to receive up to 50% of grant agreement. Closing, I urge council to restore youth homelessness funding to at least 22 million in FY 26 to keep pace with the growing needs and inflation. I also ask DHS to timely contract execution practices and support the Budget Support Act provision to ensure that 50% of grant funding upon contract execution, so providers like DC Doors are not left struggling to meet payroll, serve youth, and keep our doors open. I warmly invite each and one of you to visit Zoe's Drop-In Center to experience the space we've created with youth for youth. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your continued commitment to ending youth homelessness. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Fatima Ba?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, sure can.
My apologies. Get my stuff up here. Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman and the members of the committee. My name is Fatima Ba, and I'm the Chief Program Officer of Calvi Women's Services. Calvi provides transitional and permanent housing to women in DC, and in my role, I oversee a range of services and programming that we offer to uplift women and provide the care they need. As you review the mayor's FY 26 budget, I ask that you consider how the budget proposed will impact these women and their access to full continuum of care. Domestic violence drives homelessness and disproportionately harms women. Providing trauma-informed care and empowering survivors requires a deeper government commitment to meeting the needs of these women experiencing homelessness. Unfortunately, programs that are paramount to addressing women's homelessness in DC, including domestic violence services, rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, and ERAP, or emergency rental assistance programs, are not funded to meet the increased need. While women make up 1/3 of DC's homeless population, Only about 5% of the city's housing is dedicated to them. I urge the council to prioritize funding for gender-specific housing and services in the FY26 budget so that women in the city can access the full continuum of care they need. Amid rising rates of violence in DC, it is crucial that the city provides safe housing for women. Nearly 45% of women without housing in DC are survivors of domestic violence. To protect these women from further violence and re-traumatization, the city must ensure that there are enough shelter and housing programs with capacity to keep women safe and provide the trauma-informed care they need. Alongside my fellow advocates, I urge the council to allocate sufficient funding in FY26 to maintain a full continuum of housing and supportive services for women, and to restore $1 million in the budget specifically for domestic violence services. The number of women experiencing homelessness in DC is increasing, and nearly half of these women are survivors. Therefore, it is imperative that funding matches the demand for gender-specific housing and trauma-informed services. I ask that you recognize the is that women experiencing homelessness will face if proposed flat funding for permanent supportive housing and other vital housing programs in the FY26 budget are not reversed. Women are already underserved by the current level of funding for single adults experiencing homelessness, and as demand from survivors of domestic violence increases, we anticipate an even greater shortage of safe, stable housing for women in the city. I urge you to prioritize funding programs for women experiencing homelessness and keep in mind the specific needs of domestic violence survivors and members of the LGBT+ community. Trauma-informed, gender-specific, and service-enriched housing programs are critical in enabling women to end their homelessness for good. Thank you, Councilmember Fruman and the committee for your time. I'll provide a copy of this testimony in writing with additional information and data points raised today.
Appreciate it. Michelle Sewell.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Freeman and the members of the committee. My name is Michelle Sewell, and I serve as the Shelter Director at DC Safe, the district's only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence survivors. Last year, we supported 336 families who came to us for emergency shelter. Of those, 227 were confirmed DHS benefit recipients. These are often the most vulnerable members of our community, those with the fewest resources facing the highest risks. We understand the city is facing many difficult decisions, but in this moment of political uncertainty and threats to the district's autonomy, we ask the council to remain steady in your commitment to those in need. We're particularly concerned about the $600,000 cut to DHS in the mayor's proposed budget, along with the loss of approximately $400,000 in ARPA funds. These dollars matter. They keep doors open and support flowing to families who have nowhere else to go. The council just passed the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. In doing so, we understand the need to balance maintaining affordable housing stock while also providing relief to those in need. But we ask you to consider carefully the broader needs of the community. Those who are struggling to pay our city's significant rental costs don't disappear from needing a home because they aren't eligible for assistance. They turn to systems like ours. Through DC Safe's Emergency Financial Assistance Program, on average, we often prevent homelessness within a cost of $635 per client, compared to over $4,000 to shelter a family. When ERAP runs out, families are pushed further into crisis and into the shelter system. Restoring ARPA funds would go a long way in keeping people stable before that spiral begins. While supportive resources and shelter alternatives are essential, shelter is not just a last resort. It is sometimes the only life-saving options for families in need. The current process to access shelter through DHS can be lengthy and complex, and the diversion requirements often delay the inevitable. Frustrated families right back at needing shelter placements. What is meant to save money ends up costing more, financially and emotionally. The same pattern shows up in our short-term rental subsidies. For some, they work beautifully, but for others, longer-term housing support is needed, and we need to do a better job of identifying that earlier. The instability caused by delays doesn't just impact housing, it shows up in schools, clinics, courtrooms, and families themselves. And none of this works without the people, the case managers and service providers who walk with these families every day. Chronic staffing shortages and turnovers stall the progress that our clients need. We often say that DC is resource rich, but coordination poor. If we want better, outcomes. We need better support for the people doing the work. We know this isn't an easy budget year, but the decisions you make now will shape outcomes far beyond this fiscal cycle. For the survivors we serve, the impact is not just financial. It can be life-changing and life-saving. We respectfully urge the council to restore the $1 million in proposed budget cuts and take a strategic, holistic approach to the district's housing and support services. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Monique Malizia?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Monique Malizia, and I'm the TANF Power Coordinator at DC Safe. Along with being the coordinator for the district's domestic violence program on work employment and responsibility, aka DV Power, I also work with our supportive advocacy team as an advocate for survivors of domestic violence as they navigate the criminal and civil legal systems, as well as the housing and mental health sectors. I'm here today to urgently request that the council restore $1 million of local funding for DHS, which includes the $616,000 cut in the mayor's budget, plus approximately $400,000 in ARPA funds. Without these funds, we would not be able to sustain current services provided to DC residents. I previously testified to some of the successes and challenges we face working with DHS, as well as the experience survivors have with DHS benefits overall. We are pleased that our testimony helped us reconnect with points of contact within DHS to work on our goals of strengthening DV Power for our clients. There is still much more work to be done. Survivors often struggle to meet TANF requirements such as maintaining employment, attending school, or meeting with their vendor during a domestic violence crisis. Power is intended to provide relief by waiving those requirements so clients can focus on their safety. Unfortunately, some clients would rather face penalties under TANF than lose access to vital services like daycare vouchers or job search assistance if they were to enroll in DV Power. We are still seeking clarity around this constraint, with the mayor's budget proposal seeking to put even tighter restrictions around adherence to TANF requirements. Finding an answer and solution to this question is urgent now more than ever. This proposed change that impacts the temporary reduction in benefits for households not meeting TANF requirements may sound straightforward. Please consider how this change is enforced and processed. Our clients' lived experience is that applying, certifying, and complying with requirements from DHS is often confusing and inconsistent. Changes in the process of monitoring compliance also impacts workflow and productivity for DHS staff. Staff members from DHS have testified as to the challenges of working with antiquated technologies and overly bureaucratic processes. In the face of recent hiring freezes, I'm concerned about asking more from employees already struggling with their workload, and functionality of their technology will only create more barriers to services. As you consider the budget for fiscal year 2026, we urge you to consider what can be invested in technology and process improvement to streamline the casework for frontline staff. Efficiency may be a controversial topic right now, but there is very real space for efficiency and cost saving when it comes to benefit applications, processes, and monitoring. Finally, I also want to voice strong opposition to the end of COLA increases for TANF recipients. While we understand that need to tighten budgets for FY26, we also know that inflation has continued to be a concern for many households, and one that hits those with limited or fixed incomes especially hard. We know that the coming fiscal year will be challenging across the board, but we would hope that the council would limit the impact on those with the least resources. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We hope that you consider carefully how to best manage the needs and well-being of our most vulnerable residents, along with the difficult budget decisions ahead of you. We welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Joni Wishop, I think, is not here. Susan Fleischman. Okay. Okay, Ms. Fleischman. Ms. Fleischman, if you turn your camera on and begin to speak, then we can hear you.
Thank you. My apologies. I'm glad we have each other now. Good morning, Councilman Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Susan Fleischman, and I'm a resident of Ward 1 and a homeowner in Adams Morgan. I am a member of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. I also work at Mary Center, a federally qualified health center serving DC residents, regardless of the ability to pay. My testimony today will focus on the importance of making robust investments in programs to end chronic homelessness, such as permanent supportive housing. UFJ, as a member of the Fair Budget Coalition and the Way Home campaign, is asking for $36.6 million for 1260 PSH vouchers for individuals in the fiscal year 2026 budget, if need be, paid for by raising revenue through progressive taxes. The mayor's proposal did not include any new PSH vouchers for individuals. Mayor Bauer is also demanding that the budget include a bad deal for RFK Stadium. We cannot hand over development rights of this valuable land that could include affordable housing and other necessities for our communities, to a billionaire who's also receiving huge amounts of public funds. Any budget deal about the stadium should put DC residents' needs ahead of the needs of the owner of a football team. If there's money for a stadium, there's money for PSH vouchers. The goal of PSH is to provide housing for individuals who are at imminent risk of homelessness, and I have directly observed the success of DC housing programs through my work. Grounded in my background as a Jew and a humanist, I passionately believe that a just society must provide for the basic needs of each member, irrespective of the zip code they were born into. Given current cuts to our federal workforce and possible cuts to the DC budget, I deeply understand how members of the DC Council need to prioritize the generation and protection of wealth in our city, especially at this perilous time. But if a focus on growth is not accompanied by taking care of the basic needs of our neighbors, then a wealthy metropolis, which I believe will remain, is serving something other than the welfare and dignity of humans. In my work life, I am privileged to see the outcomes that stem directly from an unhoused homeless person receiving a home. I met Jane about 6 years ago. At that time, she was homeless. She was then got access to a DC funded unit. By having this stable home, she was able to receive a network of support. When she relapsed last fall, her case manager and I were able to have a loving confrontation to support her in her recovery. Her sobriety continues to date, and though lapses may and will occur, she can be supported because we know where Jane lives. Housing works. Not only does it provide safety and dignity, but it also acts as a hub from which under-resourced persons can gain resources, case management, etc., physical and emotional, and build a life that all of us deserve. This saves money and suffering. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Kadir El Amin. Not here. Okay. Lynn Amano. You may be muted, Lynn. I can't hear you. I hear that it's not that you're muted, that your speaker isn't working. I don't know whether there's something you can do to adjust your speaker, but we can't hear you. No, I'm not hearing you. Mhm. Are others? We're not hearing you. Are others on the Zoom hearing, Lynn? Okay, great. So why don't we, well, I'll ask just a few questions here. I think useful to have heard youth homelessness, the women's issues and LGBTQ issues raised again by this panel, the messages received. A couple of questions. Michelle Sewell,
Yes.
you talked about a program where For $635 a month, it sounded like you were able to support some of your clients. Can you help me understand how that program, what you were referring to there and how it works?
Yes, sometimes our clients come to us and talk about what the concerns are within their actual unit of their home. Sometimes I can't return to that unit because my power is off or my water's not on, or I need food, or I need diaper support. And in those moments of desperation, when there's no other resources around, folks will kind of extract themselves to go into a shelter situation so they have access to power or water or, food or clothing. And so when we have a deeper conversation with our clients and say, what else could we do to make your home safe in the context of why you're calling us? It's almost always some kind of environmental issue outside of the domestic violence. So their folks' preference is to return and remain in their own home in the comfort of their home. It simply is not tenable when the lights are not on. And so sometimes our program can intervene and assist in that manner.
Oh, and then the kind of average cost of those interventions is $635, but
Yes,
that
sir.
enables you to have people return.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Very, very helpful. And Monique, also, you talked about the interplay between a couple of different programs and how participation or not in one of those programs made it more difficult or folks could lose benefits. Can you walk me through that again so that I understand it?
Yeah, so as it stands, if you enter domestic violence power, because you cannot meet the TANF requirement of maintaining like a 30-hour work week or attending school, you can, because of the domestic violence you're experiencing, you can enter power where you still receive your full TANF amount, but you're not required to meet the TANF school or work requirements and you're not sanctioned. However, if you go into power, you cannot receive job search assistance, school tuition, or daycare vouchers. And so a lot of the times when people come to our agency for an intake for safety planning, and they're explaining the domestic violence they're experiencing, as well as the TANF benefits that they receive, they're not willing to enter the program. They'd rather face a sanction because they need to keep their daycare voucher. So that's been a struggle for a long time of trying to figure out like how best this program can suit survivors, because even if a survivor, isn't working or attending school at this time, maybe they have to go to court hearings or view, like new housing prospects and things like that. And the daycare voucher is very helpful in that sense. So we've tried to get understanding of why people can't maintain both while in power, and we haven't been that successful.
Okay, so and I don't know whether it was your testimony or someone else, but the idea of kind of coordination between all of these different programs and but there has to be room for improvement, and it sounds like you're identifying one of those places. If you could send an email to me and my team about this so that we understand this going forward. I had not been aware of it previously, but if you could, it doesn't have to be a big essay, but just something that helps us make a note of it and think about it going forward.
Thank you.
All right, I don't know whether Lynn has been able to rejoin. Okay, we're gonna give her. What's that? Okay. Lynn, you want to give it a try?
Yeah, can you hear me now, Councilmember?
Perfect, loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Great. Great. I know my computer sound isn't working for some reason, so my apologies. So I have you on my phone. Good afternoon, Chair Freeman and committee members. I'm Lynn Amano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. We help over 5,000 individuals each year with a wide range of programs in housing and services. Earlier today, you mentioned the need for employment and heard from our Aim Higher participant, Curtis Robinson. While DOES, where we have a current pilot program, is not under your purview, we do encourage collaboration between Aim Higher and DHS housing programs. Aim Higher helps residents with obstacles to employment obtain jobs in 90 days or less. With that said, we are aware of the direness of this budget for our unhoused clients. As an active member of the Fair Budget Coalition, the Coalition CNHED, ICH Full Council, a steering committee of the Way Home campaign, and coordinator of the Coalition on Homelessness and Aging, it's hard to know where to start with the mayor's FY26 budget. The biggest cuts in this budget are on the backs of people in DC who are already struggling the most. We support recommendations that acknowledge the reality of the need. The truth is, there's not enough money this year to address all the challenges faced by DC's residents and businesses, but there are choices to be made. The mayor's plan rewards businesses in hopes they will generate jobs and increase tax revenues, but deals like these may cost us billions in lost revenue. Tax holidays and lower tipped minimum wage won't protect people or their jobs. Her solutions include unfunding housing programs and eliminating healthcare through Alliance, while SNAP and Medicaid are also under threat. We know that $5 billion in ERAP is not going to keep families from becoming homeless, especially with the new reform legislation shortening the time to eviction. There's no rapid rehousing or PSH in this budget for individuals and little for families. We had 110 people, a record number, die while waiting for housing last year. This budget will make that worse. 45% of our homeless population is now chronically homeless, unhoused for more than a year with a disability. This budget leaves them out in the cold. With the aging of the baby boomers and increasingly chronic homeless population, it's irresponsible of us not to meet their needs. Emergency room visits, incarceration, drug overdoses, mental institutionalization, nursing care, and death on the street are not only worse outcomes for homeless individuals, but they cost the city more money than the appropriate interventions. As an organization, we're committed to doing what we can, and like the city, we don't have endless resources, but we are handcuffed without housing programs, medical care, and food programs for our clients. History has shown that support given to those who need it most stimulates the economy. There's little evidence that stadium deals, tax breaks to corporations, and wealthy individuals will have the same effect. Trickle-down economics has never worked. We're asking you to make a different choice. Raise revenue on homes over 1 million tax valuation. Stop the giveaways. Use the money we have on reducing suffering. Look honestly at the needs: housing, food, and medical care, like the pilot we suggested for helping people age in place. These will save money and prevent catastrophic consequences. Doing anything else is inhumane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate all the work the Friendship Places does. You're right that we did hear about Aim Higher, and I've heard about that from you for a while. Does seem like a really important part of the things we need to be doing. We also had testimony earlier about cuts to the homeless outreach, street outreach programs, and I think I spent the pit count evening in part with Friendship Place folks who do that work, and I see them out doing that work since then. How are you seeing that? Are you concerned about your ability to fund the street outreach that you've been able to do?
Yeah, so specifically, I think Andy Wasanich mentioned the cuts to the youth program. And yeah, that is something that unfortunately we don't have anymore with Friendship Place. We do have some other programs that we have picked up to help our younger participants as well, but not that in particular at this point. And it's definitely something that was important. We actually had youth outreach across the city.
I see. So what the people who I saw on the pit count and have seen since, they're in a different category of street outreach that isn't affected by a cut, but it's the youth street outreach that's been affected by a cut.
Right, that's what was affected at Friendship anyway. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Actually, to be clear, the budget does not look like it has money for outreach in general. So, but what Andy was referring to was a previous cut to youth outreach, a specific a couple programs that we had at Friendship.
Well, I mean, I guess that goes back to the question that I was asking. So, you have a person who's going out every day and checking in on people and trying to encourage them to accept help in many settings. I mean, it's very, very important work.
Right.
and trust building work that takes time before you get people to be able to accept help. Is that program on the line in this budget, or is that program?
Okay, so the work that we do individually in outreach at this point is all privately funded, but the work done that Andy was referring to, that Miriam's Kitchen and two other organizations, that's the city-funded work in outreach. So that's separate from the individual work that we do that's privately funded.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. I think we'll turn to our next panel, but thank you to everybody on this panel for your testimony. So Moshe Pasternak, Robert Warren, Rochelle Ellison, Andrea Chapman, Erica Gassaway, Rita Nudum, Spagmai Anwar, Ricky Fuller. Okay. Okay. And so Moshe. There you go. Moshe, you can proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Mo Pasternak, and I live in Ward 2. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice, and as you heard a panel earlier, we're a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JFJ is a member of several coalitions that you've also heard from today: the Fair Budget Coalition, the Way Home Campaign, and All In for DC. Today, I'm testifying in support of increased funding for ERAP, ideally $100 million in the FY 2026 budget, and if need be, paid for by raising revenue through progressive taxes. Mayor Bowser's proposal only includes $5 million for ERAP, woefully underfunding one of DC's most important programs. Mayor Bowser is also demanding that the budget include a bad deal to build a new stadium at the RFK site. We cannot hand over development rights of this valuable land that could include affordable housing and other necessities for our community, instead handing it to a billionaire who is also receiving huge amounts of public funds. Any budget deal with the stadium should put DC residents' needs ahead of the needs of the owner of a football team. If there's money for a stadium, then there's money for ERAP. ERAP is an essential program in preventing evictions and keeping families in stable housing. Taking steps to avoid evictions has a long tradition in Jewish law. Rabbis writing centuries ago in the Talmud, specifically in Tractate Baba Metzia, describe a 3-year process for evicting some tenants and also specifically banned evictions during the 6 months when rain is more common in the Middle East. They clearly understood the harm of losing one's home and sought to prevent this catastrophe. In addition to that source and other rabbinic writing, I have a personal history that motivates me to support ERAP. One of the more challenging episodes of my life came when I was 13 years old, and foreclosure forced my family out of the only home I'd known. It left me feeling helpless. I was told everything would be okay, but my family's life was thrown into tumult, and I still carry the visceral feeling when I first saw the moving trucks. It's incredibly destabilizing to be thrown out of your home, and nothing can truly prepare you for it or address the harm after the fact. Programs like ERAP help keep people in their homes and should be vigorously supported. If the council was able to truly empathize with our most vulnerable neighbors, you wouldn't support a budget that underfunds ERAP while providing a massive subsidy to build an NFL stadium. Evictions not only create trauma, but in the long run, they can increase costs borne by the district. Helping end homelessness is harder and more expensive than keeping people stably housed to begin with. As I mentioned, the mayor's budget only includes $5 million for ERAP. Our budgets reflect our priorities, and I hope that you prioritize supporting people in need more than she appears to. In 2008, I was the one who needed help. Today, I live in a stable living situation and own a condo with my wife in DuPont, and so we can raise taxes on people like me to support ERAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Warren?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Freeman, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren, lifelong DC resident, housing advocate with the organization People Fairness Coalition. Also, just like to really support all of the coalition partners who made statements, fair budget, Way Home campaign members, and just like to thank you, Councilmember Freeman and Councilmember White, for your marathon hearing yesterday on the mayor's proposed housing legislation, which I hope from my viewing of that long hearing, I mean, I was there for the whole duration, being as though I've been having some health issues, so I was homebound anyway. And it looks like to me that, we really need to rethink that legislation before we move forward with anything. And that's where, because there's a lot of confusion. And I did hear you ask some interesting questions last night. But there were other few that I just really wanted to focus in on, because one of the things I felt a little concerned because I didn't see any, DHS wasn't represented on that hearing. And I felt like you guys should have been represented, because a lot of the housing issues, I believe, are associated with clients that come under DHS. And specifically when we talk about permits for the housing vouchers, the rapid rehousing, and the federal vouchers that were given to families that were taken away from individuals. And the mayor's now talking about. I think one of the talking points for the realtors were that there was like $600 million in back rent owed. And I think just listening to that hearing, it was pretty clear that affordable housing is not affordable in District of Columbia, at least not to a lot of DC residents. And I was trying to figure out where that money was owed, who owed that money specifically, and were they talking about poor DC residents who were on fixed incomes, who were being subsidized and still not paying their portion of the rent? How much money would that account for, opposed to people who are working class individuals who can't afford to live in the District of Columbia also, along with long-term district residents? So that's one of the reasons why I try to emphasize yesterday in that hearing that we at People Fairness Coalition, we advocate for a universal voucher system, which is based on individuals basically mostly over the age of 55 years of age, being able to be universally housed in the District of Columbia and not be economically discriminated against through racist and discriminatory housing policies. So, yeah, just thank you again, and a chance to testify, and I will try to submit some written testimony to the record. And last thing I just want to touch on real quick also is the burial insurance piece. We're really hoping that one of the things that, we found out, when we do our annual memorial service and vigil every year, that people who die without their dignity at home, they also die without the dignity of a proper burial here in the District of Columbia. And that's something that we also found to be discriminatory and racist here in the District of Columbia. So we wish you would take a look at that and, look at how we can educate, low-income residents about how to, get insured, and how we can, make sure that we have a good idea of, the burial plots that's available in the District of Columbia and their costs, and how low-income residents can access those burial plots. Thank you once again for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Warren. My notes say that Rochelle Ellison isn't here. Andrea Chapman.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fruman, members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me here today to testify. My name is Andrea Chapman. I am a community organizer at Empower DC, an organization committed to strengthening tenant protections, expanding deeply affordable quality housing, and preventing displacement of low and moderate income Black and Brown residents. Empower DC is also a member of the Fair Budget Coalition. My comments today focus on the need to increase funding for ERAP, and I know it is under a different committee technically, but I also want to bring it up here, access to justice. These are two vital tools that help tenants stay in their homes. We echo our partners at the Fair Budget Coalition and ask the council to commit $100 million to ERAP and $31.7 million for access to justice. Part of Empower DC's work funded by the Access to Justice grant includes outreach to residents at risk of eviction to connect them to support to prevent eviction, including emergency rental assistance and legal representation. We frequently meet tenants who need help connecting with a property manager, housing counselor, or case manager to negotiate payment plans and rental forgiveness, and have begun expanding our work to collaborating with housing providers to connect tenants with these options. In fiscal year 2025, ERAP was funded at $26.69 million, and we faced a 67% cut for access to justice. For 2026, the mayor proposed only about $5 million in ERAP funding and significant cuts to access to justice, from $31 million to $11 million. ERAP is a critical tool for preventing homelessness. Several Empower DC members, including a Ward 7 tenant who shared her story last summer on NBC4, have been able to use ERAP to get caught up and avoid eviction. Last year, the ERAP portal closed less than a day after it opened when the program was funded at $26 million. With the mayor's new proposal of only $5 million for fiscal year 2026 and the low number of new vouchers, only 599 new vouchers were funded last fiscal year, we can expect a rise in homelessness in the next year. Moreover, given new legislation, the few tenants who are able to apply for ERAP could be evicted while waiting for their application. While ERAP, access to justice, and other homeless prevention tools face severe disinvestment, the mayor committed $167 million for the monumental sports deal in fiscal year 2025, and an estimated $6.1 billion of district's residents' tax money, and district revenue would fund RFK Stadium over time. DC can revitalize this site without a stadium. We encourage you to reject the stadium deal and instead invest in DC communities, small businesses, and housing. As evictions surge to a 10-year high, DC's lowest income renters remain housing cost burdens. 75% spend half their income on rent, and non-payment of rent continues to be the leading cause of eviction. What's more, legislation like the Rental Act and Eviction Reform Amendment Act of 2025 threaten to further accelerate and increase evictions by shortening notice timelines for eviction court cases. If passed, tenants would have less time to connect with pro bono legal assistance and other available support. While Empower DC will continue to oppose this legislation and work with housing providers to resolve issues like rental arrears outside of court, this climate makes increased ERAP and access to justice funds even more crucial. The mayor's budget proposal purports to grow DC, but such growth should not diminish housing security for low and moderate income residents. Empower DC urges the council to oppose the mayor's cuts to ERAP and access to justice and fund these tools at the levels they truly need. We repeat our request for $100 million for ERAP and $31.7 million million for access to justice. And we echo Fair Budget Coalition's call for revenue raisers to preserve and improve these resources, such as taxing DC's highest income earners who currently pay less in effective taxes than middle and working class residents. And we need to prioritize funding for residents, not a stadium. Studies by other organizations have shown us this will not bring in revenue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. My notes suggest Erica Gasaway, Rita Nadum, and Anwar Spagmai are not here. If that's not true, let us know. And next up would be Ricky Fuller. Mr. Fuller, I think you've been promoted. If you start talking, we'll hear from you.
Yes, good afternoon. I was just giving my input on the rapid housing program. I really believe that I'm a DC resident, and I've been through my struggles. I've always been a hard worker, but I most recently had to come across an unfortunate situation in my life where I had to take full custody of my kids, and then I had to depend on the system. My kid's mom's was murdered back in 2022, so that gave me I had to reorganize my whole life. So now I had to depend on the system. So once that had happened, it's been a real struggle. But with the program, I really believe that we need to keep it so that there are families that are out here, like men like me, that are single fathers, that are, I have a special needs daughter that I take care of also. I have my stepson, he's, on meds, he's schizophrenia. There's just a lot of things, I have a younger son, and then trying to, make it in this society. I have a job, a government job. But the way that they look at things when I go through so many different situations and scenarios, they look down upon it and say, oh, well, you know what I mean? You can't, you have to you know try to do this, or you got to try to do that, and it's like I don't have it. You understand what I'm saying? I'm struggling and I'm working. It's hard for me to provide food. I have food stamps. They cut my food stamps. I mean, it's just a lot of different scenarios in this whole bill and everything that they're coming up with, and I really would appreciate if you guys take a real good look at the needs of the people. And that's all I have to say.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do, and good luck. I want to thank this panel for your testimony. Very much appreciate it. But we'll now turn to the next panel. Maishia Mitchell, Susan Fleischman, unless it's a coincidence and there are two people named Susan Fleischman both on the list, I'm going to assume, Susan, that you've testified, but if that's not the case, let us know. Marla Spindell, Joshua Drumming, okay, Ashley Ruff, Bridget Hall, East Peterson Trujillo, okay, Wanda Steptoe, okay, Takia Aiken, okay, Dania Robinson, okay, Trolanda Curry, okay, Adam Barhan Smith, okay, okay, Valerie Fleming, okay, okay, so let's start with Joshua Drumming.
Hello, I'm Joshua Drumming from the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Council must invest in housing vouchers, reform wrap housing, reject the HSRA subtitle, increase rental assistance, and enhance and improve the current and future shelter system. To end homelessness and combat the lack of affordable housing, DC must fund and utilize all the different types of vouchers available. The administration's practice of underfunding DHS and utilizing funding for other things has led to a massive reduction in housing resources for residents that desperately need them. Last year, point-in-time data showed a 14% increase in homelessness and a 39% increase in family homelessness. DC evictions reached a 10-year high, ERAP funding saw a 40% drop, and hundreds of families were purged from wrap housing. A lack of investment in housing resources will not lead to a decrease in homelessness. After a few years of no voucher investment by the mayor, we appreciate that the mayor's FY26 budget includes some vouchers. However, we know that DC needs more than 156 vouchers and more diversity of vouchers to meet the needs of those experiencing homelessness. DC Council must commit to fund more. Last budget season, DC Council funded 325 PSH vouchers, but DHS's lack of transparency reduced this number to only 38. That cannot happen again. Additionally, PSH is needed, but a high barrier program. If the 156 vouchers are for those being exited from FRSP, some of those may need to be converted to other vouchers to be accessible to FRSP families. The mayor's allocation of DC Flex for wrap housing families should also be converted to permanent vouchers because DC Flex will not keep families housed. Wrap housing has exacerbated housing insecurity through poor program administration, resulting in 97% of its participants being unable to afford rent upon program exit. Last year, DHS began terminating 3,000 families for reaching an arbitrary 12-month time limit. Hundreds have lost their subsidy, and even more would have, but for the 2,000 families that have appealed their termination. Council passed a BSA that included a subtitle that eviscerated the rights of rapid rehousing participants. Now the mayor is attempting to make more harmful and confusing changes to rapid rehousing and HSRA in her proposed BSA that are not germane to the budget. DC Council should remove that subtitle from the BSA. We ask that Council ensure that allocated vouchers are accessible to FRSP families, require accurate and transparent rapid rehousing program data and costs from DHS, restore due process rights of participants, and pass and fund the Rapid Rehousing Reform Amendment Act. DHS relocated Virginia Williams Family Resource Center to New York Avenue. Even before the move, despite the legal clinic's intervention, Virginia Williams denied over 75% of families that sought shelter in FY24. This is an astronomical amount of families to deny from shelter each year, so large that its presence should naturally invite further inquiry and investigation. The mayor's budget proposes over $5 million for an additional Virginia Williams site without any details. That funding can be better spent on housing. We ask this committee to amend the HSRA to require low-barrier family shelter, including passage and funding of the Housing and Maternal Health Amendment Act of 2024. Implement consistent standardized staff training so that families are not routinely and unlawfully denied shelter, and increase reporting and data on access, eligibility, and denials to DC shelters. Additionally, the mayor has included a major and harmful proposed change to HSRA in her BSA. In it, her administration attempts to restrict eligibility and remove the right of non-congregate shelters from families accessing emergency family shelter. DC Council should not permit or pass such substantive changes to the HSRA in the BSA. We ask that Council dedicate $1.5 million towards secure storage options to safeguard the belongings of those experiencing homelessness, ensure current and future non-congregate shelter sites are operated as intended, including with legal protections pursuant to the HSRA, and invest additional funds for future non-congregate shelter sites. The mayor's reduced ERAP by 81% from the level Council funded in FY25, despite rental costs, eviction, and housing insecurity in DC rising. We ask that Council increase ERAP to at least $100 million and improve the application process to make it accessible and legally compliant. Recent legislation narrowed eligibility. Reduction in funds makes ERAP even more inaccessible. For many low-income residents, it feels like they are being assailed from all sides. The federal government is doing much to strip away protections and economic security from U.S. citizens. This is more acutely felt in the district than in most places. Now more than ever, DC residents need a DC government that stands up and supports them. DC residents need a budget that does not avert its eyes from the economic suffering of the most vulnerable and provides a rainfall of support to DC's droughted human services sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drummond. I think Marla Spindell may have joined us. Ms. Spindell.
Thank you, Council Member, for this opportunity, and members of the Committee on Human Services. My name is Marla Spindell, and I'm the Executive Director of DC Kin Care Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise children and their extended families in times of crisis when the children's parents are not able to care for them. In the 8 years since our founding, we've helped over 1,000 relative caregivers, raising more than 1,000 DC children and more than 1,000 legal matters. We are a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and we support budget priorities and policies that alleviate poverty in the district. I'm testifying today regarding the DC Department of Human Services. The relatives we serve are primarily Black women who live in wards 5, 7, and 8. They often live at the economic margins of our society, even before they're called upon to raise a relative child. Many also report a significant disability. To successfully raise their children, they urgently require financial assistance, childcare, and stable housing. Yet the complexities of applying for and maintaining access to benefits through DHS can be overwhelming, often driving these caregivers to abandon the process entirely. It's crucial that we streamline and enhance this system to truly fulfill DHS's mission to support our most vulnerable families. So here are the problems we encounter most frequently. First, the online process for applying and recertifying for benefits is fraught with errors and technical issues. Second, the wait time for a determination is far greater than what is required by law. And oftentimes we get messages on the portal saying pending and waiting for approval. Third, customers often receive letters from DHS that inaccurately reflect their benefit levels, household members, and even require recertification prematurely. Finally, further challenges arise because information submitted at a service center is not accessible through District Direct, nor can staff at the service center or call center view the applications that are made online. Presently, there's no ability to resolve processing errors in benefit applications or recertifications other than to file for a request for fair hearing. The impact of malfunctions on the current system on our caregiver clients, particularly with regard to SNAP, is both profound and distressing. An interruption in benefits that is not swiftly resolved can trigger a series of devastating events. First, customers divert funds for food that they were meant to pay for utilities. This leads them to fall behind in their utility bills and get shutoff notices. Then they may get behind in paying rent. It's a really difficult situation. To tackle these challenges faced by DC residents in timely accessing public benefits, the council should establish an Office of Ombudsperson for Public Benefits, modeled after the successful Office of Ombudsperson for Children and the Healthcare Ombudsman. This office would serve as a vital resource for DHS customers, enabling them to submit complaints immediately when issues arrive. With access to essential databases, including at a minimum District Direct and DCAS, office staff could swiftly identify and resolve problems. During this challenging time of budget cuts and economic uncertainty, it's crucial that our low-income DC residents can access essential benefits, now more than ever. Research shows that cash assistance, food stamps, and Medicaid enhance children's health, education, and skills, which increase their likelihood of employment, boost future earnings, and decrease their probability of becoming involved in the criminal justice system or even use of public funds as adults. So investing now in an ombudsperson to ensure that they can access the services timely and effectively is important and will ultimately save the government money. So we ask that you consider establishing this important office so that all of our low-income residents can benefit.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Bindel. I understand, is Ashley Ruff here? If so, Ms. Ruff, if you begin to speak, you'll...
I am. I'm just actually getting off work and pulling up at home. So just bear with me for a minute while I'm backing up. I just got on today to basically, I sent some in.
Ms. Ruff, would you like to wait and I'll come back to you at the end, or?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm at home. I was just pulling up at home. I've been on all day waiting. So, I don't even want to read my testimony anymore. All that I'm asking is that the mayor keeps her promises and put that add that 15 million to the pay equity for childcare. And I'm also standing in lieu with my teachers, my parents, because I am a teacher and I am a parent. And we were promised that funding, and now all of a sudden it's being cut. I do not agree with a lot of the things that's going on with the budget. And I stand here with everyone else when I say that housing is important. I'm going through that situation. I'm going through the voucher situation as far as getting one for my 12-year-old special need kids because I need aftercare. And again, I'm not just coming here as a commissioner. I'm coming here as a paid advocate. I'm coming here as an advocate for under 3 DC, and I'm coming here as an advocate for myself and my special needs child. And so I just want to make sure that everyone knows that housing is important. These vouchers for these kids to go to school are important. Financial literacy is important. We also need to work with DGS and get DGS on board with Washington literacy, because I hear about the different situations about domestic violence and all of that. And if we are enlightened and we have the literacy, then we know better and we can do better and we can take care of our own households. And so that's all that I basically have to say. So thank you, Chairman Fruman.
Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I think my notes say Bridget Hall isn't present. East Peterson Trujillo. If you begin to speak, then you'll appear on the screen. Okay. We'll come back. Wanda Steptoe.
Good afternoon.
Councilman Furman, and members of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Wanda Steptoe, and I'm the Executive Director of New Endeavors by Women, which we call NEW. NEW has been serving women and children experiencing homelessness in Washington, D.C. for more than 37 years. And we do so through transitional and permanent supportive housing, individualized case management, and a comprehensive range of services. NEW works alongside women to break the cycle of homelessness. New Endeavors by Women, together with Calvary Women's Services, House of Ruth, Catholic Charities, and In Street Village, offer over 95% of the housing and support services available to women in our city who are experiencing homelessness. Our organizations have remained steadfast for decades in our commitment to ending homelessness in the district. As you review the mayor's 2026 budget, I ask that you consider the impact of cuts to the women in DC. While the 2025 point in time data revealed a 9% decrease in the total persons experiencing homelessness in the city, unaccompanied women saw a 3% increase in homelessness. With this increase, I urge the council to maintain consistent funding for our women's housing services in the FY26 budget to ensure that we can provide robust gender-specific service-enriched housing programs for women. Dedicated safe housing and supportive services for women in the district is an increasingly urgent need. Alongside rising rates of homelessness among women, rates of violence in DC have increased. Nearly 45% of women experiencing homelessness in the district have faced or fled domestic violence, and women are uniquely vulnerable to ongoing violence while experiencing homelessness. There are three critical principles for providing safe pathways to housing stability for women in DC. First, women represent 1/3 of the homeless population, yet only 5% of the housing stock is dedicated to their needs. Especially now when women are experiencing an increase of homelessness, it's critical that the district fund the housing programs that ensure parity in housing units available to women in the FY26 budget. Second, rising rates of violence in DC, women need support and safe and secure housing. And third, housing services need to be safe, inclusive, and welcoming to better meet the needs of all women, including lesbian, bisexual, and transgender women. I urge the council to prioritize funding programs for women experiencing homelessness, recognizing the specific needs of survivors of domestic violence and other forms of discrimination. We ask for $100 million to be restored to the domestic violence services in the DHS budget. This will bring funding for FY26 level to the current level that we have in 2025. Without this $1 million restoration, we face service cuts for domestic violence survivors in need of housing and services at a time where we're seeing an increased demand for assistance. Again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. My notes say Takia Aiken is not here, or Trolanda Curry. Next up would be Dania Robinson. Dania, I think you've been elevated as a panelist. If you begin to speak, we will be able to hear and see you.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me here today. I just want to say that I'm a born and raised Ward 8 citizen, and I want to speak collectively for my Black Indigenous community. I believe that DC has a history of having the largest relatives of Black Indigenous people. And I'm proud to say that. And I think that the funding is as good as it is because of that. Having relatives, being a part of the military and the Civil War and things like that. And it saddens me how people get pushed out with their federal vouchers to move to other states like Maryland and Virginia. DC is a wonderful place to live, and it saddens me that they want to cut the funding because it's the best in the country. And me being born and raised here, I believe that food stamps is a blessing to us. And then at the end of the month, before the food stamps come, like Martha's Table, providing fruits and vegetables to the family, it helps out a lot. When I was paying market rent, Rapid, ERAP, they would help out a lot when I was paying market rent with like the short ends that, when I fell short in my electric bill and stuff like that. They've been helping for decades. And with so I don't think that the funding should be cut. I am facing homelessness due to my inheritance, my family taking it from me, and I had to participate in the rapid rehousing program. It helped me out, but the program is not long enough. A lot of money is being spent. It's a very young program. I think it's less than a decade old, and I think that it should be looked into and revamped because they'll help you out, and a year is not long enough. It's like a year to 19 months. And they'll help you to move your stuff into a unit. They'll help you with furniture and things like that. And that's a lot of money spent. But they have like several different case managers programs. I wasn't lucky enough to participate in one of the better ones. They had me in behavioral health. And I understand that the nonprofits is receiving money through the Medicaid for being in that program. But I wish I could have experienced one of the other programs that they have because it was a bad experience for me to where I got to the end of the program. They did cut my electric off. I was unlawfully evicted. And thank God that my voucher has been approved for a unit, but it's a more expensive unit, twice the amount of money that I was receiving for rent under the rapid rehousing program because it was like a behavioral health community, and the community that I'm now about to be a part of is less of that type of situation and is way more expensive. So I think that the rapid rehousing is the only concern for me about being revamped and how the money is they just need a new system for that program. So I think that we should keep receiving money because it helps a lot, especially the programs that's been around for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your testimony. Adam Barhan Smith.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Adam Berrigan Smith, and I am the advocacy manager at Educare DC and a proud member of the Under 3 DC Coalition. Educare DC provides full day, full year, high quality early childhood education to over 400 children and families in wards 7 and 8 from prenatal care through pre-K. I would like to begin by thanking you for your leadership on early childhood education issues and investments. We hope we can count on your continued support in FY26. I'm here today to testify about the Child Care Subsidy Program. As you know, 6,000 families across the district depend on the Child Care Subsidy Program. To qualify, families' incomes must be below 300% of the federal poverty level, or $90,000 annually for a family of 4. As demand for childcare continues to grow, it's essential that the program is funded at a level that keeps pace with all currently enrolled families supported and opens the door for others who qualify. To keep pace with the current enrollment and demand for the program, Under 3 DC estimates that means investing an additional $15 million in FY26 to a total of at least $106.3 million in combined local and federal funds across both DHS and OSSI. Yet the mayor's proposed FY26 budget includes a $5.6 million cut to this already underfunded program, following more than $20 million in reductions since FY23. These cuts come at a time when enrollment now exceeds 6,700 children. Demand is rising, but funding is moving in the opposite direction. This is especially concerning for infant care, which is already expensive, too expensive to provide, and the hardest to find. OSSI's 2024 Modeling the Cost of Care report confirms what providers like Educare DC already know. The current maximum subsidy for full-time infant care, which is $26,000, falls far short of the actual cost, which is modeled at $32,000. That leaves providers with a gap of over $6,000 per infant that they have to make up by either raising tuition, cutting slots, or operating at a loss. This gap directly fuels a shortage. A 2024 report from the Low Income Investment Fund found that a shortage of more than 5,800 infant toddler seats in the district, with the greatest unmet need in Ward 7, where Educare DC operates. And there are broad economic ripple effects. According to a recent report from Under 3 DC, the lack of affordable childcare already cost the DC economy $252 million in lost wages, $79 million in lost productivity and turnover, and $64 million in lost tax revenue each year. If we want families to stay in the district, if we want a strong workforce and a growing tax base, which I know that we do, we cannot afford to make childcare harder to afford and access. I know I'm over my time, so thank you for your leadership and your continued commitment to our youngest residents.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. East Peterson Trujillo.
Good afternoon, council member. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment today. I'm East Peterson Trujillo. I'm the campaign director with Green New Deal for DC, as well as a Ward 4 resident. And our organization is a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition. I want to ask the committee to fund $100 million to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, as well as $184.67 million to end chronic and family homelessness, to be shared between DHS and DCHA. These are critical funds that protect and house renters facing eviction and families experiencing homelessness. We've heard dozens of testimonies today about the devastating effects that those experiences have on our neighbors and community members. Green New Deal for DC's mission is to fight for racial justice, climate resilience, and good jobs by bringing about a bold Green New Deal for Washingtonians that creates a healthier, safer, and more just city for all. We're a grassroots organization that provides education about and takes action on issues at the intersection of climate, race, and class. Providing access to safe, affordable, and healthy housing is a climate justice issue, a racial justice issue, and a public health issue. On ERAP, we've seen thousands of DC residents with low income struggling to keep up with high housing and food prices. These are exactly the kind of residents that Green New Deal for DC works most closely with in our advocacy for green and healthy housing. Evictions are continuing to rise in 2025 and currently are 25% higher than 2024. These experiences of eviction are not something to be taken lightly. For the sake of the families whose lives will be devastated, the property managers who have to maintain and release a vacant unit, the overcrowded and underfunded shelters, we should prevent as many evictions as possible. ERAP is the first of many measures that offer a solution before things get too bad for families. When 37,000 renter households with low income spend more than half of that income on housing, any emergency, a missed work shift, a sudden sickness, the death of a family member could throw that family into eviction risk without programs like ERAP. Green New Deal for DC echoes the demands of our partners with the Fair Budget Coalition to ask that ERAP receive $100 million in funding to limit evictions. On homelessness, the vast majority of people experiencing homelessness in DC need permanent housing subsidies to maintain housing stability. There's an urgent need to fund housing for DC residents returning home and rebuilding lives post-incarceration. And In recent years, poor agency coordination and administration have caused unnecessary delays in housing DC residents, and the need for housing exceeds the resources provided. We need housing for multiple types of vouchers so that we can serve all DC residents, and I've detailed this in a table submitted with my written testimony, and that housing for vouchers across permanent supportive housing, targeted affordable housing, LRSP, and outreach totals up to $184.67 million. Thank you so much, Councilmember and the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. Valerie Fleming. Okay. All right, well, so now I think that she may have dropped off. Thank you to all the witnesses who testified on this panel as well. I will say, Ms. Spindell, you raised issues about processing of SNAP. That clearly is a focus for us. You and others have talked about the ombudsman, the idea of an ombudsman. That also is very much on our radar. So thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to turn to the next panel. Schoolyar Armstrong, Gail Oliver, Jeffrey Richardson, and then I'm going to go back to those who were not here before and just go through the list, and if they're here, then we'll try to add them. Jasmine Brazier from Healthy Babies, and I think there were going to be maybe two other people. Regina Ellie. Go through the. Hold on one second. Gabrielle Brock. Then Anna Plaza. I don't know if Katrina Chapman has testified. Wanda Battle. Dawn Dalton. Stephanie McGill. Yasmin Holmes. Gabrielle Brock, I mentioned. Larry Kennedy. Janae, where am I? Janae Wishup. Kadir El Amin. Rochelle Ellison. Erica Gasaway. Rita Nadum. Spagmai Anwar. Bridget Hall. Takia Aiken. Trolanda Curie. And one last try for Valerie Fleming. Okay. Okay, so let's start with Skylar Armstrong.
Thank you, Chairperson Froome and members of the committee. My name is Skylar Armstrong, and I'm a board member at DC Safe and a Ward 4 resident. Over the years, I've been proud to support the life-saving work of DC Safe that they provide through our 24/7 services. Domestic violence survivors often find that violence in their household creates expansive disruption and challenges to all aspects of their day-to-day lives. DC Safe has always centered itself in developing expertise across the spectrum of services that a survivor may need. We believe that DHS services have a critical stabilizing effect for the most vulnerable, and we urge you to carefully consider any changes in that funding that may impact our community as a whole. We were surprised at the tight turnaround for this hearing, and while the dollar amount of funding is of utmost importance, We believe that it is valuable today to lean into how critical the administration of that funding is in the success of these programs. As we consider the many barriers and limitations of the FY26 funding cycle, the effective implementation of our city dollars is necessary to make the most out of a smaller budget. As we testified to in the performance hearing, there have been improvements as DC Safe has worked with DHS throughout the years, but they have continued to struggle with inconsistency and a lack of transparency in the partnership. As you have heard from one of our staff members earlier today, getting answers to a seemingly straightforward question of how benefit restrictions for power clients are structured or could be considered for change is seemingly impossible. Our individual partners at the agency can be helpful, but the structure and internal communication of DHS itself seems to create silos, preventing further progress towards answers. I would like to focus my testimony on the experience we have as the only domestic violence provider in DHS homelessness prevention program. These funds are not included in the local gap we are here to discuss today, but is a very stark example of the systemic challenges we face in ensuring solid stewardship of our resources as a city. We applied for this grant because we thought that our mission was aligned with the city's goal of addressing housing insecurity. What we have learned is that we are unable to prevent homelessness for our clients due to the narrow definitions and cumbersome process that governs this program. We still believe our values are aligned, including our fiscal responsibilities to our grant funders, an area where we have an excellent track record and thought we were a trusted partner. The bureaucracy and inconsistency in information from person to person or even day to day makes working with the agency not just challenging, but at times uncomfortable. If budget decisions will impact the level of services that can be provided by DHS, at the very least, we would hope that the rules and procedures can be clear and consistent. There's enough uncertainty for the district and its providers already. We strive to be a good steward of our DHS grants and responsibilities, and we think that accountability of their work and budget is now more important than ever. Predictability and reliability will be of utmost importance as we work to stretch lean budgets over the coming fiscal year, and we urge the council to consider carefully not just the budget itself, but its implementation. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Jasmine Brazier?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Jasmine Brazier, and I'm honored to offer testimony on behalf of Healthy Babies Project, which has been serving the DC community for over 30 years, providing housing, home visiting services, and critical resources to pregnant and parenting youth experiencing homelessness. At Healthy Babies Project, we see this every day. Young people come to us at a pivotal moment in their lives, not only navigating adolescence and early adult childhood, but stepping into the demanding role of becoming a parent. The backgrounds of our youth vary. Some have aged out of foster care, some are involved with DYRS, others have experienced housing insecurity for years, and some have just been displaced because they chose to keep their child. But regardless of their path, one common thread runs through their stories is the immense stress and the uncertainty of not knowing where they or their child will sleep at night. At Healthy Babies Project Muriel House, we operate a 90-day crisis shelter designed to meet the families in moments of urgency. Within this short period of time, our caseworkers assist young families in obtaining identification documents, and let me tell you, that's stressful, for themselves and their children, re-enrolling them into school, applying for assistance programs, securing health insurance, access to medical care, and we're also providing critical life skills, cooking, laundry, how to budget, resume writing, all while our clients are still processing the traumas and complexities of their own lives and relationships. But despite our best efforts, 90 days is simply not enough for many. About 48% of our families are eventually able to return home to a family member or a friend, but 52% cannot return based on their environment due to violence, instability, or just unsafe living conditions. Housing provides more than just shelter. It offers time to stabilize, to adjust to the new responsibilities of parenthood, to heal, to grow in confidence, and to really build a foundation for their families. It gives them a chance to figure it out on their terms without the looming threat of homelessness. So at Healthy Babies, we're planting seeds, many seeds that we may not even see flourish. But when permanent supportive housing is available, those seeds have the soil they need to grow. And these programs change the trajectory of lives, breaking cycles, restoring hope, and creating a path forward, not just for the parent, but the next generation. So when funding is cut and deprioritized, it doesn't just stall progress, it puts our children in danger and pushes our young mothers back into unsafe situations. So we just ask that you consider the vitality and the importance of funding for our homeless youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your work. Gabriella Brock.
Hello, councilmen and committee. My name is Gabriella Brock. I am a homeless youth. Budget cuts and monetary restrictions for programs serving homeless youth in Washington, D.C. are not just a financial decision, but they're moral imperatives that profoundly affect teenagers and young adults' lives forever. These vital resources have been a lifeline for me when I had nowhere else to turn, offering safety, support, and a path towards stability. When funding is cut, services are reduced, leaving me with fewer options and increased risks, making it more challenging and stressful to achieve stability and self-sufficiency. I have participated in Latin American Youth Center's drop-in center program, and the support I have received has made a significant difference in my life. I am proud of myself. I'm making progress, but still need a lot of support. The impact of these cuts is unfathomable to the average person. When I first arrived in DC after growing up in Baltimore, Maryland, I had no phone to communicate with anyone or even navigate where to go. This made it difficult to even figure out where I should start with no knowledge of anywhere, anyone at the time. I've been robbed and left without legal documents or money that I worked for at a job because I was on the street with everything I owned. Also abused physically, sexually, replacing those legal essential documents for job interviews, government assistance, and continuing my education was an enormous financial and emotional challenge. During hypothermia season, I was often denied access to youth night shelters because there were not enough beds, forcing me to go to adult shelters. Those situations were not only uncomfortable, but terrifying. Living with chronic illnesses. I struggled to obtain Medicaid and also was fearful to receive treatment for them because I would lose my bed or lose my spot at where I was staying at. Basic necessities like food and clothing were also scarce because the main resources were community donations, which are unpredictable due to funding restrictions. I struggled to get food stamps and employment. And the lack of mental health resources from therapists to psychiatrists was devastating. Insurance discrimination only added to these difficulties. We desperately need a new program for youth in transitional housing. Currently, when placed in independent living, all resources are cut, or most of them from drop-ins and other places. As a teen in that transition, I still require food, clothing, and other resources because I am entirely on my own, and government assistance can be delayed or abruptly discontinued at any time. Even when I was employed, I struggled to afford transportation and other things. In summary, budget cuts to organizations like LAYC will have a negative impact on me personally and many youths in the city. Funding is essential for ensuring that these housing programs can provide comprehensive and effective resources. This includes not only basic needs like food, clothing, and shelter, but also critical support. Thank you for listening to my story. I ask that you think of me and many other youth like me that have similar circumstances. I ask that you do not cut youth homeless services. I want to be safe and I want to continue to work towards that stability and self-sufficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for your bravery coming forward and talking about your personal experience. Regine Ellie.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Fruman and members of the Committee on Housing and Human Services. My name is Regina Ellie, and I serve as the Executive Director of Healthy Babies Project, which provides crisis shelter and wraparound support to pregnant and parenting teens ages 16 to 21 in Washington, D.C. Young people raising children while navigating some of the most destabilizing conditions imaginable. I want to begin by recognizing the Department of Human Services as a critical partner in this work. DHS has helped build pathways for teen parents, especially for those who are ineligible for Virginia Williams intake because they are tethered to a parent's housing voucher, even when that same parent has put them and or their baby out. I come before you today with both urgency and hope because the young families we serve are not statistics. They are children raising children. They are students, survivors, and dreamers trying to finish school, stay safe, and build stable futures while moving through systems never designed with them in mind. Let me tell you about one young mother we served. At just 17, she came to us pregnant, sleeping in her aunt's hallway, her belongings in a trash bag. She had dropped out of school and received no prenatal care. Through our program, she found safe housing, re-enrolled in school, began therapy, gave birth to a healthy baby, and completed a workforce training program in early childhood education. This is not a rare success story. This is what happens when support systems work. But these outcomes are fragile, and they depend on continued investment in youth-specific housing, therapy, education, and case management. In 2024, 42 families lived in Muriel House this year. We've already served 16. Nearly half have transitioned to their own apartments or reunited with supportive family. 15 families accessed holistic therapies like emotional freedom technique and acutherapy, and 6 youth graduated from high school or a GED program, 4 enrolled in college or vocational training, 25 found or maintained employment. A 17-year-old mom is not a 27-year-old mom. She needs a safe, nurturing environment to raise her child while continuing to grow herself. If we allow budget cuts to gut these services, our youth will fall through the cracks into unsafe environments, risk of exploitation, and deeper cycles of poverty. If we truly value racial, gender, and economic equity, we must center pregnant and parenting teens in our funding and policy priorities. These young people are not just teen moms, they are future nurses, educators, entrepreneurs, and their children, future scholars, leaders, and citizens of DC. Housing is not a reward, it's a foundation for transformation. Without it, we lose potential. With it, we watch futures rewrite themselves. Please stand with these young families. Come visit Muriel House. They don't need your pity, they need policy and funding. We urge you to restore the youth homelessness budget to at least $22 million in recurring funding for FY 2026 4-year financial plan, including $1 million to restore permanent supportive housing and extended transitional housing, the only long-term supports for youth. And thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for the work that you do. Anna Plaza, and unless I am expecting that this is the last witness, if there's anybody out there who had expected to testify but hasn't been called, please raise your hand so that we can identify you and elevate you. But failing that, Ms. Plaza will be our last witness for the day.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Anna Plaza, and I'm Ayuda's Director of Social Services. Ayuda's Social Services program provides trauma-informed, culturally specific services for low-income immigrant survivors of domestic violence. We appreciate our partnership with DHS to address domestic violence in the district. Ayuda received funding from DHS through the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act for non-residential counseling, case management, and supported services for survivors of domestic violence. Through support group meetings, emotional support, accompaniment, safety planning, referrals, and case management, Ayuda staff increases the independence and safety of domestic violence survivors and their families. Through training and presentations to community members and other service providers, we share critical information about domestic violence and the resources available for survivors. In fiscal year 24, our social services team provided 46 clients with social services and conducted outreach to 1,146 event attendees. Ayuda services play a vital role in addressing domestic violence in the district. Due to increased needs among the communities we serve, Ayuda and other service providers are unable to fully meet the high demand for victim services without increased funding. We are concerned about proposed cuts to vital funding for these services amid an increasingly challenging federal funding environment characterized by devastating cuts to social services. Ayuda, as a member of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, joins a coalition in emphasizing the damage of proposed cuts to housing and homeless services across the budget, in addition to the cuts to domestic violence survivor services. We ask that $1 million be restored to the domestic violence services line in the DHS budget. We also fully support the coalition's budget platform, which advocates for additional $11 million to meet the needs for supportive services and housing for domestic violence victims across the district. Housing continues to be the #1 unmet need among our clients. Without safe place to call home, it is impossible for survivors to even begin to meet other needs like mental and physical health and move towards goals like greater independence and safety for themselves and their families. We urge the Council to safeguard the city's safety net, which so many survivors rely on. On behalf of Ayuda, we appreciate your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate all the testimony of the witnesses on this panel and through the full course of the day. Enormously useful for us to hear all of the different perspectives from advocates. Also, really compelling to hear the personal experiences of the various witnesses with lived experience in this area. Thank you to those who came forward and so bravely talked about the challenges that they've faced and the courage and strength that they've used to overcome those challenges. For now, this concludes today's public oversight hearing. If you plan on submitting written testimony for the record, please do so by uploading it to the Council's electronic hearing management system before 5 p.m. on Thursday, June 5th, 2025. For those who have testified but not yet uploaded their testimony, I would urge please come forward and upload that testimony. That'll be very helpful to us as we move through this process. The time is now 4:20 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.